Good morning. This regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. This morning, Mr. Anthony Valakovic, principal of Northeast High School, and his students will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I'd like to say good morning as the screen comes down to Northeast High School and ask Mr. Valakovic to introduce the students and the people that he has with him. Hopefully that's going to be on the screen. There they are. Good morning.
Morning.
First, for having us open today's school board meeting. In a moment, you'll meet our Air Force JROTC color guard, led by Major Phillip. Behind me, we have the Marching Hurricanes, led by Shelvin Robinson, who recently won the Tom Bishop Award. To your left, I have Joshua Pierre-Lewis, who'd like to open or say a greeting.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Brinkworth, board members, and Superintendent Runcie. I am Joshua Pierre-Lewis, senior at Northeast High School and a proud member of the Hurricane Band. In the fall, I will be attending the Florida A&M University. On behalf of Mr. Valakovic, the students of Northeast, and our Hurricane family, I want to thank you for the $300,000 in Smart Bond funds that purchased our new instruments. Also, thanks to all the board members who supported the additional funds for our upcoming construction projects, and in particular, for her tireless support of Northeast High School. Go Canes! Please rise for the pledge and remain standing for the national anthem. The colors will be presented by the Northeast High School Air Force JROTC.
Color face, freeze, arms.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I just want to say a huge thank you to Mr. Valakovic and the JROT students and the band, and I want to give a special congratulations to the band director, Mr. Shelvin Robinson, on the Thomas Ford Award, just for the audience's edification. That award is given to an urban school band leader who has increased participation in the program, increased performances in the community, and so they're doing great things at Northeast High School, and I'm glad they were able to join us and bring us the pledge this morning. Thank you all. Have a great day. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: December 4th, 2018 School Board Operational Meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Superintendent, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. December 4th, 2018 School Board Meeting added. Speakers, Gary Thomas, withdrawn. Items G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2018-2019 school year, revised. G4, personnel recommendations for non-instructional separation of employment and discipline for the 2018-2019 school year, revised. CC3, proposed new job description for the Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 1 position, revised. EE7, recommendation for additional spending authority for portable two-way radios, repeaters, and accessories, revised. EE8, piggyback recommendation of $500,000 or greater for mobile radios, accessories, and services. II1, agreement with the Broward Sheriff's Office. That is an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items, on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? Let's start with the Gs. Any G items?
G3.
Ms. Bartleman?
G3 as well.
G3? Ms. Rupert?
G3 and G4.
Ms. Aladeff?
G3, but can we separate the names out?
Wait till we get to it and then we'll talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Thanks. Any other G items? Any other G items? Okay. B1? Ms. Rupert? Ms. Aladeff? Ms. Good?
Did you just have two who pulled that?
I had Ms. Good
I mean,
and Ms. Aladeff, I'm sorry, and Ms. Rupert.
Thank you.
E items, please?
EE7?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do all the CCs first then. Any CC items? I have CC 1, 3, and 4 I have questions on. Any E? Yes, I have questions on 1, 3, and 4, CC 1, 3, and 4. Any E items with questions?
EE7?
EE7, any EE items with questions? E
Wait,
or EE?
in the-
I said E first, yes.
In the CC, Miss Olive pulled one as well?
No.
Or no, okay.
Just me. Yes, Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry, EE1 and EE3.
EE1 and EE3 for Ms. Rupert. Any other EE items from my colleagues? I'm sorry, Mrs. Aladeff, which one did you say for EE?
EE7?
EE7. Okay, and I have questions on EE3 and EE7 and EE9. Yes, Mrs. Levinson?
EE1,
Mm-hmm.
that's it.
Any other? Yes, Ms. Murray?
Put me down for EE9 also.
EE9 for Ms. Murray. Any others, Ms. Murray? If you find one that you missed, I can come back. II, 1. Mrs. Aladeff? Anyone else? II, 1. Mrs. Good? EE6, I don't have anyone for EE6. Do you have a question on EE6? A comment? Okay.
II1 as well, please.
II1 for Mrs. Corn. Anyone else for II1?
What did Ms. Good want to comment?
Ms. Good, I'm sorry. Ms. Good wanted to comment on EE6.
Thank you.
Any J items? J1, 2, or 3, and then the JJ items 1 through 6. Yes, Ms. Dr. Osgood?
JJ3 and JJ4, please.
JJ3 and 4 for Dr. Osgood. Anyone else of my colleagues on the Js or JJs? And then L1 or LL1. Okay. Any, you want me to review it? I don't mind at all. Okay. All right, so for G3, I have Ms. Bartleman, Ms. Rupert, Ms. Alhadeff. I have G4, Ms. Rupert, B1, Ms. Rupert, Ms. Good, Ms. Alhadeff. CC 1, 3, and 4 are me. EE1, I have Ms. Rupert and Ms. Levinson. EE3, I have Ms. Rupert and myself. EE6, I have Ms. Good. EE7, I have myself and Mrs. Aladeff. EE9, I have myself and Ms. Murray. II1, I have Ms. Korn, Ms. Good, Mrs. Aladeff. And JJ3 and 4, Dr. Osgood, and that's what I have. Okay? All right, thank you all, to my colleagues. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? Okay. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good,
Second.
second by Ms. Korn. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The consent agenda is approved. At this time, will board members, oh, we already did that. This will better manage, I already did that as well. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item G3, please. Board member input. Starting to my left, Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I have a question about the temporary positions. So the salaries you determined, well, I guess, Mr. Muncy, my first question is going to be for the task assignments. How did you decide the recommended salary level within the band?
Can I ask a question really quickly
Sure.
first? So to my colleagues, given the fact that we have a 10:15 presentation that we're now 15 minutes behind for, if given the fact that 3 people have said they want to comment on this particular item, is there a possibility that we might want to separate out some of the names, let the other people go on
Sure.
to their work and have that
Sure.
conversation later? So we can get on with the presentations and not have those people waiting for,
Sure. So I move to separate Matthew Bradford, Craig Kowalski, and Mary Ann May.
Second.
Ms. Aladav?
And I'd like to add Monica Nelsas.
Oh, sure, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to separate. Can you say the names again, please?
I'm going to add Matthew Bradford. I'm sorry, I'm adding Monica Neslos. Is that the one you want? Correct? Okay. Marianne May, Craig Kowalski, and Matthew Bradford.
To be separated from
Be
the
separated
G3
out.
item. Okay, and there was a second by, I believe, Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on the separation of names? Discussion from my colleagues on the separation of names. All in favor of separating the names as listed by Ms. Bartleman indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the names have been separated from G3, so now we will consider G3 with the names that have been separated, not as part of the item at this time. Any audience input on the item? I'm sorry? Yes, Ms. Good.
For point of clarification,
Yes.
so the names that are separated, so in case they're in the audience and they're not understanding what's going on, is that item going to be taken up later today, after the presentations?
My concern as chair is that the conversation can be probably longer than 15 or 20 minutes, and we're already 15 minutes behind our first scheduled presentation, and therefore, I know we have students that are here.
That's fine.
So I think that, yes, in fairness to those that are sitting in the audience, we will have that conversation immediately following the presentations that I believe, Mr. Moquin, if you can just look at the schedule for me really quickly. I think the last one is scheduled to be 11 correctly. We're about 15 minutes behind right now, so.
Correct. The last presentation before lunch is scheduled at 11.
Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Chair, for
All right,
clarification.
yes, thank you. So at this time, do we have audience input on the item as separated? I guess that's what we'll call it, as amended. Seeing none. All in favor of the item G3 as amended with those names separated as identified by Ms. Bartleman indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay. At this time, the chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. Remember, we're separated names out, so only do the ones that weren't separated at this time.
There are,
So it goes to
so it
Lori.
goes to Ms. Aladav.
Okay.
I'd like to congratulate Ilana Escara, school-age childcare supervisor for Eagle Ridge Elementary. Marquita. I'd also like to congratulate Marquita Spicer, registered nurse for school health, Maplewood Elementary. I'd also like to welcome Christina Youngman, registered nurse for school health for Riverside Elementary. Welcome to District 4.
It is my great pleasure to welcome Claudia Salman, our new school-age child care center at Beachside Montessori School.
Thank you. Congratulations on your appointments, and if you would like to head to your new position at this time, this is the point in the meeting that it is appropriate. We wish you all the best of luck, and you're welcome to stay, but I suggest that you head out because we're going to be here for a long day today. At this time, we will begin with our first special, do we need to table the separated names? Or they're just separated and they're a separate item at this time? Okay.
You have separated them and you've stated when you're going to call them back to the floor, so that's fine.
Perfect, thank you. Our first presentation will be Ms. Lori Rich Levinson and Tom Albano, the International Holocaust Remembrance Month.
Good morning. Next Sunday, January 27th, was declared International Holocaust Remembrance Day by the United Nations in 2005. It commemorates the liberation of Auschwitz, the Nazi concentration camp by the Russian forces in 1945. The Holocaust, which took place from 1939 to 1945, was the systematic and deliberate attempt to eliminate the Jewish population in Europe. It is estimated that 6 million Jews were killed during this time period. In addition to the Jews, other groups were also targeted, which included the mentally and physically handicapped, the LGBT population, the gypsies, communists, intellectuals, and political opponents of the Nazi regime. Although these events occurred many thousands of miles from the United States and over 70 years ago, it is important to reinforce the lessons that must be taught to our students from these horrific events. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is flourishing throughout the United States. According to a study by the Anti-Defamation League in 2017, there were 1,986 anti-Semitic incidents in the United States, an increase of 57% since the previous year. In addition, FBI data from the same time period shows that Jews in the United States were the victims of anti-religious hate crimes 54.4% of the time, followed by Muslims 24.5% of the time. On Saturday, October 27, 2018, less than 3 months ago, a sole gunman entered the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania during morning Shabbat services and opened fire on the congregation as they were praying, killing 11 people and injuring 7. It was the deadliest attack on the Jewish community in the history of the United States. We do have the tool to combat hatred. It's called education and teaching about tolerance, respect for others, and appreciation for our diversity. Florida Statute 1003.42 requires that the history and lessons of the Holocaust be taught throughout our K-12 curriculum across all grade levels and subject areas. I would like to thank the Department of Equity and Diversity, especially Mr. Tom Albano, for providing continuous professional development and instructional resources to both elementary and secondary teachers to incorporate Holocaust education in our schools. In addition, we currently have 11 high schools that teach Holocaust studies as an elective course. This is not easy to do since the students must be recruited for this class. Although we are making progress, we need all our high schools to do this. And at this time, I would like to introduce Mrs. Adina Baseman, a 5th grade teacher from Tropical Elementary School in Plantation, who has brought her class with her today. Mrs. Baseman is an outstanding educator who uses an age-appropriate approach to teach the lessons of the Holocaust to her students through character education and responsible citizenship. Ms. Baseman?
The song that we're going to sing for you is called Dona Dona. And the song, Dona Dona, is an allegory for the Holocaust, which means it takes this very complex topic and it tries to simplify it using symbolism. My class decided that in this song, the harsh farmer represented Adolf Hitler, the mournful, ill-fated calf represented the Jewish people, and the winds that were laughing symbolized the cruel Nazis. This song can be applied to events of today and serve as a reminder that we should all be upstanders and respect and celebrate each other's differences so no one falls victim to discrimination.
How the winds are laughing.
Within the Jewish faith, it is customary to leave a small stone on the headstone of a grave to show that someone has been there, that someone has visited. This serves as a commemoration of the burial and a symbol of that person's life and their memory. As stones are fitting symbols of the lasting impression each person leaves on the world, we would like to leave you with a rock in order to remember.
The students will be coming forward, and they've been studying different character traits. So each one of the rocks represent a different character trait. So they're going to say their character trait, and they're going to present their rocks to both the school board, the members of the cabinet, and to the students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Remember to be involved.
Remember to be brave. Remember to be joyful.
Remember to be kind. Remember to be enthusiastic. Remember to be determined.
Remember to be forgiving. Remember to be helpful. Remember to be loving.
Remember to be open-minded. Remember to be honest. Remember to be peaceful.
Remember to be thoughtful.
Remember to be caring.
Remember to be tolerant.
Remember to be sincere. Remember to be respectful.
Remember to be compassionate. Remember to be patient.
Remember to be courageous. Remember to be innovative. Remember to be compassionate. No, trustworthy.
Both of them, right?
Remember to be accepting. Remember to be forgiving. Remember to be flexible. Remember to be generous.
Is that everybody? Ms. Shapiro, is that everyone? Okay.
Thank you very much to all of the students today. I'd also just like to mention that we've been joined up here by our Chief of Student Support Services, Ms. Mickey Pope, and our Director of the Department of Equity and Diversity, Mr. David Watkins. Thank you for joining us. Oh, sure. There you go. Do you want to say it? Do you want us to remember? I think she did. You did, you just didn't give it out. Thank you all. It surely takes a village to educate our students. This could not be done without the support of community partners. At this time, I would like to recognize and honor two very important people who are dedicated and give their time, talent, and treasure to our students and schools. They both have a true passion for Holocaust education and for teaching our students about applying the lessons of the Holocaust to today. They have created the Holocaust Reflection Center at Nova Southeastern University, and they have welcomed our students and schools on field trips to study, learn, and grow. Thank you, Craig and Barbara Weiner. If you could come join me at this time.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed an honor for Barbara and I to appear before you again. You probably remember that 5 years ago we were here when we brought the guide from Buchenwald in Germany to teach at a number of our schools. I'd like to begin by extending our most heartfelt sympathies to you, Ms. Al-Hadef, for what you and your family have been through. I'd like to ask Ivy Seamus from Stoneman Douglas and Leslie Reingold and Adina Basement to just stand up for a moment. You may recall the words of the late President George Bush when he talked about 1,000 points of light. And I want you to know that the teachers that we have in this school system, like Leslie, like Adina, like Ivy, and their students, would you, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas students, stand for a moment, please? These are our 1,000 points of light. We're looking at them. This is our future. These are the teachers that teach the students not only about the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic, as the old saying goes, but they also teach them how to be better people, how to leave our schools one day as good, compassionate, and caring people, to stand up and reject hate, to reject intolerance, to reject racism, to reject anti-Semitism and bigotry and all of those horrible things that permeate our society. That's the reason that Holocaust education is taught. It's not taught only for the purpose of learning the history about the Holocaust, but it's to learn from the Holocaust how to be better people. I know there's going to be a ceremony shortly lighting candles in memory of the victims of the Holocaust. I'd like to put this into perspective for each of you. You may recall that on 9/11/2001, this country suffered a horrible tragedy. And in that tragedy, we lost 3,000 American lives. If you were to read 1,000 of those names standing at attention each day, it would take you 3 days to read 3,000 names. To read only the Jews that perished during the Holocaust, it would take you 16 years and 4 months at 1,000 names a day. And if you were to include all of the non-Jews that perished during the Holocaust, you'd be reading for almost 30 years. So I hope and I believe that that puts it into perspective. I'd also like to say that 2 more things, and I won't take much more of your time. The Holocaust Center that's been established at Nova Southeastern University is the only one of its kind that I know of in America that has been permanently funded, meaning that it never can ever close for lack of funding. In that case, be sure that your students for all generations, when we are all gone from this earth, will be able to continue enjoying these benefits. And I must thank Barbara and acknowledge her for really helping make this happen. We did it together as a team. I want to thank you all for what you do. I'd like to present each of you now, just as my final comment, a book. Can I have one of the books, please? These are books that we have co-authored with 2 authors in Austria about the Holocaust, but it's a simple book that is being used now in your schools. And the reason that it's being used is because it's an easy read. It's full of pictures. It's full of short sentences. It's not the typical very lengthy, thick history book that students might consider boring. It's more attention-getting. And I think that you'll enjoy it, and I'd like to give each of you a copy of this book. And before I do, I also, pardon me? I was just going to say, thank you for the brief interruption. And before I do, I want you to know that Leslie Reingold of Cypress Bay, Leslie, you're supposed to be standing, did an unbelievable study guide for this book, and it's being used now by all your teachers. So finally, I'm going to bring this up to you. I want you also to know that Tom Albano and Louise Ball have made a tremendous, tremendous change that we've seen in the last few years in Holocaust education in Broward County schools. I can tell you that I'm in touch with Tom on Saturday mornings at 7 or on Wednesday night at 9 o'clock. He is constantly available, coordinating these programs of the mandates for your schools. So Tom, I think I'd like to acknowledge you and thank you very much. And Louise, thank you as well. Now, on the back cover of the book, just notice this one sentence. I'm going to give it to you now. How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. By Anne Frank. Thank you very much for this honor.
As you heard, we have some amazing Holocaust educators in our district. One of those educators is Mrs. Leslie Reingold, a Holocaust teacher at Cypress Bay High School, who would like to read a poem from one of her students who was a Holocaust Reflection Contest winner on the importance of Holocaust education.
Good morning. I'm just going to make one correction. This student has entered the contest this year. Hopefully he will win, but he hasn't yet. Okay. He calls it Sacred Youth. His name is Adrian Quevedo, and he attends Cypress Bay High School. They say knowledge is key and that each lesson has worth, but the most important lessons are the lessons that hurt. Imagine a religion in shambles by a man driven by hate, and you can't hold on to your loved ones, so you hold on to your faith. Imagine chambers full of gas and human decay, genocide by the batch as a race is slain. Imagine your name meaning nothing and the past seeming far. The only way you identify is with David's yellow star. Imagine a barbed wire graveyard, striped shirts full of vomit, Jewish blood mixed in soil, and Nazi footprints right on it. But the legacy lives on. The Jew never dies. The Holocaust happened. You must not deny. We take the position as a youth so sacred to make sure we don't forget these acts of hatred. We must learn, we must know, we must love, so it never happens again to you or your friends. Hate had its time, but love never ends. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Mrs. Reingold. And lastly, another outstanding teacher is Mrs. Ivy Seamus, who teaches Holocaust Studies at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. On the afternoon of February 14, 2018, Mrs. Seamus was teaching Holocaust Studies when hate and evil entered her classroom, killing 2 of her students. On the back wall of her classroom was a large banner with the hashtag Never Again. Today, I welcome Mrs. Seamus, who brought with her some students who were in that Holocaust class that day. Seamus. And I just want to take a moment to thank Ms. Seamus. She has, since February 14th, it's unbelievable what she's been able to do with her students and go on and persevere with all that she and her students have been through. And we thank you so much for your dedication to our students.
Good morning. Pain should not be wasted. That's what a Holocaust survivor once said to me. We tell our stories in the hopes that others can learn from them. For the past 5 years, hundreds of students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School have been learning the profound stories of the Holocaust through our Holocaust Studies program. We did not know that we would be the ones to have a story of survival to tell as well. I'm here today with several students from my last year's 4th period Holocaust class. Ironically, we were studying how to combat hate on our hate groups actually on our college campuses during the first part of the class, and then we started to discuss the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, watching testimony from athletes who were banned from participating in it. It was then that we heard the deafening sound of a semi-automatic weapon unloading outside of our classroom door. Within seconds, the shooter was blasting into our classroom, injuring 4 students, including 2 who are here today, and fatally wounding Nicholas Dworet and Helena Ramsey. The hatred of the Holocaust came into room 1214 that day, and now it's our responsibility to share what we know and what we have learned. Holocaust class is more than a class. We feel like a community, and we tap into our local community to share resources. The students feel so connected as we bring in survivors, veterans, liberators, authors, and filmmakers as guest speakers. We take them to local Holocaust centers like the one at Nova Southeastern, and we participate in Holocaust Awareness Day and March to Miriam, where students are paired with survivors that they correspond with throughout the school year. This class attracts students from all diverse backgrounds of Broward County and brings them together to understand the importance of tolerance. My hope is that all high schools in Broward County offer this life-changing academic elective as part of their curriculum. So thank you, and I'd like to introduce one of my students, Sid Fisher.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sid Fisher. I'm currently a senior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. I've went there for all 4 years of my high school career, and I've gotten used to the campus, and it's a wonderful school. Today, I'm with my wonderful Holocaust history teacher, Ms. Seamus, as you just heard from, and 3 of my awesome classmates from that class. Before my classmates come up, I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to speak today, especially regarding such an important topic in the Holocaust. Taking history of the Holocaust was a must for me going into senior year, as I was extremely intrigued in why such an act of hate could occur. The hatred that was displayed over 75 years ago during the Holocaust must not be repeated and must be acknowledged for years to come. If we choose to be indifferent toward our world's history, hatred will just as easily be spread today, tomorrow, or any time in the future, as we've seen. And we cannot allow this to continue. Educating our children and teenagers about hateful acts such as the Holocaust is extremely detrimental, as it happens to be the most devastating atrocity to touch our modern world, where approximately 12 million people were killed, 6 million of those being Jewish. Overall, I hope my teacher, my classmates, and I can give you insight on why Holocaust education is so imperative. Thank you. I'm now going to call up my classmate, Isa. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Checker. I'm a senior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. I was also in Ms. Seamus's Holocaust of the History class last year, and we had a literature of the Holocaust class that we took the first semester with another wonderful teacher, Mr. Levine. So I just wanted to touch on why it's important to me for everyone to be educated about the Holocaust and to provide classes where students have the opportunity to learn more about it. For one, we weren't allowed to have a full semester of history of the Holocaust, which was really upsetting because of what happened during the second semester. But I learned so much that first month that we were in class. I mean, I had no idea it went back hundreds and hundreds of years ago that anti-Semitism was prevalent even then. And so to me, that's such an important lesson, and it made me want to learn even more about the Holocaust and the history of it. But, I just believe I believe it's important for it to be accessible as possible, because with this education, I've gained knowledge that is now so vital to my life and to everything I do. I've learned how important it is to hold love and hope to the highest standard and to believe that the world is capable of being better. But I also know that we have to help it. It can't become better on its own. And that's why I believe it's so important for us to be educated on this topic. To this day, there are still genocides happening. Take the Rwandan genocide and the Rohingya Muslims, which have resulted in the loss of thousands upon thousands of innocent people, or anti-Semitic incidents that are still happening in our world. We have to educate the world on why it's so important to rid hate and spread more love and tolerance. The ultimate goal is for everyone to one day be tolerant and hold love to the highest standard. But being here today, talking to all of you, is a huge step. So I thank you so much for letting me be here and for letting my classmates be here. Thank you. And I now introduced a wonderful student of mine, Daniela Maniscal.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniela Maniscal, and I am a student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Since I was little, I was always intrigued in the topic of Holocaust, and I didn't know that there was a Holocaust history class in my school until my counselor told me that there was, so I didn't hesitate on taking the class as an elective. The first topic that we learned about in my class was hate, and it was impacting to learn how such a small word can cause such horrible catastrophes. I think that it's a very important topic to teach in school in order to educate future generations and to not forget what happened. Holocaust history taught me to spread more love and to prevent hate just by being a good example around my friends and my family. The more that people are educated about the topic of hate and the Holocaust in general, the chance of hateful events and widespread hate is lessened. I wholeheartedly believe that the Holocaust history education is necessary in schools and all over the world to eradicate hate once and for all. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alea Eastman, a senior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Holocaust history is the best course I've taken in high school. On February 14th, I remember presenting our group projects on hate groups that are present on several college campuses and learning about the 1936 Olympics. Holocaust history teaches us much more than just about the Holocaust. It teaches us about how we can combat hate, learn tolerance, equality of all people, and witnessing firsthand testimonies of people that have survived violence and hatred just because of who they are. We can now relate to the hatred and violence, being forced to shield from bullets entering our classroom, losing our classmates Helena Ramsey and Nicholas Doret. Helena Ramsey was the sweetest and nicest student, willing to help any and everyone with their homework. She loved reading and listening to K-pop. Nicholas Doret was the captain of our school swim team. He earned a scholarship to the University of Indianapolis and had a beautiful smile that would light up the whole room. We will now continue to learn and share the importance of Holocaust history for our angels, Nicholas Doret and Helena Ramsey. Thank you.
Thank you, students, and Ms. Seamus for sharing those poignant words with us. All of you were provided with a memorial candle that Jewish people light to remember their relatives and friends who have died. Today, we would like to invite Mrs. Seamus and her students to light a memorial candle to remember those victims of the Holocaust, as well as all victims of hate, prejudice, and anti-Semitism throughout the world. In honor of the 17 fallen heroes of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, one of her students will be reading their names. We also ask that you light your candle as well. As we are lighting our candles, I ask for a moment of silence as we listen to a violin recording provided by Craig and Barbara Wiener, a violin that was used by Jewish prisoners to greet Jews who were transported to Nazi death camps as they disembarked from the cattle cars, creating a false sense of hope for these victims.
Alyssa Adladev, Martin Deque, Scott Beagle, Nicholas Doret, Aaron Weiss, Jamie Gutenberg, Chris Hickson, Luke Hoyer, Clara Locoran, Gina Montalto, Joaquin Oliver, Elena Petty, Meadow Polak, Helena Ramsey, Alec Shachter, Carmen Shentrup, Peter Wayne.
May this light be a reminder that every human being has value, deserves respect and appreciation, and although we may be different, love always conquers hate.
And now if we can have a picture with our students and our board members, our teachers, Craig and Barbara Weiner.
Can they go up? All right, everyone look this way. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, smile, very nice. Yep. Okay, thank you.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Madam Chair? Yes. I'll just wait 1 minute and then I'll commence.
Sure, that would be
Whatever
fine.
your-
Are your
the will of
student,
the-
are your students here?
They're going to be via video
Okay,
conference.
perfect. So Beacon, if you're ready with the connection to the students, Ms. Good is going to begin her presentation on a recognition of West Broward High's Raider team.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are on. I'm going to text you.
So this morning, Madam Chair, my colleagues, I have the wonderful opportunity to share some great news with everyone watching and listening. Very excited to recognize today our West Broward High's Raider team. And so if Beacon can, there they are. These are our West Broward High Raider team, and they're obviously Bobcats. They're this year's winning state champions for the Florida State Raider meet. So can we give them a round of applause, please? So I believe along with the students, joining us via conference, video conference, is Colonel Merkel. Is he there? And First Sergeant Ernest Sosa and First Sergeant David Torres. So hopefully they're there. It's hard to see everyone. And joining me here at the podium is the very, very proud principal of West Broward, Mr. Fatou, and also Colonel Green. So if I can ask Colonel Green first to kind of share his perspective of how really difficult it is and what of achievement these students did by winning that state meet. So Colonel Green.
Thank you, ma'am. To the chair, school board members, Mr. Runcie, Ms. Brown, Sean, thank you all. This is a very great opportunity for our cadets to go out and show their physical fitness and prowess. It takes a lot of dedication, as you can imagine, a lot of commitment, and it is very easy to quit doing some of the things they do. But if you look at the group on the screen there, West Broward team, they've been doing this for a while, and it's pretty much a year-round sport where their physical fitness, as well as their diet and exercise, is all a part of it. So it's a very grueling sport, and we just thank you all for the great job you did in representing Broward County.
And if I could have Principal Fatou also share some words of his fellow students.
Well, thank you, everyone, for having us here and honoring us today, Superintendent Runcie and the board, and Dr. Wanza and Mr. Sarah and Colonel Green and Ms. Good. So first, I want to say congratulations to First Sergeant Sosa for your leadership and your dedication to the students and the parents. And I know you guys put in a lot of hours, and you know how I love you, and you know, I'm just honored to be your principal and be part of that. Students, thank you once again for your academic achievements, because I know I can speak to that on and on and on and on, but your dedication to the extracurricular and to each other as a family is big. So congratulations. The boys Raider team was state champions, and I know the girls were in second, but as a group, you guys achieved and you succeeded, and we're very proud of you, the West Broward community, and the school board. So thank you.
So I know some of my colleagues have gone to JROTC meets, and we all know how strenuous it is, and it's really takes a great deal of dedication and training, not only for the students and our JROTC leadership, but also the parents, because it is a team effort, and the entire community supports these students throughout their time at these meets. And so I just want to also take the time to thank the parents and also Mr. Serra and Ms. Santiago, who are here, who support these programs, because as we know, the JROTC program, these students not only exceed within that program, but they also exceed academically. So we're always proud. If I could just take a quick moment, I think Beacon was kind enough to put together a very short clip of some of their activities at the meet. So students, I hope you could see it, and if Beacon could kindly show the short clip, we'd appreciate it. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. It was a little hard to see, but as you could tell, the students had to push a big, big tire. And I could tell you, I drive a Mini Cooper, and I couldn't do that with my Mini Cooper tire, let alone that big tire. So congratulations. And if I can, just, Madam Chair, quickly read the recognition. So West Broward High's Raider team winning state championship at the Florida State Raider Meet, whereas we recognize the self-discipline and talent and time dedicated by the students in their training, and whereas on December 1st, 2018, the 6th Brigade JROTC hosted the Florida State Raider Meet in Lake Wales, Florida, and whereas over 70 teams from across the state competed in this meet, and whereas under the leadership of First Sergeant Ernest Sosa and West Broward High's male Raider team won the Florida State Raider Meet, and whereas this is the first time in Broward County Schools has finished first in the state, and whereas West Broward High finished second in the female category. Way to go, girl power! Yes. And whereas West Broward High finished 5th in the mixed category. So now therefore I, Patricia Good, school board member for District 2 and proud Bobcat fan, on behalf of my school board, Florida, am proud to recognize and congratulate West Broward High's male Raider team for their outstanding performance and state championship. Congratulations, Bobcats. And again, thank you to Beacon for putting that clip together. Is there any one of the students in particular that you would like to say anything? Anyone want to take a leadership role and just say one word?
I would just like to say how proud I am of all of the dedication and commitment that each and every one of these Raiders show. They represented West Broward very well, and I'm very proud to be part of this team.
Well said. Congratulations. And if I could just have my colleagues take one quick photo with Principal Fatou and Colonel Green in the proclamation.
Yes, I think Ms. Korn has a comment.
Ms. Korn?
I just wanted to share, having been asked to flip a tire before myself, I've always wondered, why do you take something round and flip it the wrong direction? But I have to say, this truly is a feat, and I am just being a fan of going out and seeing. I know my colleagues watching competitions across the county, being able to achieve at this level is a true commitment from the top down, and for acknowledging the parents, as well as obviously our instructors and these students who plug away every single day and get to this level. Congratulations. It's very exciting.
Thank you. And again, a big thanks to Colonel Green, because we know that he's probably is the biggest fan of all these ROTC teams, and his leadership is very much appreciated. So thank you, Colonel Green. Thank you, ma'am. So a quick photo.
Our next presentation will be with Dr. Rosalind Osgood, David Watkins, Wanda Robinson, Cassandra Davis, and we're going to be recognizing Mentoring Month resolution and a presentation. I see some of our fabulous Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders members here today. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie and school board members. It is with great pleasure that the Division of Student Support Initiatives and Recovery and the Office of Equity and Diversity bring forward our special recognition in support of National Mentoring Month. Will Broward School Board member, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, please join me at the podium. Thanks to the support of our superintendent and school board, Broward County Public Schools has developed a robust mentoring presence within our district. We recognize the value of providing our students with access to a variety of mentoring models to address their specific needs. Whether it's through the development of our signature program, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, Latinos in Action, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, or many of our other wonderful mentoring programs across the district, we have hundreds of students a day receive a lot of guidance and support, and the need through these premier programs, and then with one of our newest additions, 5,000 Role Models, to support all of our children throughout the district.
It is important that all populations of students feel supported and cared for, so we have increased our efforts to serve the needs of our female students. Let's take a moment to focus on some alarming national statistics for middle school girls. 9% are pregnant, 22% do not make it through high school, 27% have been or will be suicidal, 34% have eating disorders, 55% experiment with alcohol, drugs, or tobacco, and of those with low self-esteem, 25% resort to self-injurious behavior, and 75% report engaging in activities such as disordered eating, cutting, bullying, smoking, and drinking. Regardless of what statistics show, we know that 100% of girls don't know what they don't know. 100% of girls need the benefit of our experiences, and 100% of girls need love and support. Quality mentoring can provide love and support 100% of the time. In keeping with this reality, we are proud to share the success of a mentoring program specifically developed to address the needs of middle school Latina girls. This stellar mentoring program represents a collaboration between Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Broward County, Indian Ridge Middle School, and the Majures Latinas Mentoring Program for Girls. Ms. Myra Camino coordinates this program for Big Brothers and Big Sisters and was selected as the National Big Sister of the Year. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Camino for this accomplishment as she comes forth to share a little information about the program.
Good morning. Thank you, Superintendent Runcie and school board members, for allowing us to showcase this special and very unique program that we have. As I mentioned, I am the National Big Sister of the Year, so I'm very proud of that award. I've been a Big Sister for 14 years, but I'm also the case manager of this program at Indian Ridge Middle School. So with me, I have two of my matches. I have Natasha and Nazareth. They're sisters. I also have their mother here and two of my big sisters from Indian Ridge Middle School. This is a very unique program because these girls have been in the United States for 3 years, and when they came to this country, it was very difficult for them to get acclimated to the school system here. It's very different from what they are accustomed to, and the language has always been an issue. So the fact that we are able to match them with professional Latina women that can help them get acclimated to the school system here has been a huge success. So for myself, I get to see the impact of this program. So for the last 3 years, we have partnered with Mujeres Latinas and Ana Valladares. They have provided all of the these women who are business savvy. They have degrees from their country. Some of them are engineers. And so for them to be able to go into the school and help these young women learn math and just excel at language arts has been amazing. They also help these girls with social skills, how to make friends here. Some of these girls are very timid because of the language barrier. So just being able to learn how to make friends here. They've also helped some of the parents as well learn how the school system here works. And as a case manager, I'm also able to help the parents with any additional resources that they might need. So I just wanted to give the girls a few minutes just to kind of tell you what it has meant to them to have these big sisters. But just before I do that, I have a big sister that her little sister actually graduated from middle school, and the relationship continues. So just because they're matched in the school-based program doesn't mean the relationship ends. Some of these women have chosen to switch to our community program and to see their little sisters outside of the school system and to continue that friendship and that mentoring that they've been doing with the girls.
Hi, my name is Nathrid. I've been in the program for 2 years. I'm in 7th grade. The program helped me a lot with school and support and do my homework, and it's really good. Hi, my name is Natasha. I'm in 8th grade. I've been in the program for 3 years, and the program has helped me through middle school.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Ramsey, and board members. It's a pleasure for Mujeres Latinas to be here today featuring our program with Big Brothers Big Sisters, our mentees and our mentors. On behalf of all of us, on these wonderful women who mentor these children in our school system, and all of the people who make this possible, we want to thank you all for the support that we're getting. Especially board member Rich Levinson, because she had the vision 5 years ago, and through the data that she gathered through the school system, she approached us and asked us to implement this program. And it has been a success, and we continue to try to expand it. And we would love your support as we move forward. It is very important for our community to have these kind of programs. As you know, more than 4,000 children, 400,000 children in this county are under 18 years old. 49% of those are girls between the age of 5 and 17, and they need all our support. A lot of these children are food insecure today. They need all the help we can give them at all levels. So these kinds of programs that are basically holistic, gender-responsive, trauma-informed, and strength-based, who implement strength-based approaches, are supporting our girls, and we need to have more of those. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to be here today.
At this time, we're going to ask our school board member, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, to share some words with us.
Good day to the board members, to Mr. Wrightsey, to all of us that are here today. I love January and Mentoring Month and what we do in Broward County Schools. Thank you to all of my colleagues that we continue to make this a priority. All of us mentor young people in our own way, and it's just such an honor to be here doing this today. As we think about this whole thing of mentoring, it finds its genesis in Homer's Odyssey, when the king of Ithaca has to go to the Trojan War, and he finds a mentor for his son to get him through that time. As I was thinking about today and thinking about mentoring and what it really means, I was reminded of one of my mentors, the late Reverend Dr. Matt King Carter, who was a connoisseur of words. And so in my Dr. Carter spirit, I thought about mentoring, and I thought about the etymology of the word mentor that in the Greek, it's this whole notion of being a counselor or a thinker. And when you look at it in the Latin, in the causative root of it, it gives you this notion of admonishing. So it means one who shares wisdom, one who admonishes, one who counsels. And what I find so outstanding about Broward County Public Schools, not only do we model it as adults, we have created programs in our district that are peer mentoring programs where we are teaching our children as early as elementary school to be mentors, to provide wise counsel, to care for, to support, and encourage each other. And when I think about the scope of education here and how for us, it's beyond what's in the textbook or what's online, that we really go out of our way to teach our children techniques that they can model and that they can live in a way that as mentors, their behavior, their words, their support, counsel, and admonishing of each other is exemplary in the way that they function from day to day. So during this month, we honor all of those that partner with us. We honor all of those that mentor. I had an opportunity to be at Board H. Anderson High School last night for the MTL mentoring induction ceremony. I'm going to be at Stranahan on tomorrow for that ceremony. And I could just go on and on about the fabulous mentoring programs. I think I was most moved this morning as I was sitting in my car. I got here early. I got a phone call from one of my mentors, Maylene Hoshang, who is a student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. And she wanted to ask me a question. She really didn't want to ask me a question. She wanted to get me to agree with the decision that she had already made so she could tell her mom that I agreed with the decision or I gave her that advice. So not only do you teach mentors and mentees, but they teach you as well. So today we want to take a moment again to say thank you to all of the many organizations, the very diverse organizations and groups that we have here. Certainly want to salute one of my mentors in the person of Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who is the founder of 5,000 Role Models of Excellence, which we now have here in Broward County School as well. And Mr. Watkins and his staff gave me a long list of names that I'm not going to read because it's long and I don't want to miss anybody. And they also gave me this really, really large print, so I'm assuming that they're getting older, that they have to have it in such a large print. But thank you to all of you that mentor for the countless hours that you put in mentoring, all that you do here, to the Greek organizations that are not here today. And I would be remiss, Dr. Wanza, if I wouldn't say that today is National Alpha Kappa Alpha Founders Day, where we have a premier mentoring program. So I'm just excited today about mentoring. I see in the audience another one of my mentors that gives me a lot of political advice. State Representative Bobby DeVos is also here with us on today wearing that nice Kappa jacket. But we certainly, from the bottom of our heart, appreciate all of you that mentor, even our staff. A lot of them mentor in their time off as well. I think as we continue to support and care for each other and learn from each other, we continue to make the world a better place.
So I know that list is way too long for Dr. Osgood to read, but I do want to ask all of our community mentoring organizations that partner with our district, partner with our schools and our students to provide that extra layer of support. So we have a few of our community mentoring groups that are here, and I'm going to ask all of you to just please stand briefly and be recognized. And I will just say a few of the names. We have Tracy Carter from South Florida Cares Mentoring Movement, Jabrina Thompson from Royalty Mentoring, Benisa Forte for Ethnocentricity Dance and Mentoring Program, Amanda Frey and Carrie Garcia from Take Stock in Children, Benjamin Peters of Women of Tomorrow, Anna Cedeno, Myra Camino, Lisbeth Moore-Brun, and Maria Salas of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Broward. We have the Indian Ridge, the presentation that you saw. We also have with us our mile marker student ambassadors that you see here in the front. We have Ramika Robinson, Alessa Levy from Nova Southeastern. We have our America Reads, America Counts. We have Ms. Hope from Fort Lauderdale Community Center. We have Glenda Townsley from OK Institute. Michelle Shirley from Be Strong International. Helen Leach from Mental Health Association of South Florida. And we heard from Bobby DuBose, but he also works very closely with us through our Kappa League and our young men that are in that program, the Yo Jeff, LaToya Cardi, and our Fleet Mentoring Program at Terravella High School. So we'd just like to thank all of our mentoring programs and support that you provide to Broward County Public Schools.
And now for our mentoring proclamation. Whereas the superintendent acknowledges the quality mentoring programs, acknowledges that quality mentoring programs are proven to build relationships that help improve school attendance and academic achievement, promote responsible decision-making, and provide skills to better navigate relationships at school, socially, and at home. And whereas the Broward County Public Schools recognizes the mental health crisis impacting students who may be experiencing trauma, discrimination, family stressors, or abuse, and research indicates that the strongest benefit of mentoring, which is most consistent across risk groups, is the reduction in depressive symptoms. And whereas mentoring programs have shown to be effective in combating school violence and discipline problems, reducing bullying behaviors, substance abuse, incarceration, and truancy. And whereas Broward County Public Schools understands that as a community, we must commit to not leaving these powerful relationships to chance, and that National Mentoring Month is an opportunity to raise public awareness of the importance of mentoring, recognize the dedicated individuals and the community and faith-based organizations who support mentoring, and encourage citizens to help build a brighter future for Broward County's youth through mentoring. And whereas research shows that young people who were at risk for not completing high school but were matched with a mentor had better school attendance and were 55% more likely to be enrolled in college, more than twice as likely to say they held a leadership position in a club or sports team, and 78% more likely to volunteer in their communities. And whereas youth development experts agree that mentoring is critical to social, emotional, and cognitive development of youth, helping them navigate the path to adulthood more successfully. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida, proclaims January 2019 as National Mentoring Month and call upon the people of Broward County to recognize the importance of mentoring to improve the lives of all students, to look for opportunities to serve as mentors in Broward County Public Schools, and to observe this month with appropriate activities and programs. Given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 15th day, January 2019, the School Board of Broward County, Heather Brinkworth, Chair, and Mr. Robert Runcie, Superintendent. Thank you again to all of our mentors and all that you do to make a difference in the life of our children. And you guys got to indulge me for a moment, because when our students were recognized, you guys didn't give them their proper due. So can you guys put your hands together and give it up for all of our wonderful young people? Come on, we can do better than that. Can we celebrate these awesome young people that are here today? gonna take a photo, and board members, it probably would be easier if you just stay where you are, and then everybody else, all of our mentoring programs fill in.
Okay, and I think some of our colleagues have comments.
Okay.
We'll start with Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to thank Mujeres Latinas once again for their involvement with our students and our at-risk Hispanic females. This is something that was started. It's the only one of its kind, and we're really looking forward to expanding it. So I also want to thank Big Brothers Big Sisters, who has come on to work with us, and it's very exciting. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't specially mention Take Stock in Children. Take Stock in Children has been in Broward County Public Schools for over 20 years, has mentored thousands of our students, hundreds each year. So I just want to take a moment to recognize Amanda Fry, the director in Broward, and the work that Take Stock does for so many of our students in Broward County Public Schools and throughout the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And in addition to what my colleagues said, and also Dr. Osgood, it's so exciting to see these students here. I myself have really seen it firsthand with Mujeres Latina and MTL, 5,000 Role Models, and Latinos in Action. And I'll say that just recently, I don't know if any of my colleagues saw it, but one of the MTL students at Miramar High School was in the news for all the great reasons. He himself, along with his mother, cooked meals and served them to the homeless community. And it's leadership opportunities such as that these mentoring programs teach our students. It just makes them better individuals and share kindness and care to others. And so to all the students that are here, I find you to be remarkable to be in these programs, and you're excelling each and every day. And to those that are in the audience who help support these mentoring programs, thank you, thank you, thank you, because it is changing lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Big Brothers and Big Sisters is near and dear to my heart. It's a wonderful program, and congratulations to you. It's a wonderful group, and very big in corporations getting involved, businesses. I was working for the Sun Sentinel back then, and my husband for a city, but American Express had a huge amount of people that did amazing mentorship. So thank you for all of our groups and our hardworking staff, because making a difference one day at a time with one child is what it's about. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I neglected to thank Wanda Robinson. She has been involved with so many. As you can hear, she's been involved with so many of these groups in truly making a difference for our students. So thank you, Wanda.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I also want to thank Wanda Robinson, because I actually started out as a Broward County mentor because of her, and transitioned to Take Stock and do both. And I want to thank also Big Brothers and Big Sisters and Anna. You guys, I've learned a lot about the history about Big Brothers and Sisters and how long you've been around nationally. And it's amazing because mentoring builds lifelong relationships. So it has been an amazing experience to be a mentor. And to all the mentors in the audience, and I know Dr. Osgood mentors like schools, I think, pretty much, right? She's amazing as well. Schools of children. I want to thank you, because it really, it's a labor of love for you. You leave your job, your family sometimes, to give your heart to one of our students, and it truly makes a difference, and it takes a village. And what's so special about mentoring tomorrow's leaders is that the students are the mentors. And I talk to my mentors, and sometimes they look at me like, yeah, do you know you're 46? I don't think you really know what's going on. But I do, sort of. But I think it's more important for them to hear from their peers, because you have like that credibility that adults don't always have with teenagers. So it's a very unique and special program, and I applaud you for taking that leadership role in your school and helping those students, achieve what you've achieved. And I just want to thank everyone in the room. I think this is the best part of Broward County Public Schools. I don't see our AKAs and our Deltas, although Bobby's here representing the fraternities. Oh, there's the Delta. Wait, the AKA, there's the AKA.
I just have to be present. I don't have to say a word.
I love it's hilarious when you call it out, the competition. But this is what makes Broward County Schools unique. It's not just about taking, we say it takes a village, but this community time and again steps up to take care of our students. So thank you so much, and a big shout out to Take Stock and David Watkins, and thank you all so much.
Thank you. Our General Counsel, Ms. Myrick, has a comment.
Well, I wanted to comment about how beautiful these young people looked up front with their coats and ties on, but I was just hoping that maybe next year they could have garnet and gold ties instead of orange and blue.
That is a dragon representing over there, just so you know. Yes, Dr. Osgood?
You have a comment?
I have one comment, yes. So I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all of those in the community that serve as mentors, all of the organizations that help us with the initiatives that we put into our schools, and thank you to our students who serve as mentors, and those of them that step up to be mentees as well. I think that there is nothing more important than a relationship between two people and helping drive both of them forward. And I know that as mentors, you learn as much as you do sometimes, if not more, as mentees. So I don't want to miss this opportunity for either Dr. Osgood or staff to use this platform to invite and give the opportunity for others to join as mentors, whether they be students or members of the community. So if we could share some information about that now, I think that would be appropriate before we take a photo.
I was going to do that in my closing, but I don't want Wanda to get in trouble, so I want to also thank Mr. Watkins and Ms. Pope, because I don't want Wanda to get in trouble, so I need y'all to give it up for Mr. Watkins and Ms. Pope. And you have many ways that you could join us with mentoring. You can contact Mr. Watkins' department directly, or you can go online, but I'm going to do a special call out since she's here. We have the president of our NAACP, Ms. Marsha Ellison, here. So I'm just going to say it would be nice if we could get some NAACP clubs going and mentoring in our schools that would add and enhance what we are doing. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out. Since she's here, I'm just throwing it out there. But again, anybody that's interested in mentoring, you want to mentor young people, we literally have thousands of them that we can match you with, and we will support and work and do what we can to make those connections. Thank you. So we're going to take a photo. Board members, if you could kind of stand at your seat, and young people, if you could just go around to this area here, and all of the different groups, if you could come. We all got to pack in right here.
So our next presentation is going to be the resolution in support of the Arts Education Partnership between the school board of Broward County and the Broward County Cultural Division. And our chair, Ms. Brinkworth, is going to take this one on for us.
Good morning. Good morning. So this morning, we'll give it about 10 more seconds. This morning, I have the great honor and privilege of bringing a resolution before you in support of the partnership that we have with the Broward Cultural Division. And I am so happy to be joined by Ms. Grace Cool this morning. And we get to serve on the Broward, I serve on the Broward Cultural Council at the will of the board, and it's my privilege to work with you and to have meetings and discuss things that are about the arts. So this morning, I also want to recognize we have Donna Haynes, Joe Lukauer, and obviously Susie Kantrick is here. They are the district people that support arts, as well as our fabulous arts teachers within our, yes, let's give them a round of applause. As well as our fabulous arts teachers, and it's through partnerships like the one that we have with the Cultural Division that we really are able to bring robust, imaginative, and engaging programs to our students. So I'm going to give Grace the opportunity to talk a little bit about the partnership, and then I'll read the resolution.
Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Runcie. It's always an honor to stand before you on behalf of the Broward County Cultural Division to recognize our 30-plus year partnership to advance educational achievement, social and emotional growth, health and wellness, inclusivity, and equity through the arts. It's incredible how this partnership has expanded and become so much stronger, beginning with the artist residencies in school, the Arts Teacher of the Year program, Kennedy Center Partners in Education, and the Broward Cultural Council, evolving to include innovative programs, early learning and language acquisition, turnaround arts, education through cultural and heritage tourism, arts and public health, and the South Florida Gifted and Talented Symposium. Our partnership is more comprehensive than ever, and it is a pleasure for us at the Cultural Division to work with you to provide educators, students, families, and other partners with greater access to arts and cultural experiences, professional development and training, and parent and family engagement. I'd like to give special thanks to Joe Lukauer and Donna Haynes, Laura Glick, Dr. Lori Canning, and Lane Polikoff for their incredible efforts to support our work. In these tumultuous times, now more than ever, the innovation and impact the arts bring to our schools and communities are a key to transforming our perceptions about what is possible and elevating our expectations of what is achievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. And just for those that are out there listening, you know, often when we are out in the community, sometimes people will make comments about the arts and what's happened over the years with arts in our schools. And I'm here to tell you, standing beside Grace, and I know my colleagues know this as well, the arts are alive and well in Broward County Public Schools, and I encourage all of you to come out and see that for yourselves. See that in the events that we have with the superintendent's art exhibit, or the honor chorus, or the honor band, or arts teacher of the year events. There are many opportunities for the community to see how alive the arts are here in Broward County. I don't know if anyone else from our departments wanted to make any comments. I know everybody's trying to help us make a little bit of time up here today. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution in support of the Arts Education Partnership between the School Board of Broward County and the Broward County Cultural Division. Whereas, for more than 30 years, the School Board of Broward County, Florida and the Broward County Cultural Division have worked in partnership to support arts education in Broward County Public Schools. And whereas K-12 students are provided with arts education experiences that take place during and after school, and educators, administrators, and staff are provided with professional development in the arts integration to cultivate development of the whole child and strengthen parent and family engagement. And whereas a member of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is appointed to serve on the Broward Cultural Council, a a 24-member council established in 1977 by the Broward County Commission. The council is the central coordinating agency for the arts, serving as liaison between cultural organizations, government agencies, and the private sector, and whereas, since 1993, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Broward County Cultural Division, along with the Broward Center for the Performing Arts, have participated in the Kennedy Center Partners in Education program to develop and expand educational partnerships with the school system, and whereas partnership activities between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and Broward County Cultural Division expanded to include the South Florida Gifted and Talented Symposium, Turnaround Arts, Kid Culture, Florida Center for Arts Integration and Education through Cultural Heritage Tourism, and now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida, in conjunction with arts education providers across the state, hereby supports that the arts are important to the quality of life in schools and communities, and urges all schools, centers, and departments to support the partnership between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the Broward County Cultural Division, given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 15th day of January 2019. Just before we take comments, I want you to please give a little plug for Arts Educator of the Year, if you have the time frame for when applications are due and when the event is.
Well, we're currently revamping the program, so it takes place with National Arts Education Week every September of the year. So it looks like we'll be launching that season in August.
Okay, awesome. Yes, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, I wanted to thank you for bringing this item forward, and I also want to thank you, Grace. I've had the good fortune of working with you since I've been on the board, and your passion for the arts is exhilarating and spreads to those around you, and I want to thank the Broward County Cultural Division for the wonderful partnership that they have with Broward County Public Schools. As a school board, we truly believe in educating the whole child, and through our arts programs, we are able to do that, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. We could take a picture. Okay. That would be great. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a picture. Come on, all of you. Okay, I think that concludes our morning presentations. And we are going to take back up with the separated names for G3. So if I could have a motion and a second to bring those back.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Dr. Osgood. Audience input, pardon me, on the separated names for item G3? Okay, I'll take input from my colleagues. I believe Ms. Bartleman is the one who made the motion to separate, so I'll start with her.
Yes. Okay, so I read some of the staff's responses. I wanted to know how you determined the 145, Mr. Runcie, for the salary increase for the chief information officer and the chief facilities. How did you determine that number?
All right. Thanks, Ms. Bartleman. So let me provide some context, because when we do these things, unfortunately, there's misleading information and interpretation around what we're doing here. So there are two purposes of this. One is to continue the work, the momentum of the work that needs to be done. As you know, there's some very critical work that we're doing relative to safety priorities. A lot of those are being managed through IT because they're technology related, whether it be the radios and repeaters, the intercom systems, or the surveillance cameras. So we want to make sure that we can continue that work. The second thing is trying to do this in a way, recognizing the climate we're in so that we can save money. So if you look at what we did, the individuals that were in these positions were making in excess of $195,000, $196,000. These individuals that are in there at the rate that their salary is structured is about 26% less than that. The other thing I would tell you is that these positions are, as you know, are task assigned positions, which means they are temporary assignments. They can only go for a maximum of 180 days, which means when you look at the annualized increase, you actually have to cut that in half. So these folks aren't getting, 20, 30% increases. That's false. What we're doing here is paying, and I'll focus on a couple individuals, are the chief facilities piece and the technology one. Between those two individuals, basically what we're doing is we're asking them to perform the job that they're currently doing. We're not backfilling those jobs, and take on the additional responsibilities of individuals that have, essentially moved on from the district. So we're paying both of those individuals combined somewhere around $29,000, $30,000, and they're going to continue doing their job and assume the responsibilities of a couple positions that paid almost $200,000 apiece. The net impact on the district just over 6 months, if they were to stay in those roles, is a savings of about $170,000. That's what the story is. That's the equivalent of giving teachers in the average elementary school an 8 to 10% increase for every teacher in ESP in the school. That is a good business decision. There's no business person, there's no taxpayer that would want us to do something different than that. It makes sense for us to do it, and that's why I presented it to the board. In addition to that, and we haven't gotten around to it, I believe that there's some other long-term savings that we may have as a result of bringing on a new chief of school safety and security position. As we consolidate some of these things, we may not need one of these positions for a longer-term period. So again, this was done in order for us to be able to do that. Relative to the rate that they're at, we worked that through with our compensation department. One of them was a little bit lower than the other, specifically Chief May. One of the issues I know that we constantly talk about in this organization is gender equity. So I increased hers to be equal to Mr. Bradford so that we could ensure that we weren't having disparities in gender as we have for people taking on such senior level responsibilities. So that's the calculus, that's the logic that went into what you have in front of you today.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. The second question I have to do has to do with I'm concerned about the chief fire official having two duties, running one of the biggest departments in the district, and also the duties of a chief fire official, which is very, very important, very different, and the qualifications are incredibly, I spoke to you already that I had some concerns about the qualifications about being the chief facilities officer for the 6th largest district from a fire marshal, and you said that
Ms. Bartman, please use your microphone.
that she had some experience, and I want to hear about that experience. And I want to know is how can both, since chief fire official has to do paramount, it's the safety of our students, how she's going to be able to do both jobs full-time when that job is so important.
So as this board knows, and we've certainly communicated to the community, so I'll remind everyone that we recently elevated an individual to an executive director position to manage, lead the Smart Bond program. That's Frank Girardi. I think we all concur that was the right move to make, and that's moving that program forward. That move has significantly reduced, I think, the burden on whoever the chief facilities officer is. So a lot of the work that needs to be done is really around environmental safety, fire safety, which the chief fire official currently does. And then there's PPO. And so that's kind of like the big ad, really, is PPO, and continue to make sure some of those projects are moving along. Again, what I will tell you is that I believe that in the near future, as we bring the chief of school safety and emergency preparedness on board, that's going to create further opportunities for potential consolidation and savings. I haven't fully determined that at this point, but that is something that we are going to assess. I fully discussed this with Chief May, certainly talked to Mr. Girardi about this. I think we're in a very different position in terms of what's needed in a chief facility role, given the changes that we've made in the recent past.
Okay, so we amended the salary handbook a while back to, it was supposed to be no more than 10%, and then we amended it. And so, go ahead.
Yeah, so we amended it because it was creating issues that you heard from employees, you heard from our unions and collective bargaining folks, that we had a fairly significant issue that just continued to perpetuate in the organization. That was significant discrepancies between what we call internal candidates and external candidates for the job. And the work is the work. And we felt that it was unfair to our employees that they would go into a role and that they were limited and capped in that role based on some policy that set limitations on them, when in fact there were no limitations on external candidates. So that's why that change was made. We thought it was fair. It was the right thing to do for our employees, and that's what we've been doing, given the direction that this board's given me and the administration.
Okay, and how long do you anticipate it's going to take HR to fill these positions? I'm a little...
Well, as you know, finding high-quality candidates is not an easy thing to do, but I will say I'm pleasantly surprised at the level of interest in senior-level people looking at Broward County Public Schools. Certainly, we've gotten lots of national attention, and I think there are folks out there that really want to help move the organization along. I would say for the facilities piece, that could take us some time. My goal is to try to get that filled before the end of this school year. Again, on the that's the IT piece. On the facilities side, we need to kind of do an evaluation of where we are once I bring this board a recommendation on the chief of school safety, security, and emergency preparedness. I'd like to also let this board know that we have been interviewing candidates. We're down to 2 finalists. I've heard they're promising candidates. We actually are gonna, I'm gonna personally interview those candidates this week. Believe it's Thursday. And then I've also I had a good conversation with the new sheriff last night, and I've asked him to actually help me screen those candidates, because certainly this is an individual that's going to be working very closely with law enforcement. He's agreed to do that, so we'll have that done this week. So I intend to bring that position to this board in short order. Once we have that individual on board, we will make some assessment of what we do relative to this facilities area, because a number of those departments are what we call security and safety related functions, which we've already identified to this board. We're going to consolidate under that new leadership. So that create some interesting opportunities, maybe some additional longer-term savings in that area, which again allows us to put more money back into general fund as we're really scrambling and working hard with our CFO to find money so that we can give teachers and employees some raise, because as you know, we only got 47-cent increase per student from the legislature last year.
When you were speaking of consolidating facilities, are you talking specifically about the fire
Well,
marshal
let me
position?
just say this. I don't want
Excuse me for just a minute. You really need to focus
Okay,
on
when
being
you
in your
when you were
microphone.
speaking about the consolidating the facilities, were you speaking about the chief fire official or
So what we
or
said,
the SIU? Because the SIU is a natural
SIU is
fit.
not in facility. So
No, I know, that's why I'm asking.
that's all. So I was speaking specifically related to this item, and I'm talking about facilities and IT now. That's what we were talking. So I'm talking about facilities, and within facilities, we have chief fire marshal, we have environmental safety and security. There's one other, and we got risk management. So we were going to consolidate all of those under the new chief of school safety and security, as well as add additional capacity that would allow us to provide oversight, training, and direction to school-based safety staff in this district so that we have consistency in how they're conducting their roles, right? That was the whole objective of doing that. When we actually move forward and make that type of consolidation and create those synergies, we need to relook at what's going on in the facility space, because all you're going to have at that point is PPO and the execution of the Smart Bond program.
Okay, I see
All
where
right?
you're going now. Okay.
And so anyway, depending on what we do there, there's a possibility that there could even be longer term savings. But look, let's go back to the original net outcome of these positions that are in front of you today. Just with the two positions I mentioned, that is going to bring significant savings, again, and allow us to continue the momentum of the work that we're doing. There's a couple other positions. I didn't address those because I thought you were focusing on these two, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, all right, so I'll hear from my colleagues now.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert, followed by Ms. Salada.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Rupert as far as having an issue with our chief fire official, Mary Ann May, also doing the same job as the chief facilities officer. I think those are two major positions, and I see a conflict there. I also feel that, you know, as a school board member and being a good stewardship of the district's money, that when we go to our teachers and our principals and assistant principals and we say that we don't have money for pay raises, I find it, I just feel that they are constantly going above and beyond their job, and they do it and they do not get paid more money. So I cannot support these increases. And I feel that there will be a more sense of urgency to fill these positions with qualified candidates.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman, for asking most of my questions, and Mr. Runcie for his response as well. I'm not going to get in the weeds where we're not supposed to be. Mine are just general questions, which is, what is the criteria or the reasons used for these candidates being on the board?
On the board?
I'm sorry, furnished to the board.
What do you mean, what's the reason for them? The reason is to...
Their qualifications.
Their qualifications? Well, one, they have knowledge and experience in the areas that we are task assigning them in. Mr. Bradford has been working in IT, running all of IT operations. He took over from an individual, I forget the name of individual that had retired. What was Brian Sullivan. So he's been in IT doing that. That's a very significant role, running all the operations in technology. So I think that makes him qualified. Ms. May is our chief fire official. She works with all of the various facilities related units. and prior to coming to the district, she has even functioned in a facilities leadership role. So I had no concern on a short-term basis, which is what these positions are, to be able to have some individuals that serve as the point persons that we can hold accountable to help push through some very important initiatives that we have in these areas, do it in a way that creates cost savings, and to Ms. Aldef's point, create monies that can go back into the general fund to help support teacher raises and increases. So that's the, again, the rationale for that.
Thank you. And the one person that we have has been in our system for 8 months. And was there no other person in that particular job or colleagues that could have applied for this job? Or,
Right.
I mean, how did we get to?
So we got to that because I picked an individual based on, and that's what task assignments are, based on my consultation with the chief of information technology. That was Mr. Hunter. I had a conversation with him, HR, and that I felt was the best, and we really pressed on that to really think about who might be able to assume this role in the short term and move us forward. That's the recommendation we received, and that's the one I went with. So I didn't just go and, just randomly pick someone. It was really done based on consultation with the head of that department, which I think this board has had a good degree of confidence in their work. And so that's how I came to the conclusion and identified that individual.
I got it. And then at the end of the 6 months, which roughly puts us about the end of the fiscal year for reappointments, and because some of these candidates do not have the required minimum, at that time, they would not be able to actually apply.
If the candidates do not meet the minimum requirements for a job, they will not be eligible to apply for it. They can, but they wouldn't be considered if that is indeed the case. As I indicated earlier, the position for the IT one, we are going to be putting that out there in very short order to really get a search as best as we can. I've actually recently had a conversation with Mr. Hunter yesterday to get some assistance identifying some organizations and potential candidates that might be out there across the country and other districts that may be interested in moving to South Florida. So that one I can tell you for sure that we will be doing a search for that and hopefully finding a good qualified candidate that's willing to work in such a large, complex organization. And given the priority projects that we have on the table, it's got to be somebody that can help us to execute that well.
So I'm glad you gave us the update for, sorry, lost my train of thought. When it comes to the status at the end of the several months from now, the 6 months, can you tell me which ones you're already are in the hopper to be the final conversations, which I think with you said this week there would be.
No, so that's a different position. That's the
Correct.
Chief of School Safety and
Yeah,
Security.
yes.
So it's my expectation that if one of the finalists pan out,
Right.
we will be bringing a recommendation to the board probably in early February. That's my sense. We obviously have to go through our process where we've got to do reference checks, we got to do background checks, and sometimes that adds a couple weeks. But clearly, my sense is that we'll be bringing a candidate for that position to the school board in February.
Okay. And you have been all along searching for Chief Hutchinson's replacement, because he gave notice in
Well,
September.
you know what we said, and Mr. Moquin had mentioned this to the board already, that when the chief of this position comes in of school safety and security, that we were going to sit down with them, also in consultation with our independent security risk assessment firm, Safe Havens, and then begin to make some assessment of what the role of the chief would be, who manages our investigative unit, and depending on what that is, in short order, come back to this board with maybe a modified job description, modifying the role somewhat, because whatever happens, we need to make sure that there's harmony, synergy, and consistency across these roles that are related to school safety and security.
Okay, so.
So to answer that question,
Yes.
we will go out and recruit for that position after we bring the safety person on board and have some consultation to figure out what's the best approach and what's the best alignment for that particular unit.
Okay.
And can I just remind that my colleagues that those positions are not before us today. The only reason why that's part of the conversation is in his explanation
Right.
with how some of these other positions are going to play out in the future is the reorganization that might
Right.
occur.
I got it, Madam
Okay.
Chair, thank
Thank
you. So Chief Information Order, your officer, you're going to go out now and we'll be
That's
advertising.
correct, yep.
Chief Special Investigative Unit,
After we hire so we're gonna relook at that role and possibly modify it.
Got it.
But we'll come back to the board, obviously, to get direction before we do anything.
okay. So when he gave us notice in September and you knew what our plan was going into the latter part of the fiscal year, so they were going to successfully merge.
We knew that we needed to bring this position on board, and I think we've signaled that to board in conversations we've had about our overall enterprise risk management strategy, which we're putting in place.
Right.
That's what that solution is, and that's part of the $3.2 million out of the $30 million that the board allocated for security investments back in August.
Okay, and Chief Facilities now, you haven't been looking, or you did that several weeks ago when?
No, the chief facilities one, again, we will also look at that once that new role comes on. So I think that's a pivotal position for us to really think about how we move forward relative to school investigative unit, how we move forward in facilities, because it has direct impacts. I mean, a lot of what we do is, as you know, Ms. Rupert, we operate in a very connected frame, and and we're trying to obviously make sure we move away from silos, and we need to make decisions as such that we're not just thinking about individual units, but that we're thinking about collectively how they interact.
Okay,
And
HR?
Superintendent, I'm sorry, just the clarification. So we began recruitment in December prior to the winter break. A lot of the new conversations that the superintendent is sharing with you has allowed us to shift a lot of the thinking. So what he's sharing today, it needs to be noted that we did start recruitment in December for the IT position as well as the chief facilities position, but we are reevaluating
The
that
facilities
position.
piece. And we started that based on the communication I sent to the board when I gave you the announcement that, the resignations, that we would start to look immediately.
Okay, so the last part for me is HR. So we will advertise.
That's,
It's not on
this
today's
part. Oh, I'm
agenda.
sorry,
Yeah.
never mind.
But, I mean,
Let's not
Okay.
let's not
We
talk
don't need
about
to go
things that aren't
further.
part of the item.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good, followed by Ms. Levinson, then Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, before I start making some comments, I just wanted to understand, my colleague, Ms. Aludov, had included another position that was not a task assignment, but you didn't really speak to it.
Yeah.
If through the
Yeah, I had
chair-
some questions.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're asking for clarification for,
Yes, she didn't speak to it specifically, so before I address it, I just wanted to understand why she had pulled.
okay, that's fine, Mrs. Aludov.
I had some questions on it. So what is the total amount of the grant?
So just for the public, the position that is on the table being discussed now, it indicates that it's a grant-funded position.
And it's $5 million.
Can you explain the difference between the community liaison bilingual ESOL position and the specialist bilingual outreach program?
Sure, I have the director to come up and talk a little bit about the role.
So through the chair, if we could have the director, Ms. Vicky Saldala.
Yes. Good morning or good afternoon, Ms. Saldala.
Good
afternoon. Vicky Saldala, Director for Bilingual ESOL. So the community liaison position is not a org chart position. It's not an administrative position. It is what we call a below the line position. That position works with the community members, parents, students, whereas the position that is being brought forth to the board today for an appointment is an administrative position funded by the grant to oversee our entire bilingual parent outreach office that consists of about 10 staff members.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Holodoff. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say that, you know, certainly I can, you know, understand the pause that some of my colleagues feel, especially when it relates to any type of increase. I did want to ask Ms. Myrick, for the benefit of those here and my colleagues, again, under what circumstances are we allowed not to support this item in these appointments?
There are two reasons for good cause that you would not support, you could not support, well, you would be entitled not to support the superintendent's recommendations, and those would be moral disqualification and professional disqualification.
Okay. And under the task assignment category, the superintendent is allowed that flexibility with regard to the qualifications?
Yeah, I looked at your, the handbook that you approved about 2.5 years ago, I guess, and there's a difference between a task assignment and an acting assignment. The acting assignment specifically requires that the person meet the job requirements. I think part of that is because at the end, they could be appointed to the position. The task assignment is silent on there. It also talks in the task assignment paragraph that you can assign somebody to a task and not even have a job description. So you might, you know, assign somebody to do something that the superintendent needs to be done, but there's not a job description for that role, and you could do that. So given that it's silent on that, and given that that it's possible to appoint somebody in a task assignment without a job description, I believe the superintendent is within his authority to do what he's doing. And as he said, if these people don't meet the qualifications, they can apply for the job on a full-time basis.
I appreciate the clarification, and I also appreciate the clarification made by the superintendent on the narrative that is out there. You know, I was one of the individuals that raised concerns in the past regarding some significant pay increases, but this is a very different scenario where we have key positions within this district that are vital to our organization. I can't think of, no disrespect to anyone else, but these are vital positions to the success of this organization, and it is really essential that they have someone in these roles to provide whatever the necessary functions are for us to continue until such time that the positions are filled. I would ask the superintendent that, you know, with the assistance of HR, that we make it a priority to fill these positions because of the nature of the positions themselves. I also appreciate the fact of your comment regarding gender equity and the fact that you considered the individuals that you're considering. To me, I think it's probably one of the first times I've heard that comment, and I find it critically important that that's part of the thought process when we consider individuals to take on additional responsibilities than the ones they currently have. Certainly, based on the comments from our attorney, to not support the item, I don't feel that it meets what you just said, Ms. Myrick. So you know, I think it's, with regard to the position for the specialist in bilingual outreach, which is not a task assignment position, this position has been advertised numerous times. The individual that had the position, in my opinion, was also a vital administrative position to this district. She was essential to providing support within the community. She retired and is doing so well, but I can't think of a better person to fill her shoes, and they're going to be extremely tough, than Monica. I have personally seen her in the community. I have seen her in that role, probably filling the role in some fashion or another. There is a lack of Hispanic administrators within this district, and I would ask everyone to take a good look at that. And as the only Hispanic on this board, I feel very important to bring that topic up. So I thank you, Mr. Runcie, for considering her today and filling this position. I know that she will be a superstar, and I'm very supportive of that. And with regard to the other task assignments, again, I am concerned about the increases, but understand these increases. Very different from the increases that we had contemplated some time ago. And I would just, again, ask the superintendent to keep a tab on these positions. I know that you want to fill them as quickly as possible, but these positions cannot remain vacant for a day. There are responsibilities that are vital to this organization by each of these positions, and we need someone there to ensure that those roles and expectations are met. And I would just ask Mr. Runcie that if any one of these individuals, should this pass today, feel that they have taken on more than they can handle, that you bring something back to us to reconsider. But I don't believe that anyone that you've listed here would have taken on this additional responsibility, and certainly not without any additional compensation. And if should anything change, I would hope that you would just consider bringing it back to us.
Absolutely. So we will monitor that. These are individuals I will be meeting with weekly, regularly, to make sure that the important work that they are helping to oversee, that continues to move forward. I've also asked members of our cabinet to help to provide coaching and support to these individuals. So Mr. Bradford, I've asked Mr. Woods and Leslie Brown to provide support and help. You know, Leslie's a taskmaster type person. And Mr. Woods certainly has familiarity with the IT function as well. You know, again, we're trying to provide mentoring and support in areas we believe, because at the end of the day, we have to ensure that even for the short term, that those individuals are successful. The last thing I would say about this, just given the narratives that tend to fly out there relative to these type of things, I've asked our communications, public information officer, Kathy, to draft up information release that we will send out to all of our employees today, so that they have the appropriate context around these things, because it's typically them that actually pay a lot of attention to this. And I don't want our employees, I don't want our collective bargaining units to ever misinterpret what we're doing, even though it may be misinterpreted somewhere else. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson, followed by Ms. Cord, and then Dr. Osgood.
Yes. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Runcie, for that explanation. It's very concerning to me that there has been no differentiation between wage increases when you are in the same job and you're given a large increase versus a high-level administrative position where you are now doing 2 high-level administrative positions. They are night and day. There was an item that was brought to the last board meeting that I voted against, that were wage increases, and I spoke very strongly against that. That is not what this is. This is taking on a second high-level administration job, and as Mr. Runcie mentioned, at a cost savings to us. And I think it's very disheartening to have this conversation for our employees, because I think we are getting to a point where employees are not going to step forward and take these jobs. Who wants to go through this? Who wants their names smeared and out in the public because they're stepping forward to take on another full-time job for somewhere between $9,000 and $16,000 for 6 months? That is what it is, between $9,000 and $16,000 for 6 months' work. So I thank these employees for stepping forward to take a second high-level administrative job that is going to enable this district to save $165,000 over 6 months. So that is the perspective that we should be looking at this with. Again, if it was an increase for a job you were doing, I don't think there's an employee in this district that doesn't do more than one job. So when we talk about our teachers doing more than one job, it's across the board. People do more than they are expecting to do. That's the nature of working in a school system and the passion that everyone has around here for getting the work done for our students. So I think, again, people have to understand that it's a cost savings to the district, and these employees are stepping up for very little money to now do 2 high-level administrative jobs. And lastly, I want to thank my colleague for what she said about our specialist here, because I have had nothing but amazing experiences, and I know that she is going to do an exceptional job in this position and really shouldn't have been grouped in this item. So congratulations to you, and I look forward to the wonderful work that you'll be doing, Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues. I share your sentiments, Ms. Good and Ms. Levinson. I'm not going to be repetitive, but to me, that there isn't a comparison between taking on a task assignment at this level and taking on some additional roles in your day-to-day job. And I do thank those employees for stepping up and being willing to do that, because they are extremely challenging positions, especially at the time and place where we are in the district. With that said, I am concerned about the time frame of 6 months with this task assignment. And I know, Mr. Runcie, you do have the opportunity to make a 6-month placement, and I know that's within the realm of what task assignment is. At the same time, I would ask for you to contemplate whether or not you'd be willing to make these 3-month task assignments rather than 6 months. And the reason being twofold. One is I think it does create some additional immediacy, or if the right word is pressure, to make sure that we get through this hiring process. Obviously, we want to find the best individuals, but these are also critical positions for our district to have strong leadership in. And secondly, at the 3-month period, I think it would be appropriate for you to be able to come back just like you would at 6 months, but be able to say these individuals are performing well, and so you would like it to go on. And the reason I'm saying that differently for this, and I don't know if my colleagues necessarily agree, but the individuals we're putting in these roles aren't necessarily, and I don't know if they actually meet the criteria in terms of acting, but based on their roles now, I don't know that they would necessarily be able to fill these roles on a long-term basis. And so from a qualification perspective, I understand Mr. Runcie has the opportunity. I think he's done a good job finding individuals to do this on our behalf. I would just be more comfortable if Mr. Runcie would consider that. If not, sorry.
You want me to answer?
Well, I had a second question, but yes, if you want to address that.
So, no, I understand what you're saying. The challenge I have with that is what we know to be the reality of our hiring cycle. So let's say we were out there today looking for someone, we identify a candidate by the end of January. By the time we go and do the interviews and we actually go through the appropriate, things like references, background checks, et cetera, we're already beyond 3 months, basically. So realistically, even getting to 6 months is a tight window. I think that 6 months creates a significant sense of urgency. We're talking by the end of this school year, which actually really is 5 months because the board really doesn't meet in July. This is an urgent thing for us, but realistically, I'll just tell you, we're going to be back here in 3 months, if it's 3 months, because just even having somebody available, it may take that kind of window to be able to bring someone. As an example, I forget when we started the chief of school safety and security. What month did we put that out?
I do believe it's September.
Okay, so we put that
Yeah,
out in
it's September, I
September.
think.
We're able to identify some candidates. I think November we went through that, and then we started doing the interviews. So we're going to be at the end of January, basically selecting a candidate, sending them through background checks and everything. It's going to be sometime in February before you get them. So that's the only concern I have. I understand your point. I just will, just in terms of being realistic, I don't see any way that we would make the 3 months.
Okay, well, so I appreciate your response. What I would ask is this, that you be very cognizant of these roles over that 6-month period, and if at any point you take pause that the leadership you need, these are huge tasks that you're giving to these individuals, and as much as their willingness and desire to do it may be overwhelming, may just not be something that, is necessarily being performed at the same level that you'd like, and I certainly hope that that's not the case, and I certainly have faith in these individuals. At the same time, leadership is that critical. So I would hope you would come back and share with the district that you would like to, if you even needed to change that placement for that short period of time, I would ask that you be cognizant of do that. And then secondly, to Ms. Myrick, I know, to Ms. Good's point, that there are really only 2 ways in which a board member would not be able to support this. We've discussed this in the past, and then when we have board members who vote no, they don't make a statement as to which of those reasons they have grounds for being able to not support it. Is that necessary?
Not for individual board members. If the board itself did not approve one of his recommendations, they would need to state for the record the reasons why the superintendent's recommendation, but I don't believe one individual needs to do that.
So individuals don't have to necessarily meet this criteria of objecting, only the board itself corporately does.
Correct. I mean, I would recommend to board members that I would recommend that board members vote for the superintendent's recommendation unless they can identify one of these 2 characteristics, which are the immorality and the professional disqualifications. I don't think they need to make that public, but it would be inappropriate for a board member to vote against the superintendent's recommendation just because they don't like the person or they, think somebody else should be there or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood and then Ms. Bartleman.
Thank you, colleagues, for this rich conversation, and thank you to my colleagues, Ms. Bartleman and Ms. Rupert, that kind of led this conversation and asking these questions so that we can have this conversation in the public. So as we hold Mr. Runcie accountable for the decisions that he's making, we see a clear thought process. As I was sitting here, I was thinking about my days of teaching organizational behavior and organizational structure at Nova, and I am actually really happy to see us thinking through our decisions of restructuring and reorganizing the organization. We oftentimes in government find ourselves in this predicament where it's always a trade-off. Because we don't have the funding that's necessary to provide education on the level that we like, our superintendent continues to have to force himself to be innovative and looking for ways to meet the demands of the district while saving money and cutting back in different places as well. So as we think about this, I think oftentimes when we lay out these sheets, and I'm sitting here just thinking of being on the board 6 years now, maybe we want to add another step. Maybe we want to break out what the pay really is so that when this is looked at, it doesn't look like someone is getting some huge raise when they're in a task assignment for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. At the end of that, they will not have collected the full amount of an annual salary. And I think that oftentimes gets lost, and if you're not in this business and doing payroll and those kind of things, you just simply don't know. But I think today was good for us to talk through it, for Mr. Runcie to explain these decisions and what he's making, and again, to show leadership that continues to be innovative and look for ways to get us through very difficult moments and tough times. I am concerned about the individuals taking on such large responsibility. I appreciate them being willing to do it at the pay that they're willing to do it at. I probably would have asked for even more pay, to just be really honest. But they're taking on this responsibility to try to help us get through this time. And as much as I want us to hurry and do it, I also have some recollections of some hiring we did in the past where I feel like we rushed it and we didn't end up with the right people in the right position. So I would rather take our time, as we were reminded in our safety conversation yesterday of how we were commended for not rushing to make decisions that will really not ultimately give us the results that we want. I think we always have to be cognizant of that. We want the best qualified candidates with the right expertise in the positions to help us move forward. But in the transition, I would not like to have departments that don't have true leadership and heads of those departments. So I appreciate the task assignments, and I don't know how to accomplish this. As long as I've been in leadership in organizations, it always seems to be something that we all have to balance and deal with. It's very hard to take people out of it and just look at positions and decisions without looking at the people that are involved with it. Some people we laud, we celebrate, we have, results of their work. Some people are added to our team, are new people, and we may not know their work or the results, so we might not be as confident and as comfortable with those individuals. But at the end of the day, when we're making decisions, or the superintendent is making decisions, as board members, we have to do our best to not get bogged down with people. And I will be honest, I have some people that I probably think that shouldn't be a part of the team, but it's just my opinion. Ms. Brinkworth or Ms. Levinson may feel the direct opposite. It doesn't mean that, somebody's right and somebody's wrong. It's just our opinion. So I think as we move forward and have these conversations, we just need to remind ourselves, if we were the person on the other side. As Ms. Levinson said, someone, now doesn't want to go through, having to just have everything. And I remember I was out of town, and Ms. Pope, who so rightly needed to be promoted to another position, kind of made the news. And to me, I was very embarrassed by that, simply because we was doing the right thing, moving somebody in a position to have their pay aligned with all of the work that they had been doing for numerous of years. So as we continue to have these tough conversations, we have to be bold as leaders. We have to get the facts, and we have to be willing to support the other members of our team in a way that they feel valued and esteemed. And sometimes numbers can be misleading if they're not broken down. So I don't know, it might not be a common best practice in human relations, but maybe we could consider something when we're doing task assignments, that we give some kind of chart, a matrix that depicts a better picture of what a person is actually getting. I know people look at school board members and they think that we make a lot of money, but if we put it on an hourly basis, we probably make, about $1.75 per hour, if we was to do and I'm dead serious, if we was to really break our salary down in that way. So maybe we could portray the monies that the persons are receiving in a better way, that we don't just give the band and the actual annual salary, because if they're task assigned, they're not receiving that full amount of the annual salary. So when we lay it out in the way that we've laid it out, it can be very misleading and prompt conversations. Or, if I'm in a position in the organization and You know, I'm being told I can only get a 2% raise, and I see this huge difference in numbers. It's going to make me feel some kind of way. So I think we can be more accountable and responsible to all of our team and to the public if we find a way to better represent the actual earnings and what people are actually receiving when we're doing these task assignments.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mr. Chisholm, did you have something?
I think the
to
only
say?
thing I was going to add, I appreciate that through the chair, of course. I think the good component of that is very important, and it just further will, as an organization, allow us to further look at the equity challenges that we have, because the data will continue to reflect that there are equity issues. So we certainly, without any doubt, we look at that data on a regular basis. So when we bring these task assignments, it's not a big ask at all, because we have that data, and we will just incorporate that if it is the will of the board.
Thank you. Ms. Myrick?
Yes, I just wanted to further state that professional disqualification does not mean not meeting a job description. Professional disqualification under the court rulings that have come out, because the statutes don't define good cause, are issues regarding what are in the Code of Ethics, which are immorality, misconduct in office, incompetence, gross insubordination, willful neglect of duty, drunkenness, or conviction of a crime involving moral turpitude. So I don't want anybody to think that because someone might not meet the job description, that would be a reason for professional disqualification.
Thank you for that clarification. And before I go back to some of my colleagues who have indicated they'd like to speak again, I first want to say as chair, thank you to those of you who are being recommended for appointment today, for being patient while we have this discussion. Although it's not pleasant for you, it is important for the board to have an opportunity to ask questions, for the superintendent to respond, and to make sure that it's very clear what we're doing here today based on the recommendations the superintendent has brought to us. And I also want to echo the sentiments, Mr. Runcie, of my colleagues with regard to balancing the finding of the right candidate for the position with the expediency that's needed to get leaders in these roles. And one of the considerations that I'm thinking about is as we look forward to fiscal year 1920 and putting together the budgets for these departments and the whole organization and how you're going to restructure, just I know that you're looking for the right person, and I know you're looking for the right person in the shortest amount of time possible. So I tend to agree with Ms. Korn with regard to the time frame, but if there's not support for that across the larger board, then I understand. And I understand your comments with regard to the amount of time that it actually takes to source and put a person in place. Ms. Bartleman, followed by Ms. Hood.
Okay, first, I appreciate the comments from all of my peers. I also want to state that this has nothing to do with the individuals in these positions. They're all very good people. I, as a board member, it's my personal opinion, and I'm very concerned about the vacancies that exist in the cabinet. Chief Information Officer, we have HR coming up, Chief Facilities Officer, SIU. That's a problem for me. Let me finish. It's my opinion. Hold on, Mr. Runcie. I am very concerned, nothing against you, Ms. May, but Chief Fire Official is a very, very important position. And to do the other position concerns me. And I'm going to state that for the record, and I'm still going to have that concern. So there's nothing, I'm sorry I feel that way. That's how I feel. I also really dislike being told I can't vote for something or against something, which it's the law. So you've made that very clear, Ms. Myrick, that I don't have a choice. I have no issues with the bilingual position at all, Vicki. I'm very excited for her. So so knowing that I am not allowed to vote against this, knowing my concerns, I very much support Donna Korn's suggestion. Look, I get that it may not be, it may not happen in 3 months, it may happen in 6 months, but by making a motion like this, it brings in a level of accountability to the board for an update, for like, what's the progress? I strongly believe that we need that level of accountability with the vacancies that are occurring within this cabinet to make sure that things are filled. And even if you come back in 3 months and formally tell us, this is where we are in the process here, this is where we are in here, it's on the record for me as a board member, and it's on a record for the public. So, Donna, I would like you to make the motion, it's your motion, or however, if you're gonna call on her, I would like to someone needs to make the motion. I don't wanna take your motion, because I will support that, because it brings that level of accountability that I am looking for filling these positions. And even if you come back and you say, I'm gonna eliminate that position, fine. You will be on record, it will be an item for this board, and it's something that in the future, for all items, I would like to see more formalized accountability and correspondence with the board regarding some items. So I totally support this, and I'll let you make the motion, and I will second it and vote for it, and thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I think there is a little bit of question about how it could actually occur.
That's
based on
why-
the recommendation is coming from the superintendent to the
Right.
board. It's his recommendation to us. So I don't know if Ms. Myrick or Mr. Chisholm, you want to think about it for a second while Ms. Good asks the question, or if you have a response at this time.
My component through the chair may be helpful. What I think Mr. Runcie was sharing with you all, based on there not being a board meeting in July, we will be coming back to the school board in June. And I think the commitment here is that we can come to the first board meeting in June, and we're really not having a full 6 months.
Just to be clear, there is a board meeting in July. We are compelled by the law to have one meeting a month.
It would be
At the
beyond
end.
our 6 months,
Yes,
is what
okay. Thank
Well,
you.
basically, it's not early enough we would be beyond that period. So the goal, the objective here would be to come early in June. So I think we're somewhere in between the 90 days and the 180, so we're somewhere in the middle.
Can I follow up on what he just said?
Oh, based on my comment?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel, and I'm going to ask the attorney to think out of the box, I feel very strongly that we as a school board need to have a formalized process for follow-up on certain items so that it regularly comes before the board in a formal setting, whether it's this item, because this is of utmost importance to me and many of us, whether it's our MSD items that are going to be coming forward, our safety and security. At this point, there needs to be a formalized process and report that the superintendent doesn't just give this board. I'm not talking about a follow-up memo among hundreds of memos that we get every day in our email. I'm talking about a formalized system for him to, at a board meeting, as an item, give us that follow-up that we need.
Workshop.
And for the public. And not just Mr. Runcie, you do give follow-up on a workshop. I'm asking for even a greater level. Now, whether or not my other board members agree with me or not, that will be determined. But that's what I'm looking for as a board member, that I know an item's gonna come with progress reporting on items that this board feel are important. I think the 3 months, just to give me a formalized update and the public a formalized update, even if you're saying we're still going, I don't think there's any harm in that. But if we don't have it on the agenda, if we don't have it as some sort of formalized process, I'm concerned. And this is my opinion. This is where I'm at right now as a board member. I don't know how others feel. If it goes away, it goes away. But I really feel very strongly about this.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I believe Mr. Runcie has a response.
Yeah, and thanks, Ms. Bartleman. I certainly respect your opinion and the governance of this board. We can easily address that. I can do that as part of a superintendent's report. I'll do one in 3 months and give the board a status update on how the recruiting efforts are going relative to any of the positions that we've I discussed here today.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
Can it be an informational item on the agenda as opposed as mixed in with your report? Is that possible?
If this, I want to keep it to this specific item, so if we're talking about with regard to the task assignments,
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'd ask
asking
for you to respond to that, Mr. Runcie, if that's the idea of how you want to handle the situation.
I'm not sure where I need a item. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I need an item to give. Oh.
I would not recommend an item. There's already been discussion. I know we have it every month, but even I think Mrs. Korn a couple years ago, we have the item on the diversity that comes every month, and that's only informational. It really is not necessary. It can be part of the superintendent's report, or it could be part of a memo. I mean, the diversity project that comes through every month could be just part of a memo that goes to the board. I would really not recommend adding more information-only items to the agenda.
Wait, so are you taking away the diversity item?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that we have had discussions about it, and it is not something that is necessary to be an agenda item because it is only informational. You are not asked to make any decision about what's in that report. I think it's a good report that you get every month, and it is highlighted, but I, as your general counsel, would not recommend to the superintendent that he continue to add informational-only agenda items to the board.
But information
Ms.
agenda
Bartleman,
items, Ms.
if I could
Myrick?
just ask, let me just ask one quick question, though. I think the difficulty that we're having here is that we're straying beyond what this particular item is, and I want to make sure, I'm going to be very consistent as the chair to say we must stay on the item. I say it to the audience members, and I'm going to say it to you as my colleagues as well. So in asking for something with regard to these task assignments, I think that that's something that Ms. Korn had contemplated. It's something that I spoke on. I know we have several colleagues that still want to make a comment.
Okay.
So I think that
So to stay on the item.
you've made your point about what you would like to see, and that you agreed and you concurred with what Ms. Korn had to say. And you've heard a brief comment from the superintendent. I don't know, after hearing from our colleagues, if he's going to have something additional to say or make a different choice with regard to his recommendation. I don't know, but I don't want to go beyond the scope of what this item is.
Okay, so for this item, my final comment will be when she makes the motion for me, I would like it to be an informational item, because I don't agree with, because then it's public record. So that just like other informational items are public record for the public to see and have that level of accountability, I would like that. And
Okay,
so
just a
that's
reminder that every memo that we receive from the superintendent is public record. But I do agree that there is some level of conversation and discourse that has to be had in the public that is appropriate. I have Ms. Good, followed by Dr. Osgood, and then Ms. Levinson.
So I have two motions. My first motion is to separate the position of specialist bilingual outreach program for a separate vote.
Second.
I'm sorry, I missed the motion.
My motion is to separate the position of specialist bilingual outreach program grant-funded position from the discussion for a separate vote.
Okay, and it was seconded, motion made by Ms. Good, seconded by Ms. Levinson. All in favor of separating, public input on separating? Seeing none, any comment from my colleagues on separating? All in favor of separating, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Now we're going to vote on the item first. Hold on one second. Let's vote on it first. We're going to vote on her position first before we clap. We're going to be clapping very loudly in just a moment. So all those in favor of the separated position, if you could just read the title of the position because I don't have it in front of me.
It's a bilingual outreach program specialist.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving that position indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes unanimously. Congratulations. I don't know which board member was assigned
It was,
to.
I think Ms. Holodoff had it on her, or Ms. Bartleman, one of the two.
Ms. Bartleman, do you want to?
She is
Okay,
fine.
she's on Ms. Korn's
So
list.
at this time, I would like to congratulate our new specialist for bilingual outreach program, Monica Nelsis.
Thank you. And now back to the main motion. I will remind my colleagues that we were scheduled to have a closed-door lunch, working lunch, beginning at 12:30, and we have presentations beginning again at 1:30, and we do have a superintendent's report today. Yes, Ms. Good.
Yes, and with regard to the task assignments based on the conversations and also the comments by Mr. Chisholm, I'd like to ask Ms. Myrick if we're allowed to request the task assignments through the end of the fiscal year, which would make it through June 30th. And
Well, it's 6 months, and so it would be through the end of the fiscal year plus 2 weeks, I guess, for 6 weeks. For 6 months. So he
We're
would
already
have
in January, so you got February, March, April.
May, June, and 2 weeks of July. He would have to come to you before, at a June meeting
Yes,
to
ma'am.
make a change.
Yes.
So I actually don't think that it's necessary to have the motion if you don't want it, because he would have to come before you before the end of the fiscal year to make a change.
Because it
But
still falls within those 6 months?
because it falls within the 6 months.
Okay, because I was basing my comments on what Mr. Chisholm had said, so I thought it was beyond June, so that's why.
What I'm
What I
sharing
think
is,
what he was said is that he's gonna, their goal is to get it to you in June, the new hires in June, and that would be less than 6 months. I believe is what he was saying.
Corey, we're proactive, and it would take us through July, but because the board meeting is late in July, we would need to come to a June meeting if it's necessary to take us out for other 6 months.
I just thought it's less than 6 months, it's the fiscal year, so my motion is that we approve these tasks assignments through our fiscal year of June 30th.
And you may do that.
And that's my motion.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Yes, here's what's problematic for me now, is I have Dr. Osgood, who's been waiting to speak, and now we have a motion on the floor, so,
You're with the motion.
yes,
Yeah,
Dr.
my comment is to the motion.
Okay. Ms. Kern.
So I just wanted, because this was going to be my question, whether it was this, is if we have the designation that a task assignment is for defined as 6 months, and the recommendation is that, I asked Mr. Runcie if he would consider a lesser, which his response was basically he's confident in what he's proposed. Are we as a board allowed to change the duration of the task assignment?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Did you have a comment that is in relation to the motion, or shall I take a vote on the motion?
Take a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
So is this going to replace your motion for the 3 months?
There was no motion.
Are you planning, well, the motion for the, I've asked this
You
because.
can't ask that, you can't negotiate on the dais.
Oh, we can,
First of all,
excuse me,
I
just a
can ask
moment.
the
What we
question.
can do right now is we can take a vote on the motion, and then if you want to make another motion and see if you get a second, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because we try to work collectively, and since we're only talking 2 months, I was trying to make sure that there wasn't going to be another motion, so I know where to go, since that was going to be brought up. So thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor made by Ms. Good, seconded by Ms. Levinson, to have the task assignment last through the end of this fiscal year. All audience input on the motion? Any additional colleague input on the motion? I want to make sure I covered all my bases. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No. No.
Okay, do you need a roll call? Okay.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
No. No.
Okay, motion passes 5-3. So at this time, we are going to,
We have to vote on the amended motion.
but that's all we have left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Dr. Osgood has a comment on the main item before we take a vote.
Right. Listening at the conversation, and it kind of just, a light just went off in my head. When I have my monthly meetings with Mr. Runcie, I request whatever updates, whatever information, whatever I want, and I get it in those monthly meetings, and I deal with it in those monthly meetings. That is the way that I get information, that I'm always informed and updated. I probably request a lot of stuff that you may or may not be interested in, so I don't know what everybody else does, but I would suggest if you're not getting what you feel you need, as board members, just ask for it. I mean, I just kind of thought that's the way we operated around here. I was very concerned about the earlier discussion that we actually have to make something an agenda item to get information, unless there's something totally going on that I'm not aware of.
I think that what I perceived from the conversation was to have a public-facing conversation or a public-facing provision of information rather than within our individual meetings. I think that was the request, and I think that is the conversation that was being had.
Okay, so here, if that's the case, request it and copy everybody. Whenever we do that, it always ends up in the media. So that's a guaranteed way that it'll be public. That's just another process that you can take, since it doesn't seem like it's gonna become an agenda item. When we have something, we request it. If it's copied all, it ends up in the media sometimes within 30 minutes after we get it. So that's another way that could possibly help you get it out to the public if that's what you're trying to accomplish. But I just want to make sure what I heard Ms. Bottleman doing was asking for information, and I'm trying to figure out in my mind why she's not able to get it. So I do understand what you explained, Ms. Brinkworth, in trying to have the conversation publicly. But the public has a right to ask questions as well. If somebody feels like, you know, it's something that they want. I don't know that we've ever not been responsive to that. So I just want to share that I get it during my monthly meetings, and a good way to make anything public around here is just copy, you know, the board on the email, and it'll end up in the public just like that.
You finished?
I am.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Please remain on task, though.
I will. I'm just going to respond to Dr. Osgood. My comments were about just having the public face, so you know. Just like the diversity item that we put in the public face because we think it's that important, I feel that there are items and future items that need to be an information item for the public. I don't want to, I don't care if we want to CC as board members. I don't really think that's our job. I think that's the Public Information Office's job to communicate. But I think they're gonna be items that have public attention, that the public wants to know, and by formalizing it like we do the diversity report, which to me, I know the lawyer's been trying to stop that for a while, and I support that 100%, that it's public, because it's that important to the public that we have it on here. And there are going to be other items that I'm going to continue with this theme that are that important that they need to be an informational item. I'm disagreeing with our attorney, but there are serious issues that we're going to be addressing, and I think it's that important. Clearly, I lost this issue with the 3 months, but there are other ones regarding commission reports and other things that I think need to be informational items for all of us to see and not rely on me having to CC it. And I guess that's my point. It's just having that public saying, look, we're being very transparent. Here it is. This is our update. This is our matrix, just like we do every month with the MWBE stuff. So we can talk about it later, but it wasn't what you're thinking. I do have my meetings with him. I do discuss things with him, so. And he does share with me.
And my question is to Ms. Myrick this time. So, Ms. Myrick, if a board member wants information like that, is it appropriate to just ask Mr. Runcie to include it in his superintendent's report?
You certainly could do that, yes. I'm just saying that agenda items are things that
I
you
get it.
approve or not
Yeah,
approve,
I get
that's
exactly
all.
what you're saying, but if a board member wants that information, we can just ask Mr. Runcie to include it.
Exactly.
Because Ms. Balderman may have a specific thing that she wants. All of us technically could have something different that we won't share it with the public. So if we just ask Mr. Runcie to include it in his superintendent's report, then he's sharing accurate information and we're getting it on a regular basis. The public could contact any one of us and want to know something. And the reason I'm pressing this because, frankly, I'm tired of all the fake news. So if we implement this in a place and we're able to get facts from the superintendent, then it helps us mitigate having to respond all the time to things that are sometimes out in the public that are not accurate. So we would just send him a memo requesting it, Ms. Myrick, or what do you recommend?
Yes, just either in your monthly meeting or send him a memo that you would like him to address this during his report during an open board meeting.
Okay. Ms. Bottoman, does that meet what you're asking for?
Not when it comes to the MSD Commission report.
I
can't talk about it
Okay,
now.
I'm done, Ms. Bottoman.
Okay.
I'm done.
Mr. Runcie?
Well, if she's saying that, Ms. Brinkworth, I sent the memo requesting us to meet with the MSD Commission.
Which
and-
has
And I haven't gotten a
I'm gonna
response.
ask,
I
I'm gonna
sent it
ask
in the
again.
November.
Yes, and we have to stay on the topic.
And I appreciate you asking this question.
We have to stay on the topic of task assignment. So, Mr. Runcie, did you have a comment with regard to these task assignments and the vote that we're about to take on this item?
Yes, and I understand some of the larger issues in providing reports and so forth for that. We sent the board members an email yesterday, and just FYI for the public, it's our intent and plan at this time to do a informational press type event this Thursday on the status of the MSD report. So more to come on that. So we're clearly trying to make sure that we're as transparent as possible with the public. And so you should have received that, Ms. Bartleman. Relative to doing regular updates on HR personnel matters, the more we keep doing that, it's going to make it difficult for us to get candidates, right? No one's going to want to work here if I got to come in here every month and say, hey, you know what, we got so-and-so applying for this job. This is where we are in the status. That's not, I don't believe that's what we want to be doing in some public forum. So that's my comment on that.
Okay. At this time, we are going to, unless there is further conversation from my colleagues, we're going to take a vote. Ms. Myrick and Mr. Moquin, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only items that are left in the G3 are the task assignment for Chief Information Officer, Chief Special Investigative Unit, and Chief of Facilities Officer. Is that correct?
Correct. You're voting on those as amended based on Ms. Good's motion that was approved 5-3.
Thank you. And those are the only three that are included in this item as we sit here now. So I'd like to ask for vote all those in favor of the three task assignment roles as indicated into the record just a second ago for the time period through the end of this fiscal year. Please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes unanimously. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we recognize the employees?
We can certainly recognize them. They've been waiting a very long time.
I would like to recognize Matthew Bradford, Task Assignment Chief Information Officer. And this gentleman always steps up. I think this is his second time, and he does a great job. Craig Kowalski, Task Assignment Chief Special Investigative Unit.
And I would like to congratulate our new task assignment for Chief Facilities Officer, Mary Ann May.
You're all welcome to stay with us for the remainder of the day. I guess you are. Although we are going to take a break, and I'm not sure now, Mr. Moquin, what is the best path forward since we have presentations scheduled to begin again in 7 minutes. Because it says in my script that we have a closed door. We're not going to be able to do that now.
Yeah, the closed door was going to start as a working lunch and then after the conclusion of the meeting if still needed. So we'll have to move it to the conclusion of the meeting.
Okay. So at this time, we will adjourn the meeting for a lunch, and I'm going to say, out of respect for those that are here for the presentation, we're going to do 15 minutes. We're going to come back at 1:40, and we're going to get right to the presentation. So at this time, the meeting is adjourned. Good afternoon. This school board meeting is now reconvened. And we will start with the presentation with Ms. Rich Levinson, and I apologize, I don't have the list right in front of me. Hold on 1 second, I'll get it.
It is Ms. Levinson, Ms. Murray, and Ms. Rupert doing the recognition of the three technical colleges.
Yes, recognition of 3 technical colleges for receiving the highest number post-secondary industry certifications in the state. All right, thank you.
Yes. This is a very exciting accomplishment, and we are thrilled to be here today to recognize our technical colleges. Beginning in 2014, the Florida legislature agreed to fund nationally recognized industry certifications earned by post-secondary students in 28 occupational program areas ranging from auto service technology to welding. At that time, each credential earned was worth $1,000, and Broward Technical Colleges received the highest number of awards in the state, with 268, equating to $268,000. In 2015, our technical college students earned 376 credentials, equating to $376,000. In 2016, we again earned the most credentials in the state with 702 credentials earned, almost 100% increase over 2016. Due to statewide increase in credentials earned, the value per credential was reduced to $918. In 2017, our students again earned more credentials than any other school district in the state, with 952 earned, equating to $683,000 in additional state revenue. And finally, in 2018, Broward Technical Colleges again earned the most credentials in the state, with 856, equating to $646,000. Since its inception in 2014, our technical college students have earned over 3,150 credentials as part of the Post-Secondary Career and Professional Education Act, better known as CAPE. These credentials earned Broward County over $2.6 million in additional funding for our 3 technical colleges. The business community has fully embraced the need for our adult students to obtain these credentials. This is a big win-win for our local workforce and students alike. At this time, I would like to recognize our 3 technical college directors, along with Ms. Rupert and Ms. Murray, and have each introduce their schools. First, we will start with Atlantic Technical College and Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schlevenson. I would like to bring forward the fabulous Bob Crawford from Atlantic Tech. Not fabulous. Yes, you are. You're that fabulous. Are we awarding these? Yes. Oh, okay. For being amazing and fabulous, and for achieving the #1 state for industry certification awards for the 3rd consecutive year, you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Well earned, well earned.
And now it is my privilege to bring up Ms. Jeanette Johnson from McFadder Technical College and award her with her certificate, again, achieving #1 in the state for industry certification awards for the 3rd consecutive year.
Thank you very much.
And now we have Ms. Murray.
It is my great pleasure to bring up the director of Sheridan Technical College, Tom. And I'm going to have Tom pronounce his last name. Why do I always get the difficult name?
Monsulevich.
Monsulevich, okay. It is my great pleasure to give this certificate to you for the outstanding work that you do each and every day for our adults and our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, not only do these technical colleges do an amazing job, there's these directors and their staff with our post-secondary students, but they each have high schools as well that they run on their campuses. And lastly, I'd like to thank Ms. Rosemary Petrill, who coordinates and supervises the industry credential efforts at the 3 colleges. And I'm just going to have Dr. Wanza come up for a moment because she is our Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer, but she also was the director for the technical colleges, and she would like to say a few words to recognize our directors and schools as well.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Runcie, Ms. Myrick, the public, thanks for being here.
I would like to say I had the privilege for, I believe, 3 years of serving as the cadre director for the 3 technical colleges. And I want to thank the board for having the foresight and the tenacity to be the first school district in our state to change the name from centers to college, thereby fully solidifying and validating the work that they do. And also, I want to thank the board for all of your support of workforce education and all of our students throughout the school district. Thank you.
Mr. Crawford, I said, would any of you like to say something? We can guess who will speak. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Bob Crawford, Atlantic Technical College. On behalf of my colleagues as the most senior, I believe now principal in the whole district, I want to say thank you to the board members, each of you. We have 8 campuses, and many of you participate with us all year long. I see many smiles, and appreciate that. And of course, to Mr. Runcie and to Dr. Wanza, to Jeff, and to all of the people who support us. The technical college program, we are the largest 3 in the whole state. There are now, out of 49, 46 have changed their name. So there's only 3 holdouts, and they're all in the panhandle, so we're going to work on that issue. But again, thank you for the recognition of our technical high schools, our career dual enrolled students, and of course our post-secondary students that we have in our high-wage, high skill, and high-demand program. So thank you all very much. Please come and visit. We have many new things on the horizon as we're meeting all the time with business and industry to try to expand and improve our programming.
And they really are all about innovating. Mr. Crawford's been with us a long time, and it's always something new that's being added to our programs. We thank both of you, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Monsilovich. Monsilovich, both of you, for the work that you are doing as well in our technical colleges. And we'd like to just take a picture with the board, please.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
I mean, like, doing deductibles.
And next, we will have our resolution in support of National Wear Red Day. And I see that my colleague, Ms. Rupert, and Dr. Dildra Ogburn are standing at the podium, ready to begin.
Yes, we are. Good morning.
Afternoon.
Or good afternoon,
Early
yes.
evening.
Early evening. The first Friday of February, which is February 1st, 2019, has been designated by the awareness campaign Heart Truth as National Wear Red Day. And on this day, men and women are encouraged to wear red as a symbol of their support of the women's heart health. This National Massive Public Awareness Day urges people from all walks of life, that's businesses, school districts, cities and municipalities, to go to wear red and to celebrate the Go Red and Glow Red campaign, which brings attention to the leading killers of women, which is heart disease and stroke. The red dress pin is more than a piece of jewelry. It is a symbol of a movement to save women's lives. We ask that you know your body and look for heart failure signs and symptoms that may include shortness of breath, fatigue and weakness, swelling in legs, ankles, and feet, rapid or irregular heartbeat, tingling in arms and or fingers, slurred speech, or partial paralysis showing in one's face or on one side of a person's body. If you observe these symptoms in yourself and family members or coworkers, it's important to call 911 as soon as possible. We ask that you become familiar with some of the major risk factors for stroke and heart attack, which include our age and gender, race and ethnicity, as Native Americans, African Americans, and Hispanic women are at a greater risk, and to look at personal or family history of stroke as well. However, there are modifiable risk factors that we can positively work towards, which include lowering our blood pressure through exercise, lowering our sugar intake through eating whole foods, and we can refrain from smoking and drinking alcohol in excess. The School Board of Broward County has featured several Go Red female employees in their quest towards living a healthier life. We invite you to find these testimonies throughout the Casey Wright Building and view some of their remarkable stories. And now we'll read the resolution.
Thank you. It's always an honor for me to do this resolution. First and foremost, I like to appreciate my colleagues and the superintendent for always being here for Wear Red Day and how important it is for women. Women feel differently than the men. Those natural symptoms may not be easily recognized. And one of my principals spoke out 4 years ago when I had mine, and it was an entirely different thing that you would think would be not happening when you're having a heart attack. And no chest pressure, nothing like that, just lightheaded and couldn't catch your breath. That would be about it. So luckily she spoke up and got to the hospital, and luckily I'm here. So now the resolution. Whereas heart disease is the #1 killer of women in the U.S., and
whereas heart disease claims the lives of more than 400,000 women each year, and
whereas high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, diabetes, and inactive lifestyle, obesity, smoking, all contribute to the disability and/or heart attack, and
whereas 80% of cardiac events in women could be prevented if women made the right choices for their hearts involving diet, exercise, and abstinence from smoking, and
whereas many have dismissed heart disease as an older man's disease, and
whereas to dispel the myths and raise awareness of heart disease as the #1 killer of women, the American Heart Association created Go Red for Women, a passionate, emotional, social initiative designed to empower women to take charge of their heart health, and
whereas the red dress is a red alert to take heart disease seriously, and
whereas Go Red for Women encourages awareness of the issue of women and heart disease and also action to save more lives, and
whereas this movement harnesses the energy, passion, and power women have to band together and collectively wipe out heart disease and stroke, and
whereas in 2010, the American Heart Association set a strategic goal of reducing death and disability for cardiovascular disease and strokes by 20% while improving the cardiovascular health of all Americans by 20% by the year 2020, and
whereas the American Heart Association uses all revenues from local and national Go Red for Women activities to support that awareness, research, education, and community programs to benefit women. Therefore, be it resolved, the School Board of Broward County, Florida declares National Wear Red Day. 2019, I guess. There we go. And one more shameless plug. I want to encourage my colleagues to get a checkup by a cardiologist if you're over the age of 40 or 45. Having your heart, your blood pressure looked at by the professional. I had trouble regulating it because we have high stress, so it was difficult to actually regulate it and keep it to where it needed to be. Seeing a cardiologist had the right medicine, and it actually is a great fit. So I encourage you to get that checkup, ladies. Thank you. And may we do a quick picture?
Before that, I have someone from the Heart Association.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. Really quick, I have Robert Hill Jr., the Community Impact Director with the American Heart Association, joining us, and he'd like to say just a few words. Thank you.
Hello and thank you. My name is Robert Hill. I'm the Community Impact Director for the American Heart Association. We talked a little bit about our 2020 impact goal. Our mission is to be a relentless force for a world of longer, healthier lives. And I can't think of a better place to highlight that mission than at the School Board of Broward County meeting. Broward County Public Schools, we have a great board member sitting right over here to my left, Dr. Wanza. And she's been a huge, we can clap for that. She's been a huge champion for the work that we do in Broward County. The folks in Youth Market that I work with tell me consistently, and everybody else, how amazing this county is and how exceptional this district is in the country, not just in the state of Florida. You do so much to highlight the need with the students, and more than that, we have the opportunity to engage with the workforce here too. We've done great programs implementing blood pressure control initiatives with the bus drivers. We've been able to work with PE staff to implement hands-only CPR training, where if anything ever comes up, there's life-saving skills that are taught. The American Heart Association is very grateful to be here and a part of this proclamation for Go Red. Every 80 seconds, we lose a woman to cardiovascular disease or stroke, as was mentioned. So, again, thank you, and now we're happy to take a picture.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. I'm going to do double duty while everyone's getting ready for the picture, and I do have a final comment that we are excited that we're receiving 3 new blood pressure machines in the spring. One will be placed at Casey Wright, one at the OSPA office, and the last machine will be delivered to Lauderdale Manors. I know. I'm going to start over. On Tuesdays. Before the picture. I'll wait for everyone to get settled. I know you did. Thank you, Ms. Sprinkler. Okay. All right. Okay, everybody ready? All right, so we're not taking, I'm coming, I'm gonna read first. So, okay. Finally, we are excited to be receiving 3 new blood pressure machines in the spring. One will be placed at Casey Wright, one at the OSPA office, and the last machine will be delivered to Fort Lauderdale Manors. We already have blood pressure units at each district bus terminal. These machines will allow our employees to regularly check and log their blood pressure. Our goal with this Go Red for Women initiative is to save lives and reduce medical claims. We would invite you, the board and the superintendent, to also participate as well. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time in the agenda, we will hear committee reports. I know I'm looking around and I don't see any of the people who would normally be here for that. Is there anyone here for committee reports? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Runcie, I understand you have a superintendent's report today?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Just one item. I want to just update the public. Will have additional periodic updates coming up on this particular topic, and it's the one-year commemoration for the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School tragedy. On February 14th, 2019, it will be a day of service and love at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and is intended to be a day to give back to the community in honor of the school's 17 fallen angels. The school will be open until noon, the half day. Students can sign up for several service projects, including serving breakfast to local first responders or packing meals for undernourished children. So there are surveys going on now, and there are a variety of activities that are being planned for that particular day. At 10:17 a.m. on February 14th, 2019, the entire district, and it's our hope the community at large, everyone in Broward County and beyond, will be asked to join us to observe a moment of silence to honor those whose lives were lost and recognize those injured in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School tragedy. At Stoneman Douglas High School, district staff and community partners will provide service learning opportunities alongside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas staff. Mental health staff will be available, and the wellness centers that are in place at the school today and located on the school campus, they will also remain open. Therapy dogs, as we have there today, they will also be on campus. Our technical colleges, which we just heard from today, will provide services with love to staff and students on campus, including, but not limited to, manicures, massage, healthy cooking demonstrations, just, some self-care and wellness-related activities. All students will have completed a permission form selecting and notifying the schools of their plan for that day. Now, throughout the district, district schools will remain open on February 14, 2019. District schools are encouraged to participate in a day of service and love as well, and engage students in school-based activities that serve others within their school or their local community. Specific activities will vary across schools throughout Broward County. The district is providing guidance to school leaders regarding the one-year Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School commemoration. As mentioned, and again, the entire district will observe a moment of silence at 10:17 a.m. on that day. We will share additional information regarding the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School tragedy one-year commemoration over the next few weeks as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all I have for updates today.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Runcie. And now we will continue with the remainder of the agenda. Just a reminder to members of the audience who would like to speak on any of the items that have been pulled, you'll be given 3 minutes to address the board. And this will allow for each person to be heard and for the business before the board to be handled in the most expedient manner.
Not that expedient.
Yeah, 3 full minutes, not 3 seconds. It's my understanding that the next item to come before us then is going to be the G4 item. So may I have a motion and a second on item G4, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on item G4. Seeing none. Colleague input, I have Ms. Rupert.
Sorry, hold on. You know what? I'm good. It was, I have my question on G3. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues on item G4? All those in favor of item G4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Item G4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item B1, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item B1. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff, Ms. Good, and Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert?
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you call my name. I had the distinct honor to host a meeting right before Christmas, winter break, with some amazingly strong Parkland parents who want to see our schools more safe. We talked about safety and security and that changes weren't coming fast enough in their eyes. And I promised that during our first meeting back, because we can only do things that are procedurally within our purview, that I would bring an item to openly discuss the improvements that we've already completed and to talk about a timeline and accountability moving forward. This whole district at times struggles to see the improvements that are there. And I thought that a time frame or a timeline of accomplishments coupled with specific key improvements and their deadlines for completion could be needed to facilitate the conversation. I look forward to my colleagues' suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you, Ms. Rupert, for bringing this forward as a B item. I agree with you 100% that we need to direct Superintendent Runcie to present to us a comprehensive school safety plan based on the recommendations from Safe Havens and the President Trump's recommendations and the other recommendation reports that we have. I also would like to recommend that we, in the in the recommendations, the game plan, I mean, that we implement the 8 recommendations that were made on June 16th, 2018, with the independent review of from the killer of Alyssa Alhadeff, his educational record, which was made by the Collaborative Educational Network, and which was included in Chapter 12 of the MSD Commission report. I know you touched on it today, Mr. Runcie, about the timeline for the search to fill the Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness position. So if we could be specific in that in the report, and then also details to clarify how the SIU and the position fits into the organizational chart. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Good?
Didn't know if there, I guess I think certainly I think every one of us finds that this issue is a priority and needs to be handled in an urgent manner. And I can understand the desire for updates and information. I think it's critically important that the community be kept informed as to our progress. A lot has transpired since February 14th, and unfortunately, I don't feel that the information is disseminated. Either we share it and it's not shared through the media in the way that we would hope it would, but I think that we're going to have a further active role in ensuring that this information is properly communicated. Now, I will say, and I wanted Ms. Myrick to speak on some of the issues, I'm all about ensuring that we be as transparent as we possibly can regarding information on our progress. There's a variety of reports. There's, and I certainly having Ms. Alhadeff as part of our board, she's certainly going to highlight some of the things that she's been involved with, especially I know she went to DC, met with the president. and got a information there regarding the federal recommendations. Plus, we have the MSD Commission. Plus, I participated in the Broward Lake Cities Safety Task Force, and they shared the report with the entire board. So I think there's a multitude of reports that have been distributed. We've been having closed-door sessions regarding safety. And in those closed doors, I know that the superintendent has shared his progress with us. My only concern, and that's why I wanted Ms. Myrick to chime in, is I don't believe we're going to be able to give timelines about specifics at each location, because then that would expose our specific school sites to safety issues. I am not going to do anything that would jeopardize the safety of our staff and our students. And so I think this entire board feels the same way. So it's like a balance. It's a balance between sharing information that I know the public is just wanting to know, and our staff is wanting to know, and then also protecting the needs of our district as far as safety. So, Ms. Meyer, could you just touch on, I think the item itself speaks to full accounting of safety improvements and a timeline, and my colleague, Ms. Rupert, didn't specify if it was a site-by-site basis, but I just would like to know publicly, what are we allowed to share? And if you could share with us.
Sure. I think Mrs. Rupert's, she didn't ask for a school by school, but she did mention not to jeopardize the safety of students or the schools. There is an exemption from public records for security issues, which would mean any documents, films, floor plans, the specifications of equipment, and so a location of equipment, where cameras are located in schools. So I plan, and have already, offered, obviously, but my office plans to work with the superintendent and the staff who are putting together a timeline and trying to crosswalk all of these reports that we've gotten. And we will share as much as we can. We try not to keep things back, but things might be more in the aggregate than some people might want. X number of schools have this. We still need to do it with X number of schools, whatever it might be. So I think we will be doing that. We will be able to give some timelines on the specific recommendations from all of those individuals. I know there has been work done already on the CEN report from Collaborative on those. They've set up some new processes and profiles in the ESD department. I know it's ESLS, but I still call it SED too, so it's, old. So anyway, I will be glad to do that, but glad to continue, but it really has, I can't sit here and tell you what will be released and what won't until we actually look at what the recommendations are and what information we have, and then we will tell you, and we will tell you what we have that we can't release, at some level, so.
But I would assume that it can't be site-specific.
It cannot be site-specific in general.
And I just want to
yes.
make that publicly known so that, because that would be, I think, would jeopardize the safety of our district.
Absolutely.
And so I just want to make sure. I'm all about sharing the broader information, and I do believe that since the MSD Commission report came out, and we've all received it, I've looked at it. I also reviewed the testimony, plus the Broward League of Cities report, and again, I think that at the federal level, I'm a little concerned about the January 29th, not understanding that some of these things just were released, and there's a lot that has to be cross-checked.
Right.
And what I want the information to be is accurate. So To my colleague, Ms. Rupert, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I understand the urgency. I would just ask Mr. Runcie, because I know that in the settings where we've had closed-door sessions, and I think it's your desire to have some type of press conference in highlighting some of the MSD Commission's information and what we've been able to get accomplished thus far. Some of the things that we have done that were not part of those recommendations, and I would ask that you also include anything that we've done to avoid certain things from occurring, because some of the things you have done and staff has done and spent a considerable amount of time doing is to ensure, may not have been included as part of any of these recommendations, but it's still been of value to our district and to our schools. So I know that you mentioned earlier, I thought that you have a desire this week to discuss.
Yes, through the chair.
Yes, please.
So since the last week of the break, immediately after the final report has come out, staff and I have been going through the report, working on it, with the goal of coming to the board and the public and having a public presentation of our assessment of that report, identifying. So first of all, the report covers a couple areas. So it deals with prevention, things that can be put in place, and they looked at the periods of time up until February 14th. Then it looked at the response and mitigation things that could have occurred on the 14th. And so that's the primary focus. It did not cover things that are from February 14th to today. A lot of things that we've invested in and put in place, nor did it cover areas such as mental health. With that said, staff and I have been working to do a public presentation in terms of something like a press conference, press event. We were attempting to try to do that last week, but there's a lot of information, a lot of recommendations to go through, and as was said earlier, we want to make sure that when we present the information, it is right. So the board received notification this week that we're tentatively planning on having that for this Thursday, approximately around 3:30. We will, obviously, our PIO will work to coordinate having media there, and we will share information on, here are the recommendations from the MSD report. What things have we done? What things have been completed? What's in place? What are things that we'll consider for later? And really try to create some sense of prioritization around them. We'll also, I think, underscore something that was probably the most urgent need on February 14th and beyond, which has garnered almost no conversation when we talk about urgency, and that was the wellness and the mental health of all of the students, the faculty, and the community, and as they faced and tried to deal with the trauma. We immediately put all of our staff resources. We pulled people from other schools in this county that were providing key services to students and put them out in the MSD zone. We opened, I believe it was 3 or 4 resiliency centers for families, for staff. We kept those staff, as you recall, maybe 7 days a week. We actually even worked with over a dozen school districts in the state of Florida to bring in other counselors, therapists, and support personnel. There's just a tremendous amount of work that we have been doing from that day, and that has continued through today. That conversation can't be lost because that is so critical to what we've been doing and our focus. And notwithstanding that, there have been a lot of measures and things that we have implemented. And yes, it's never going to be fast enough. It's never going to be enough. But we clearly have been doing quite a bit. We've sent a significant number of communications out to the district. We sent it to folks in the MSD zone. I know in the sessions that we've had, and conversations I've had with every single board member here, everyone has been concerned and talked about the same thing, these safety improvements, making sure that we make the information available to the public. I think every board member here has been very, I think diligent and clear in your desire to make sure that this is our highest priority work at this moment, to make sure that we can execute these things. The board has taken these things seriously. From example, a Safe Havens report immediately after the first phase was done. In August, you told us to dig into reserves and general fund and come up with over $30 million to begin to add additional items such as surveillance cameras, radios, and upgrading intercom systems. In the fall of 2017, months before the tragedy, we pulled out single point entry projects that were scheduled to be completed in 2021. Said, hey, accelerate that work, added another $26 million to that work, and we have that schedule set for this year. So it's our intent to continue to communicate this both at board sessions, whether they be school board meetings or there be school board workshops, and through other communications channel, because some of this stuff doesn't seem to really get reported or covered unless we do it. So we're going to take a more aggressive stance on making sure that we get this information out there. I can assure you of that. We will be presenting, it's my plan, working with staff, that every week, over the next several weeks, there will be a major information event. We have a schedule of those lined up. There's just a tremendous amount of work that we have been doing. It's time for us to go and put it out there, since there's a sense sometimes that we're not moving as fast as some would like. And I'll tell you that staff, and I'll just point, because I'm looking at him right now, our chief of staff, he has been working nonstop. Making personal family sacrifices. I got staff, I can tell you, sacrificing their health. It's really challenging. And I know there's probably no greater challenge than the loss and the pain that families are going through. And I'll tell you personally, I think that sustains me for the work. I hear a lot, we get a lot of criticism, but we can take that. We know what the work is that needs to be done, and I believe that we're in the best position to do that. We know this community, we've been through challenges, we know how to get things done in this district, and I think we'll continue to move forward and do that. So yes, we'll find avenues and ways to put this information out there, but as was stated earlier, we have to do it in a way that doesn't compromise the safety and security of each and every one of our individual schools. So we'll work on it. I don't know exactly what we'll be doing on the 29th, but I can assure you we'll be putting information out before January 29th, as detailed as we can provide. Again, the first volley of that is going to be this week as we present our review of the Stoneman Douglas report. As we discussed with the board yesterday, we also have other reports. We have the Safe Haven Risk Assessment, some of the most comprehensive work we've ever seen, which, as we know, no district is doing anything to that level of detail right now. We're going to make sure that we look at the recommendations in multiple reports and try to align those and prioritize those. But, again, this week we'll give one piece of that as we go on. We'll try to align all of them and continue to move forward and report to this board and our community on our progress.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Runcie. And that's why I wasn't sure why this item was before us. I get that Ms. Rupert had indicated to those that she had met, because this is an ongoing conversation. I know that We've had them through closed door, we've had them at workshops. I have them on my one-on-ones with the superintendent, and you know, we've been advised that since the MSD report came out, that some kind of crossover check was going to take place with the multitude of reports and the recommendations. And you know, again, I appreciate the effort of the MSD Commission. I certainly participated in the Broward League of Cities Safety Task Force. Great amount of effort and time was done by not only those individuals that participate in it, but also our own staff. And any other report that wants to provide us guidance and recommendations, I think anything we can do, I am certainly more than willing to consider any recommendation given to us. But again, we are an educational institution. We're not a law enforcement agency. We want to make sure that our students are safe, our staff are safe. So that's where, you know, I think since February 14th, to say that this board has taken this matter very seriously, and putting things in place has been a priority for us, and really has been our focus of conversation in everything that we have done as a board, and we will continue to do. There are, though, and I wanted to know how Mr. Runcie was going to handle it, there are some recommendations that we as a board may not agree with because it doesn't, we just may not agree with them because it's not conducive to an educational setting or educators or our students. And so, you know, maybe from a law enforcement perspective, it makes some sense, but maybe from an educational institution, there may need to take a different tack to be taken. So when are we gonna have, do you foresee us as a board having a workshop to discuss the various reports once you have an opportunity to cross-check them, and then have a discussion with us to ensure that we're in agreement with fulfilling those recommendations?
Absolutely. We will, I think, have to.
And I'm not talking just funding-wise, because I know some of them will come with funding challenges, but some are philosophical.
That's correct. So I believe that we're going to have to look at our workshop schedule, make some adjustments to it, and what I would offer is if we could maybe be disciplined around carving out maybe an hour at workshops, could be every other workshops or so, where we would discuss safety and security, and you would get an update. And the reason I say an hour is because there's so much that we could cover that we could be there for a long time. But I think as long as we can maybe have, you know, some period of time where we could at least discuss some element of it, maybe provide some general update, entertain a few questions, and then we could move on and continue to do that maybe, you know, as a regular piece of workshop meetings. I think that might be a good way for us to do it. I throw it out on the table and leave it up to the chair and the rest of the board to give us direction on what your will is relative to that. But I think just waiting for one big workshop is probably not the most effective way to continuously communicate to the community what we're doing and what's going on, because there's work going on every single day.
And lastly, I know that there's greater sensitivity within the Parkland community. I know the Parkland Commission has been a great partner in collaborating and really trying to deal with a variety of issues, and obviously the incident occurred within their community. But I will tell you, you know, safety concerns touch every one of our districts. There's a session tonight within my own district that I'm not sure I'll be able to make because of this board meeting, but we really need to continue to have conversations as a county on a countywide basis to ensure the equity of all safety improvements throughout our schools. It's really paramount that we make sure that every community feels valued. And although we all have compassion and understanding, you know, we want to make sure that everyone understands that we're going to continue to work as a board to, you know, fight for dollars to ensure that we can put the improvements necessary at every one of our schools. I think the last thing I wanted to mention is in the item itself, there is a reference to listing each individual school's improvement, and I do not feel comfortable approving this item, so at such time as the chair feels it prudent, I would like to make an amendment to this item to not include site-specific information.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I have Ms. Bartleman, Dr. Osgood, and Ms. Korn.
I want to thank my colleague Nora Rupert for bringing this item. Many of us have met with the parents and the families of the 17 angels and spoken with them and have been in constant communication. And the one thing that I get out of my meeting is they didn't want to discuss what happened before February 14th. They wanted to discuss what was happening in this district after February 14th. What have we done as a school board? So asking for this written follow-up is, I think, will help help the families, help the community know what we're doing, and that goes to what I was discussing before. I would like to make an amendment as well to this, so I'm staying on point, Heather, so you know where my amendment's going. And also, I do want to just thank Donna Korn as well for being the first board member to have the dinner and with the families, which led many of us to do similar outreach. So I want to bring attention to that, Ms. Korn. What I envisioned and I was trying to communicate is we have an informational report, an MWB report, that our attorney consistently tells us not to have on the agenda because it's just information. But all of us feel that that is important enough item to our community that it should be on there because it's an agenda item that the public can always go back to, that they can always refer to, that they can see the progress to. And this board has consistently supported keeping that on the agenda against what Ms. Myrick said, because it's that important, because she always says she doesn't want informational items on the agenda. I think that once this timeline is established, that this should be an informational item that's on the agenda, that the public can always go to the website and look at. That if it's done in a report, the report is given on camera, someone has to watch it. It may not cover everything, it may not encompass everything, but once we have some sort of timeline, not to include site-specific schools, not to only those things that don't jeopardize the safety of our student body and our employees, I think it's important enough if we have it on once a month, updated progress of that report. I think it creates a historical document for the community to look at. It gets out the information, because one thing the board members have said is they're frustrated about is that we have been doing stuff, but it's not in the public. Now you've created a paper trail of documents of where we are with exact timelines. And to me, this rises to that level. There is no question in my mind that this is the biggest event that has ever happened in Broward County's history. 17 lives were lost. And we are accountable now for making decisions as to what action we're going to proceed with to correct things, to ensure safety, and having some sort of document trail, paper trail that anyone can click on a board item and see, and we can see. And then if there needs to be a public discussion about an item or a concern, we have it right here and we have it on the dais. So I'm going to make an amendment that the timeline be part of a monthly agenda item. And it doesn't even have to be pulled for discussion every time, but it's a public document that people can see where our progress is. I'm not dictating to the superintendent what should be on that timeline, because I only want things on there that don't jeopardize the safety of our staff. But I think it's important enough that we owe it to the community and the families that this is a priority and we have it. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so your motion is that it would, tell me exactly what your motion is.
Sure. She's asking for a timeline, right?
Correct.
We have timelines and status report updates. I'm modeling it after the MWBE report with the timeline and the status updates of those items. that would be just an informational item. Mr. Runcie would decide I understand that he can do it in a superintendent's report. I'm asking for the paper trail and the documentation that people can refer to all the time. They can go, say he decides to bring it on the first board meeting of the month. Everyone can go to the first board meeting of the month and see where we are. And that would be the informational item. It could be on the consent agenda. It would only be pulled if a board member has a question about the timeline. But it's a way to consistently convey information with the public, which they want. I mean, the public has been asking for information. We're providing it this week, which I'm very happy about. And I'm not saying we didn't have it put together. We had to wait for all the reports, so I'm not saying there was anything wrong with our timeline. I'm just saying from this point forward, I think it's important enough, this is going to be created, that we have that monthly report. And, and everyone can see it.
Okay, so just really quickly, because that was a very long motion, I don't think that was your motion. If you
Okay.
could just tell me very succinctly what you want your motion to be, because I have several colleagues who, I'm going to go in the
Timeline?
order that you were originally asked to speak, so it's going to be Dr.
Okay.
Osgood, then Ms. Korn, then Ms. Good, then I'm going to ask each person in order of that they were listed to speak. If they want to speak on the amendment first, I'm going to give them that courtesy. So if you could please tell me what your amendment
That
is.
this timeline be put in writing and then updated monthly in the form of an informational agenda item to be shared with the public under consent agenda.
Okay, and you have seconded that, Mrs. Aladeff. Okay, and so for discussion on the motion, as explained by Ms. Bartleman, I'm going to next go to Dr. Osgood. If you have a comment on the motion, please.
I do. I didn't necessarily hear us agree on a timeline, and we had a conversation yesterday in closed door that now I guess I have to have publicly, because as we are updating and we're moving forward, we have various feelings in different communities. So whatever our vote is and whatever we decide as it is to updates, we need to be very particular to paint a picture that we're focusing on all schools across the district. Because I represent a community, and I think maybe Ms. Balderman, and I don't know about you, Ms. Murray, you might have been the only ones on the board, but I had a shooting in a school in my community, and the board didn't even close the school for one day. So people in my community are having some different issues right now as we talk about safety. And I'm doing everything I can to assure them that we're not just focusing on one school.
I agree.
So as we talk about communities and we talk about what people want, I don't think we can just blanket it across the community. We have a responsibility to be responsive to all communities.
I agree.
And Ms. Bartleman, you stated that Ms. Korn, and I love Ms. Korn, but Ms. Korn probably was not the first board member that was communicating with parents. Some of us were doing it right after the event, visiting some parents in their homes. I think I even called you a couple of times before you got on the board. So many of us have been communicating in our own way with parents. I'm actually working with one of the parents right now who has given some real good input to Promise. So I think we all are doing things in our own way to be responsive. But we have to represent a whole district, because what I don't want is I don't want us to go back to the East-West battle, where we are being perceived now, as it was when I came to the board, that all the resources and everything was going on the west side. Now, that's totally not true. This board has worked diligently, and we've worked in a very equitable way to make sure that we meet the needs of all the schools in the whole district. But as we talk about this safety issue, I can tell you that there is a large part of the community that want to hear that we're focusing more on than just one school. Although we're very compassionate, we want to meet the needs of all of, the families that lost loved ones, the kids that were injured, but we have other communities. And unfortunately, we had an incident happen in one of those communities, and for whatever reason at that time, the school board did not even close the school for one day. So it kind of paints the picture that some lives are valued more than others. And I'm just putting it on the table since we're having this conversation, because if we're going to do monthly reporting, and we don't want to say building specific, and I agree from safety perspectives, but we better be very clear in the messages that we're sending out that we're moving forward in that way. And when I look at the 3 reports, I'm in a bind. I can't make decisions about prioritizing safety right now because there are conversations I need to have. We had a disparity study done. We had it presented to us. We were able to ask the people that did it questions. The MSD Commission gave a report. I have questions. One of their recommendations is to arm teachers. I'm adamantly opposed of that, but I need to know how they see that in light of the Stand Your Ground law. Without an audience or a workshop with them, I'm not able to make a decision. Maybe they have a perspective that I have not thought about with. I have President Trump's report. I like the grant money that's there for climate change and the other opportunities there. I would like to be able to discuss how we bring that into the district. I can't make those decisions without you guys. So if there's no platform or workshops for us to be, we've been addressed by Safe Haven twice. So I don't feel that we're at the point to create a timeline because this board has not met and prioritized and given directions as to what we want. Now, I think we do have to continue to communicate what we're doing, and I'm not saying that I'm opposed to a timeline, but if I'm going to set a timeline, I want to be a responsible board member. I want to meet with somebody from the commission that I can ask questions about the things, because as a board member, I had no idea what happened on February 14th because the sheriff's office took the tape on the day of because it was a part of what they needed for evidence. So until this great commission did their work, did all of those testimonies, and began to put those tapes and clips out into the public, it was the only way as a board member that I had an accurate view and assessment of what happened that day. So they did that wonderful work for us. I'm just like you all, I've watched it many times. They gave a report. Some of the things I see happen, I don't see it in the report. So I have some questions. Then I have a Safe Havens report that mentions some other things that the MSD report doesn't mention. Then I have President Trump's report that has, so at some point for me, I have to be able to have a picture of all of those things and have this board, just like we did with facilities, prioritize, because we know we don't have enough money, but have us more being involved in what, I don't want the staff just going out, making decisions and prioritizing things without us being a part of that conversation and leading the way. That's the only way we're gonna make sure that the results that we need for the communities that we represent are included. So as we talk about timeline and hard deliverables, I'm all for that, but I need to have it done in an informed way. And right now, if I had to make decisions on certain things, without those conversations, I don't think that I would be able to make a fully informed decision, because I need to be able to talk to those individuals and to talk to you while talking to them, because we can't talk to each other about these things. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be what the board votes on, how the board wants to move forward. It's not just an individual decision. So I appreciate the item coming forth for us to have this conversation, and I feel an obligation as your colleague that represents another district, another part of the town, to bring that district's perspective to this conversation. Because when we make decisions for every district. And again, I don't want the whole east-west thing to get going. I think this board has worked so hard to move us from under that mantle. We've been very equitable in what we've done to make decisions moving forward, and I just don't want to go backwards with any of that stuff. So as we have these conversations, I asked it of Mr. Runts and them yesterday, we need to be more diligent about giving voice to the varied things that are happening, and not just always mentioning one area or one school, because there are dynamic things going on in different schools. We got some stuff we're going to approve later with cameras. It's going across the whole district. So as we have this conversation, I just want to make sure that we have it from a community-wide perspective. And whatever we put in place, that we do it in that way, and that we have informed discussions and decisions going into it. I would even like to have some of the members of the commission who have other perspectives. I was very blessed by talking to a parent that had a perspective about promise, and as we talked, they saw that I had the same perspective, but they always thought that I had a different perspective. So the dialogue helps us. The dialogue helps us to, at the end of the day, make a more informed decision using more cognitive capacity that then we can get the best result for all of our children.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Korn, followed by Mrs. Aladeff, and then Ms. Good.
Thank you very much. I agree. We all, in different ways, have had an opportunity to speak to the parents and the family members of those who lost a loved one on February 14th. And I think we all, and have since that day, shared compassion and commitment to doing everything in our power to help the students who are there and to bring a sense of safety and security and a reality of safety and security to all of our students and our families that attend our public schools. What I think I'm missing in this request, which, by the way, thank you for bringing it forward for the discussion, is the concept of a timeline. I think what we're really after, and I could be wrong, but as I read it, is a level of accountability, and not necessarily, so a timeline is static. A timeline is something that you create, it has your items, and here's your delivery dates. And to Mr. Runcie's point, actions have been taken by this board in an array of different, it isn't necessarily all hardening of buildings, it's policies and procedures, it's the mental health response, it's the fact that we have additional dollars that are coming in to be able to fund additional SROs. There are so many different aspects to what we've done in response to this tragedy, and something as simplified as a timeline, for me, misses the opportunity for the public to truly understand the level of commitment that this board has had and continues to have every single meeting. This is the priority at every single meeting. And whether it's from funding, bringing in experts to give us the information, working with the commission to make sure they have all of the information that was available to them so they could give us their recommendations, there are so many tiers to it that my concern in having a timeline means, okay, we've identified everything and this is how we're delivering it. And it's much more fluid than that. It has been much more fluid than that from the beginning. From going after grants to working with people all over the country. Experts locally, experts elsewhere, the superintendents in other communities, as well as board members from other communities, elected officials, and so forth. So, but at the same time, communication is key. And I have heard, and even for myself, a level of communication, there's a level of frustration in that we know things are happening. What are all of those things? And even as a board member, it's sometimes hard to keep up with everything because there is so many things happening in so many different places. So with that said, I think we do need a point of information. It is incumbent on us as a district to disseminate that information, to share it, and to continue to garner more information from all of those partners, family members, as well as those in our community. But I don't know if that point makes sense to have it on a board agenda. In my mind, it makes more sense to have a specific place on our website where everything is kept in one place. Every time this board takes an action, it's updated. Every time we get information, more information, we decide we're going to do something else, it's updated. Every time we secure a new grant that's going to be able to give us more mental health support, or we're bringing in more individuals to be able to give more support one-on-one at our schools, it's updated. Because if I'm, as a parent of 3 students in Broward County, I want to know everything this district is doing. I don't want to just know when we've changed locks on doors. I don't want to just know when we've done a policy on hard corners. I want to know everything that we've done, because this is not one level of response. It has to be multi-tiered, and it has been and will continue to be. But my concern is if we do a timeline, it looks like, okay, these are the things identified, and this is when we're delivering them. And I think we need to do that, but in a much more comprehensive way, in a much more fluid way. And to Mr. Runce's point, I know that you're going to be bringing information out. I wish we had done this sooner, but at the end of the day, we are where we are. It is January 15th, and we need to do what we have not done up to this point. But I think one of the ways of doing that is to have, and every time something's updated on that point, whether it's, and my suggestion would be on our website so that everybody could go to it nationally if you want to know and you want to do some story on Broward County, you can go to our website and you can see every single thing we've done. And every time we take action, after every single board meeting, there'd have to be some type of update because we do it every time. Even at the workshops, we do something at the workshops. And between our actions here, Mr. Runce and staff do things that need to be updated on that. So I would like, for me, that's the vein in which I think we should be moving forward. And I think it accomplishes what you're asking for, but I think it almost does it more globally because, and there's still accountability, right? And so I started with the idea of what is the point of the timeline and the deadlines or, you know, the target dates, whatever you want to call them. It's accountability. Everyone wants to know what's happening, what's happened, and when is it going to happen. So I think that does it. And it would be comprehensive. It's not something where some information gets lost and taken down. It's just something that's consistently updated and tracked so that everyone can be doing that. And for me, it has to be a living document because we do continue to learn things. And this board has to take more actions. We've taken actions. We now have more information. We have more actions to take. Mr. Runce is not in a position to be able to tell us where this district is going. He can advise us on things up to this point. More information is still being compared, right, between all of the different reports that we've been given. But ultimately, many of those decisions are ours. So, and the last thing I want is for him to put something on a timeline because he's recommending it before we've taken action, and now there's some level of expectation it's going to happen because it's been stated on this document, and the board decides to go a different direction. So I want accountability. I want it communicated. I want it to be comprehensive, and I want it to have timing associated with it. But how it's being asked, to me, I think there's a better way of accomplishing those things. For that reason, I won't be able to support it this way because I don't think this gets us what it is that we're looking for. And having spoken with the families, I know they don't think that we've figured all of this out and we know where we're going. I think they want us to be working tenfold on what we've done to date. And so, Mr. Runce, through our Chief Public Information Officer, I know you have a timeline of all of the things you're going to be laying out before us. We have a lot more work for ourselves to do. We have more education to do. What I would like is for you to let us know if we go down this path, what would be the timeline in which we'd be able to start putting something like this comprehensively together if my colleagues support and Mr. Runce believes with staff we could accomplish something similar to that. Doing something online that's a living document with information including identifying what items are, identifying what direction we're going, dates that are associated with those that have been determined, as well as being able to even identify what are targets, what are things that are coming up. So we may not have actually voted on something, but we know it's coming up. So the superintendent is bringing these items forward. So even then, you know that they're coming forward. And then someone doesn't even have to necessarily go to a board agenda every single time, because on that timeline, on that ongoing point of communication, someone could go and say, oh, well, what is the board going to be talking about? Safety. Safety is such a priority that anytime we're going to talk about something on a workshop on our agenda, you're going to know it's coming just by going to that site. And you can go to it every morning if you want to and know what is the latest that we've been doing. And it's not in press releases where you have to read through a whole bunch of information. It's right there, targeted, and to the point of the board being able to have conversations. We'll talk about individual items, but I think it would be appropriate at some point if we wanted to, have a conversation even about what's being posted. We could do that at a workshop and just discuss, okay, this is what's happened over the last couple of months. Is everyone comfortable that we're getting enough information out there? If not, what information does the board think is not being shared and that it needs to be shared? So those are my thoughts. I absolutely support communication, the accountability, identifying what those items are, but taking on the responsibility that we've taken actions, we have more actions to do, and I think that the public needs to see it comprehensively and transparently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Mrs. Alada, followed by Ms. Good.
So I'm concerned about posting on our website all of the safety measures that we are putting out there or having in a timeline. I feel that this timeline that we're asking of Superintendent Runcie is for us, the board, not necessarily for the public, because it could be a breach of security for the bad guy out there that wants to do harm. But I have a question to Mr. Runcie. What do you think for the school board, knowing that this will be a kind of a living document, what type of comprehensive school safety plan, when do you think you could get that to us?
So let me say that to me a comprehensive plan would involve the integration of the various reports that are out there. There's the MSD report. There's a SEN report that we had initiated last spring. There is the Bond Oversight Committee report. There's the Safe Havens report. So we know there are a handful of reports that have a variety of recommendations. There's a lot out there. I believe that we would be able to, we have to do something, I think by mid-February or so, or maybe even slightly before that, we'll try to get it done fast as possible. I don't want to necessarily commit to a specific date other than tell you that we are working on that as we speak. As I just mentioned, we're going through the MSD report. We'll provide information on that this week. The following week, there's another piece that we did related to threat assessments. There's some recommendations and things we need to provide to the board and let the public know about that as well. The Safe Havens report, I think we talked to them about doing something publicly at the end of the month. So there's a series of things that we're trying to get out there over the next several weeks. And I would say at the conclusion of that, we can, really integrate all of that. I do like what Ms. Korn said about the webpage, because we actually, our PIO and I have had a conversation about that we would create a district security update page, for lack of a better name at the moment, but it would have everything, all these publicly available reports. We would put those out there. We would post board actions that occurred. There are lots of memos that we've sent out. We would put those out there as well, and also include project updates. But there would be a kind of a central spot. So if anyone's out there, even board members, you may be at some public function or someplace and someone asks for information, you can direct them there. You could pull up the information yourself. So we're working on making sure that we can create that reference information page within the Broward Schools page, and that there's a prominent link to it on the home page of Broward Schools. So I know I didn't give you a specific date other than to kind of give you a sense of what we're actually doing, but it's going to be as quickly as possible. You'll probably get pieces of it until we can do every single report that's out there.
So what I'm concerned about is that we've had school shooting after school shooting, and after every school shooting, there is a commission that comes together and they list hundreds of recommendations. And for whatever reason, these recommendations are not followed. So I'm concerned that this will get put to the side over time, not necessarily now, but we are almost at 1 year, and I know this board has done a lot, but we have a long ways to go. We have a safety and security company that just gave us a huge report. So we have the information from the experts. Now we need to execute that. So I feel very strongly that we need to have a date of some type of deadline for this board only to have from you, Mr. Runcie.
All right, let me talk with staff, and I will send a memo out by the end of the week to the board with some date of where we would be able to align and integrate the recommendations, findings from the various reports, if you're looking for some, I guess, overall comprehensive map.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Good, followed by Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Aladoff. And I agree with her comments. I think that there is an opportunity here for, a more comprehensive discussion. I think we've all talked about it in a different way as a board. And I know, Mr. Runcie, you're working with staff, and we want to get it right. And there is an urgency to this as well. So, I mean, hopefully, you mentioned mid-February, if that could be our target date, and hopefully within that month, we can make sure that we have ample time to meet as a board during those sessions and discuss your safety plan and the cross-reference of all the various reports. And then ultimately, what I did want to, discuss it, some things we may have to discuss. Ms. Myrick, during those closed-door sessions, safety closed-door sessions, we can talk about recommendations that we may not agree with, let's say. We can use those closed-door sessions to discuss the recommendations themselves and whether or not we as a board agree or not agree.
Yes, the specific recommendations regarding specific safety issues, yes.
Okay, good. So I think that's the right place. I agree. There's certain conversations that we just can't have, and there's certain information site-specific that cannot be shared, not because we don't want to, but ultimately, not everybody out there is looking to get the information for the right reasons, and so we have to be extremely careful. So what I wanted to say is, understanding what was just said here, I'd like to have a substitute motion that the superintendent provide a comprehensive safety update, non-site specific, during his superintendent reports. And I know that you try to do that, and I'm just going to make it so that my request, and as a substitute motion, which would take priority over the motion on the floor, is that Mr. Runcie be required to provide us and the public a comprehensive safety update during his superintendent report, and that said information be posted online. And I'll just leave it very vague because I understand he's working with our PIO to make sure the information, there is information that can be shared. And we're gonna have to try to find somehow to share something. Everything can't be closed doors. So of that information that can be shared, I think we should try. And if there's a way to share that information, so it's, again, not site-specific, but the public, if we're not able to share everything with the public, we're going to have to share something so that they have an understanding of our urgency to get everything done. And I think that's what we're struggling with. We want the public to understand that we want to get it done as quickly as you want us to get it done. There's going to be some constraints, maybe financially, by some of these recommendations, and maybe there'll be some other constraints, but I think, how we get there, that happy medium, I think we're going to have to discuss it as a board, and with the superintendent and his staff to make sure. But I think certainly, Mr. Runcie, every time you speak to the public, there's some information you share, and I don't think that everything you share is not jeopardizing the safety of our school. So I would ask that anything that could be shared, and then once it's shared, it be posted. And if there's any time frame that we could put in there, I think it's okay. Even if it's a proposed time frame, it's a live, as Ms. Korn indicated, it's a live document, and it's a working document. So that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any audience input on the motion? Colleague conversation on the motion?
I have a conversation.
On the motion?
Yeah. I have issue with the motion being in a superintendent's report. I feel very strongly that it needs to be in writing. There needs to be an opportunity, if it's an agenda item, it's an opportunity for us at any time to discuss it. If we pull it from the consent. I also feel we're just talking about the safety. There's more than safety in those recommendations. There are issues with job descriptions. There are issues with policies and procedures. There's issues with ESE policies. So you can call it a timeline or a status update, but when you go through that report, it's safety, but there were a lot of other issues that we need to address as a board. And when we have anything we have to get done in the past that we have to address, it would be a status. If you don't, nobody likes the word timeline. The same thing that you're putting on the website could be formalized here, and then any board member could pull it for discussion. I agree, it's a living document, and it's something that we need to discuss on a continuous basis. And I feel that just letting Mr. Runcie report it is not enough. And I think it's important enough to have on this agenda, so one of us can pull it. If you don't want to have it on an agenda on a board meeting, I compromise position, agenda item at a workshop. Look, we have the bond oversight committee. That's important enough for us to have a status update every quarter, to go over it in a formalized setting where discussion occurs. This is in a workshop. This is important enough to have, and it has to be more than safety. And the community wants to know it's more than safety, because safety is the priority, but when you read that document, there are other items that this board needs to address as a whole that aren't safety items. And we don't have any. That is my way as a board member, our way, to say we took care of this. And then when I'm upset, or one of you have an issue like all schools, Dr. Osgood, you are so correct. That status implementation should encompass the district. But when you have an issue, you said that, you already disclosed that you said it in a closed door. When we have it as a workshop item or a school board item, even if we're just gonna go over it and we're okay, you have the opportunity to voice that, and it's sunshined, and we can talk about issues as they come up. Him just giving a report, the board is in charge of this situation. We are the ones who are gonna be held accountable for doing everything. It needs to be an action, a document, a compromise mission, workshop. It's the same implementation, the same thing on this. You could use your website idea, Ms. Korn, but there's going to be more than the website. And, it needs to be us. It needs to be an item that we're discussing. We are the ones accountable. So that when I'm asking I can talk to Mr. Runcie all I want in my closed-door sessions till I am blue in the face, but I can't talk to you. And I don't know if you feel the same way I feel, and I don't know if you feel the same level of urgency. So by having a standard workshop item once a month, or by having a standard board item, we take control of the situation of getting things done, and I can talk to you about my concerns and know there's going to be a sunshined item for me to talk to you. So I can't support just a superintendent's report. I need us to be accountable and take control, and all of us want that. For me, this is my avenue to discuss what I need to discuss with you all. It's an avenue for the public to discuss what they need to discuss. And again, it's more than safety. It is more. We have investigations. We have to address all of those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Please refrain from applauding. On the motion, I know, Ms. Levinson, you were waiting to speak. Did you want to speak on the motion? Okay, Dr. Osgood on the motion?
So as I'm listening, when I made my comments earlier, when I talked about the 3 reports, they certainly speak to more than just safety. That was what I thought we was discussing. And I would prefer a workshop setting, as I said earlier, because even with the groups that made the reports, just being able to engage them and ask them questions and get clarity. And I am amenable to Mr. Runcie putting it in his report, because sometimes we have workshops and then we have Mr. Runce's report the next week. Things happen within that week or that time frame. So it gives us even a greater way of communicating, along with what Ms. Korn said, because this is like national news. You know, there are people that are not available during the daytime that are interested in knowing what's going on. So if we use technology to put something online, we can have workshops. I really like that idea because maybe I can get before those groups to ask my questions and hear your thoughts about their response, because I think the value that we have is when we collectively discuss something, just like we're doing now, we end up with a better result. So as we look at it, I think that we can actually accomplish what we need to accomplish, but here's what I want to add and maybe I just missed it. So if I'm a citizen and I have a question, you know, I may not see the answer on the website. So we might even want to consider having a way for people to ask questions. It probably could really help us, because sometimes, because there's no easy way for someone to get an answer to something, they might not always want to come here and be videotaped and put on TV to get their answer. But even having something where somebody could send in, like how we do with boundaries, where people do comments, they send in, and then we try to respond to them in some kind of way. I think that this is so important as we continue to have this discussion. What's coming up in my mind, and Ms. Good spoke of opportunities earlier, we actually have a way to engage the community. And just like we wanted the community to be involved with mentoring and helping us when it comes to moving the district forward from an educational perspective, and we saw how rewarding that was. I think we went from like 26 F schools to 1 now, because the whole community was engaged in moving the schools forward academically. As we deal with the various reports that we continue to get, I mean, we did it with the disparity study. We had a work group. They made recommendations. We've done it in a lot of other ways. So I don't think that it's our mindset to shy away from communicating or engaging the community, although we do have to be selective because it's a safety issue. But I think we have an opportunity to do something in a workshop format, to have Mr. Runcie communicating his report, because there's a time frame that takes place, and to implement the wonderful idea that Ms. Korn had about putting something online that's a live document, that it's there. And I'm just suggesting that we add a place for comments or suggestions, you know, that could possibly help us move forward. I'm not looking to set up a platform for people to attack each other and to, you know, have more bigotry and hatred and divisiveness going forward, but a true platform that we can engage. We may have people that have expertise about this that's not on the board, that's not in the common circles that we have right now in the way that we function, but might have a suggestion that gives us another thought or better help us solve this problem. So I actually think that we can accomplish various things that we're trying to do here today, and communicate, and that's the key word for me, communicate more effectively. That's not my phone, that's Miss. Do we need to stop or something, Miss Merritt? Is that your boyfriend calling? No, just kidding. I'm kind of nosy when it comes to Miss Merritt. But I think we have a lot of opportunities here to engage the community with information and as well as to receive input that could help us with this, because I don't just see those reports and the implementation as only our issue. Everybody is concerned across the district, across communities, about safety, about other things that were in those reports. And I think it's an opportunity for us to collectively try to work to solve them. And then there will be times when we don't agree, the board will vote and make a decision, and whatever the majority decides, then we'll move forward in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Good, did you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the motion, I should say?
And what I wanted to explain, by all means, I even spoke earlier about the opportunity for workshops to have greater conversations as a board as it relates to the crossover of the various reports and recommendations. The reason I said specifically safety in regard to Mr. Runcie providing comprehensive updates during his superintendent reports is because those topics of which we can't have workshops in an open setting because of the sensitivity of them, those are ones that I thought that maybe he could include in his report, but he would, I guess, be better prepared to know how to speak about them without presenting a problem. Those topics, we can't have discussions in the public. Those are the ones that we're having conversations in closed doors. And so that's why when I made my motion, substitute motion, I indicated a comprehensive safety conversation by the superintendent specifically on those topics. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make one comment before we go on. I think we all agree about a sense of urgency, and we all agree about accountability. You've heard everybody that's spoken has mentioned that. And I think we're all saying the same thing, and when we all have provided some input that is helpful, I think, to the conversation. And I think that for me, having listened to all of the conversation, it is a compilation of all of those things that is required. And so while we have a crosswalk between the reports that absolutely has to happen, we also have decisions that have to be made by this board before some things can happen. So the idea of a timeline, per se, is not something that Mr. Runcie can prepare and provide to us, because those things, some of those things are in our hands or will be put in our hands. So I think that having this conversation was important, so thank you, Ms. Rupert, for bringing it forward. And we do need to do all of the things, I think, that my colleagues have asked for. So I don't know how we accomplish that through this item here today, because this is really a directive to the superintendent. It's not an item that we're approving per se, but it is a directive to the superintendent. And I think, Mr. Runcie, you've heard loudly and clearly, I, as the chair, fully support the idea of having every time we have a workshop that we set aside a time period for an update and a conversation, whether that means inviting people in that we need to ask questions of, whatever that looks like. Mm-hmm. But I think we are at the point where now we have all of these reports and we have to have a conversation. I will say this, what we don't want to do, and what I don't want to see happen as chairs, I don't want to see lengthy conversations in the middle of a board meeting that then stop us from being able to get to the items that we need to vote on for these things to move forward. So like today, we have many items on the agenda that are going to move forward some of these safety initiatives that are important, and we are only on B1. So I want to make sure that we're getting to the business of the board, but I also want to make sure we're having the important conversations. I think the workshop is the more appropriate place to have those conversations. And I also think that having the information on the website and having it included in the superintendent's report, there's no harm in including it in all of the places that my colleagues have identified. So I don't know, Mr. Runcie, if you want to say something now that
Sure.
everybody pretty much has had an opportunity to say something, and then we'll go back around. We do have a motion on the floor, and Ms. Levinson didn't want to speak on the motion, but wanted to speak on the main item. So we have a lot more dialogue, I think, to follow.
So like you, I think it's a compilation of doing all of the above. It is providing updates as quickly as we can, because things change kind of rapidly around here. So being able to provide information through superintendent updates when necessary is appropriate. Secondly, and again, we've talked about and we'll work on setting up some type of web page as kind of a clearinghouse for all things security related. And when I say security, as I said in my earlier comments, a large facet of the work that we did and continue to do around wellness, mental health, et cetera, those things are not well, let me just also say this. In some ways, everything you do is almost security related, right? Because it has some impact on outcomes. I think there's a difference between hard and physical security and some of the soft pieces that we do. And I think that's what folks are trying to say, and I think we're all on the same page with that. So again, having some kind of clearinghouse page, that's number 2. 3, I will work with staff to get a memo to the board as soon as we can, just give you some sense of when reports and information will be coming through, and trying to figure out some timeline in the future where we can actually do some kind of crosswalk reference among all of those. But it's all going to be about helping the board to make decisions around direction you want to give us around prioritization, and then looking at carving out some time at workshops. And if we're going to have regular workshop item for a while. See if we can figure out how to maybe limit that to some period of time, similar how do we do agenda updates when we have those. So that's what I have, and if there's anything else or I missed, please let me know.
So we have a motion on the floor.
Gesundheit.
Ms. Myrick?
Ms. Good, her motion is a substitute for the main motion, not an amendment.
Okay. But it's an amendment to the original item per se, or no?
No.
Okay, so it's just
a
new motion?
A new motion.
Okay. Yes, read it again for us, please.
What did you say? Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
I guess just quickly, I made a substitute motion because I could not agree to the motion that was made. I can't support the item the way it's written. But based on all the conversation, I just want to make sure we all understand. I'm totally accepting of what Mr. Runcie just indicated, understanding that moving forward, we'll have opportunities at workshops. I want to make sure, for me, it's critically important that he concur to Ms. Aladov's point that sometime in February, I'll just say sometime in February, during the month of February, that we at least be provided some kind of information during our closed-door session regarding safety and your safety.
And an overall safety plan.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Because that's what you said, it was
yes, I
accepting to you.
concur, and we'll do that, and as early as we can get it, we'll get it to you. Again, I'll meet with staff and figure out what we can do. Again,
And
you know,
if something just
yes,
let us know.
Right, so we'll have that. We just went over the Safe Havens report this week. The MSD Commission report came out on January 2nd. We're working through that. So again, there's a lot there, and I think that sounds like a reasonable time frame. We're just going to have to push to make that happen. This again is an urgent priority for us, and we will handle it as such.
I have a question though, Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I think he indicated he would do what my motion said, my substitute motion said. If I remove my substitute motion, Ms. Bartleman's motion comes back up on the floor, and
I'll remove it.
Then
You don't
I'll
need to remove it right now because it's superseded by Ms. Good's motion.
Can't Ms. Good a point of order? Can't she amend her motion to, everything
I'll
Mr.
remove my
Runcie said?
substitute motion, Madam Chair.
But Patty, everything Mr. Runcie said is what we want. Why can't that be the motion?
I'm removing my motion.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Levinson has been waiting to speak before there was a motion, and now there is no motion. So just to be clear, Ms. Myrick, what is before us now is
The original.
the item as it was presented in B1 originally, correct?
Yes, if Ms. Bartleman removed her amendment also, yes.
And I'm going to substitute the motion with what he said.
Not yet, because
When you
Ms.
tell
Levinson's
me.
speaking.
Okay, thank you. I think this has been a very good discussion, and basically everything's been said that I was going to say. I think Ms. Brinkworth just said what I really wanted to say, in that the timeline is difficult without, I don't know how Mr. Runcie can come up with a safety plan by February 15th without meeting with us about the recommendations. So I'm not really understanding how that's going to work. You can't come up with a safety plan. You can do the compilation of the different reports and that crosswalk, and then we as a board need to discuss. No, the comment is that he would be giving a safety plan to us by February 15th. I'm not looking as a board member to have that done, because I believe we all need to give input, as we've been giving input all the way along, listening to Safe Havens, who we have hired as our security expert, who is nationally renowned security expert, and we have prioritized what has been given us. Now that the MSD Commission did all of their work, you are now looking with staff to put that together, so that there will be a press conference on Thursday to discuss what has been done.
And then we'll be following up with the board.
And then what I think needs to happen is follow up with the board in our closed-door discussions as to how we're going to prioritize, and then the safety plan comes forward. So to me, I think it's very difficult to give a date of February 15th right now. I understand the urgency. We all understand the urgency. But we need to make sure that we are prioritizing the way we as a board want to prioritize taking in all the reports and what our expert has to say. What I think is really important, and everyone has spoken to it, is the accountability that we all have been talking about, and the lack of communication that has happened. Lack of communication, it's difficult to say it that way. I think what has happened is it's been piecemealed from the beginning. Beginning with the things we did that cost no money, like locking the gates, locking the doors. All of those things that cost no money have been eliminated from the conversation, but that was a memo almost put out immediately to staff after the tragedy. So I'm looking forward to Thursday for Mr. Runcie to be able to put all the pieces together of what we have done already and getting that out to the public. And I think we have a new PIO, and I look forward to our communication being done in such a way, as Mr. Runcie mentioned, on a regular basis where the information will be getting out there. I, however, do agree with Ms. Aladef's comment about putting everything on a website in one place. I have done a lot of reading. I have also attended the FBI Safety Summit, and perpetrators who do these kinds of things will go to look at that, and they will look at everything else that has been done. So to me, I think we have to do what we need to do, but we also have to be preventative in what we're doing while we're communicating. I know that's a tough balance, but it's really important that we think about that other aspect of it that's out there, and how these things are done. So, and then my final comment is, I would like to have the workshops quarterly, like we do with the Bond Oversight Committee, the reports. I think that's how we've done it for other items, and I think quarterly updates would be appropriate, along with the superintendent's report every meeting. I think would cover both aspects of it. So those are my comments on it. And then I do want to make one final comment. Everything in these reports is safety. They are all different aspects that contribute to the safety of our students and staff. So when we say safety, it doesn't mean that it's all hardening safety. Safety means that mental health, any of the other things we're going to look at that were mentioned here, they are all safety issues. So just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, Dr. Osgood, I saw your hand go up.
And in listening at Ms. Levinson and what she was saying, I agree with most of what she was saying. But we have safe havens, and I know we're making some decisions later on here today as it pertains to phase 2. So maybe they can give us some consultation on what's appropriate for the website and what's not. They're the experts. So maybe they can help us figure out what content we can put up that won't put us in a greater danger. I've been overly concerned about that, even just with all the different conversations that take place every day around this in various communities, you know, even with people threatening to come and riot and all of that stuff, it further promotes violence. And it gets us farther away from the peace and what we're trying to resolve. But since we have engaged an expert company, maybe that's something that and I don't know how that will fall within the scope of their work, but maybe that's something they can help us figure out what is appropriate to put online as it relates to safety. Because I know I would like to see us, and I know we've talked about it, we've implemented some different apps, you know, that was recently brought to my attention by a student who was very happy that they were able to report something and feel like they wouldn't be threatened, you know. It's really helped them to deal with this whole, what we call snitches get stitches, but I haven't really seen us aggressively promote those apps to say that they are available. We know about them, and I think there are pockets, but even with things like that, just being able to have somewhere that we can promote these things, that we can put them where if I'm a student or a staff person that want to report something, I can go to some website, and that website would contain information as far as this, things that we've done to secure things, but it also gives us an opportunity, you know, to report things and steps of how to report things. But, you know, maybe Safe Haven can give us some expert opinion on what should be on the website and what that will look like, because we do have to think about safety and, you know, somebody who's looking to do something different. And just as we've talked, Ms. Brinkworth, and it was mentioned earlier about the mental health piece, and we talked about Mr. Runcie coming forth on Thursday with this press conference, and I'm hoping that that press conference will include some of the mental health stuff as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Murray?
Yes. I've sat and I've listened to everyone, and, you know, again, we had a lot of input here. But this is not a Broward County School Board problem. This is a national problem. And it's a cultural change that needs to come across this country. When you look at all the entities that we have to look at and talk and discuss and put together our thoughts and resolutions and what will work and what won't work, it takes time. I don't want us to have a knee-jerk reaction because we have a lot of political intertwining that have taken place in the past several months over a tragedy that should never gotten to be a political issue. Our concern is the safety of each and every child in Broward County. We can come out a leader on this because we've been very aggressive. Ms. Levinson mentioned that immediately we locked down all our schools. Well, when we do something, new issues develop. And I'm not going to go into detail about what they are, but if you've been in contact with your principals and staff and parents, you know what the issues are. So again, and someone brought up about the SMART program. Well, we know when we got started with that, we just thought we were going to pour a lot of money out and get things done. And what happened? We got stuck in a pipeline that we couldn't easily release. And this is the same situation. Timelines don't always work when we have so much emotional need here within the system. As long as I know that our schools are tight, that staff are really watching over our children, we've had implemented programs that are over 10 years old for the social and emotional well-being, and it's really gratitude to me to see that the hard work of many people in this system that went unrecognized for a long time now are coming to the top of our needs, and that's the social and emotional need of our students and staff. It isn't just our children, it's society as a whole. So I realize timelines sound good, sounds like we're making progress, but we're making progress every day here. And it's a shame that we feel that we have to lock ourselves down to timelines, because timelines can really trip you up. And I think that the fact that politically we got a referendum passed, those of us who were running for re-election got re-elected. Why? Because there's a trust out there in the community. Maybe not everybody agrees with everything we're doing, but the majority of the people believe that we are capable of making sound decisions in the best interest of our children and our staff. So I'm real hesitant about timelines, and I'm not going to support a timeline, because I have to continue to have faith in the people that we have here in the system that are working so hard. Weekends, 10, 12 hours a day. Why? Because they recognize the urgency and that they are taking care the best they can with what we have. And the big decisions we're going to have to make is the cost. And that has always been the roadblock in safety in this system, whether it be fences, SROs, more technology. It's always been the money. So again, I will not support a timeline. I want to know that I support the actions that are being taken, and I think it's up to each one of our individual districts as we talk to our community. If we have issues of interest, then we need to let the superintendent know what those are, and to get the attention turned around to make sure that everybody in Broward County understands that we're doing the best we can with what we got. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I have Ms. Rupert, followed by Ms. Bartleman.
Yes. What happened, this conversation is exactly why I brought the item, was to facilitate open communication. And I wrote the word timeline or flow chart or whatever you wanted it to call for the fact to recognize what we've done from a certain point to this point. Timeline can be as simple as that. And also, if we don't have a timeline or at least an idea to something to get to at a point, things get away from us in this district. So I won't shrink from saying I want a timeline, and I think it can be very fluid, and Mr. Runcie can say it'll be a 3-month amount of time. I think what I get frustrated with, and I've heard you all get frustrated with it, is the fact that we don't know when everything's going to be done. And also, on the other hand, it's what has been completed hasn't been shared as readily as it should be. So I do like the idea of the repository. That is something that we're doing with the Florida School Board Association, trying to put somewhere on their website what other districts have done. Of course, releasing information that doesn't jeopardize the safety of the students or people in the district. So I thank my colleagues for the very long and involved conversation, and I think we were trying to get to the same place, and I appreciate everybody's consideration for this.
Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, so I wanted to, because this is a motion that's a directive to the superintendent recently shared what he was willing to do. There was one conversation piece from Ms. Levinson about quarterly. I feel like in the beginning, it may need to be more frequently, and then maybe 6 months out, make it quarterly. I think right now, we're gonna have discussions regardless. It's gonna happen. So what Mr. Runcie suggested doing, taking in everyone's ideas, and we don't have to use the word timeline, we can call it status update if people feel better with that. I think all of us are gonna have checklists, quite honestly, as school board members of what we expect to get done, and we are gonna have an accountability piece without maybe calling it the timeline. So it was suggested that there would be a website that was updated all the time, not just on hardening, but on everything, including the mental health and all of those things. It was suggested that I would call it status updates from Mr. Runcie. As a matter of fact, what he's going to present the community at the end of the week is going to kind of be the template for that, because he's going to say, this is what we have going, this is what's in the pipeline, and then it's going to be a liquid document. You're going to have to always add things to it. And then I think that it should be in a superintendent's report every time, and then at least one workshop for the first, I would say, 6 months, and then quarterly while we get things together. So that would be my amendment to the motion. I think I included.
No motion, just an amendment.
It's just a motion.
Just an amendment, I apologize. I think that, because I understand you want quarterly, but I think this just came out. I think it needs to be at least for the first 3 months, once a month, until we get our bearings straight, because there's a lot that's going to need to be discussed. And so did I say 3 months? I would say 3 months and then move it to quarterly to take into account what Ms. Levinson would like to see. So that would be my amendment, and I think that included everything. Did I include everything you said, Mr. Runcie, or did I leave something out?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think we're going over and over the same, look. Like,
Right, correct.
I think
But I think it's important as a board.
I think that now that we have the reports out, that we're going through it, we're analyzing them, we're putting together some timelines, initiatives. The board's already made some initial investments from the first round of reports that we had from Safe Haven. So, I think going forward, we need to be pretty explicit about what we're doing with the other reports that are out there, similar to the same fashion. So I understand that.
Perfect, and that's why it's just status update. And I really, really feel it needs to be a motion from this board, and it needs to be formalized. I think we've had this discussion, but to me, it's really important that we say, this is the director from the board to the superintendent. So that's why I'm making the motion.
Okay.
Because I don't want to have to vote down
I think that there's some confusion about what exactly your motion is, so if you can be very succinct in what your motion is, and I know Dr. Osgood has a comment,
Okay,
but we're
the
gonna
motion is
on the motion.
everything that Mr. Runcie said.
You can't say that.
Okay,
You're
here's
gonna
the
have to be
motion.
Specific.
Okay, status updates from Mr. Runcie at every superintendent's report at the school board meetings, which was Dr. Osgood's suggestion. Workshops, because that was someone else's suggestion to have the status update on a workshop once a month for the first 3 months and then quarterly. Then the idea of the website. And I am leaving this very broad because there are multiple reports, there are multiple issues. We all know that we're not going to put anything out there that would jeopardize the safety of anyone. And that encompasses, I believe, every idea that was brought forward and agreed to, with the exception of having the monthly updates for 3 months.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, it's the superintendent's report will include status updates,
Yes.
workshop once a month for the first 3 months and then quarterly, and the website repository that was suggested by our
Yes.
colleagues. Okay, is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Mrs. Aladeff. Dr. Osgood has a question. I believe Ms. Good has a question.
And my
following.
question now is a procedural question. I agree with what Mr. Runcie offered in that we are agreeing to accept. It's not Mr. Runcie. Mr. Runcie takes this direction as to what the board is prioritizing. But I'm asking a procedural question now because we have a B1 item. And the B1 item, in my opinion, is very different than what we're saying now. In my mind, I can't transition from this item to the amendment. Although I'm in agreement with what we brought forth as the amendment, I don't know from a rulemaking and procedural perspective how to get from the B1 item. Where we're at now is not the B1 item in my mind.
No,
Yeah,
it
so-
is.
And just to express the concerns that I think we all feel as board members is that we don't want to be put in a position where we are voting down an item that then says that we don't agree with having
Right.
urgency and accountability
Right.
at the top of mind. So that's the difficulty that we find ourselves
Yes.
in right now.
Well, I would ask Mrs. Bartleman to begin her motion by saying this is a substitute motion for B1.
This is a substitute motion for B1, and do I have to repeat it all again, or you got it?
No, I think it was very clear the first
Perfect.
time.
Thank you, Ms.
Substitute
Bridgewater.
motion.
And who, I'm sorry, who was the second on that? Ms. Good? No?
Ms. Alhadeff.
Ms. Alhadeff, do you accept that little
I do
change?
accept that.
Okay,
Thank
so we
you.
have a motion by Ms. Bartleman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Dr. Osgood has already made a comment. Are you finished with your comments? I
I'm
know Ms. Good,
finished.
you wanted a comment, and Ms. Corn has a comment as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So, can we just get clarification on the workshop aspect of your motion? I'm just trying to have an understanding of your expectations, because when your expectations aren't met, you're very vocal, and I'd like to understand what those are as it relates to the workshop.
Well, it's a status update from Mr. Runcie. He's bringing forward his activities that he's going to do and what he anticipates doing, and he will present at the board workshop where we are on those activities and where he is at, where he's adding in it. And that's also a sunshine moment for any of us if we have questions.
Okay.
Because there are 2 meetings that occur right now.
No, and I just wanted to see how
That
you
helps.
envisioned it.
That's how I
Did you
envisioned it.
envision, so it's an opportunity for him to share information with us,
Yeah.
just the board, and we have a conversation
Yes.
with the superintendent, not an item on the workshop as we do with other issues.
No, it's a status
Okay,
update.
because then that I can support.
Okay,
All right.
that's what I envision.
Yes, Ms. Corn.
For clarification purposes, we need a start date for that to happen.
So,
So are we talking about March 1st would be the first time in which, since you're going to have something for us by mid-February, would you have it written and in a status update? Like, how soon would you be able to do that? And I think that should be part of the motion, because otherwise it
Okay.
would be assumed it's the very next workshop.
no, I get that. So, Mr. Runcie, what date works for you?
First March workshop, would that be
Yes,
acceptable?
I will
So
add
friendly
March
amendment.
workshop, friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay. And Mrs. Alhadeff has to accept the friendly amendment?
You accept that?
I accept that.
Okay, so just to be sure that my colleagues are clear, that what the motion is on the floor, and
Wait,
Mr. Runcie is clear.
look, we should just say monthly from March to the end of the school year. I mean, that's only
Yeah.
4 months, so,
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
good.
just,
And then quarterly.
And then when we get back, we'll
Quarterly.
start in August, and then we'll do quarterly.
Yep.
Okay, so the motion is 3 months and quarterly. We're going to leave it at that, and if we need to do something different at that time, we will give you that directive.
Perfect.
All of those, oh, do I need to take audience input again? I guess I do. Audience input on the motion.
Hello? Yes, hello, board.
I'm just going to, before you, I'm sorry,
Mike.
don't start his time yet. Before you say your name, I'm just going to make a reminder to everyone who gets up to speak about this. Please keep your comments directed to exactly the motion that we're talking about right now.
Yes, my name is Michael Serbola, and congratulations. I think you worked it out there. Obviously, a timeline doesn't need to be said. I mean, when you show up, you should be keeping an eye on the timeline constantly, and it should be a liquid document. I have to be honest, though, I was saddened that there was no mention of the fact of addressing at least half of the responsibility here in the room, in the building, and in the county, for that matter, in the sense not just of protecting ourselves and defending ourselves from the children, but also seeing to it that no child ever shows up in that condition again. What did we do in the past? What did you do in the past that we could have done better? As an example, if I may use an example, and it's a direct example,
Mr.
we
Serbola, I
operated
just want to remind you that this
under-
is about the motion
Yes, I am.
of the directive
And
that
you
we're
did
giving to
not-
the superintendent. Can you please stop the time
Yes.
for just a moment so we don't use Mr. Serbola's time for my talking? I'm going to be very consistent, as I have been since I sat in this chair, that when you talk about the item, that it be on the item. So I'm going to ask you to talk only to the motion about the status report updates that the superintendent's going to give, the workshop updates once a month for the first 3 months and then quarterly, and the website repository that has been requested by my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Yes, as you self-monitor, which I think all of those describe as far as the updates, et cetera, and the timelines, et cetera, as you do that self-updating, literally, that's what I mean, self, what culpability, what things can we improve, included in that you just mentioned, that we could have done differently. For example, the Promise program, which the gentleman was not
Mr.
even
Serbola.
sent to. Examples
Serbola,
are useful, I believe, if they're
I
direct
understand
examples.
that
It's called
when we have the
conversation.
meeting, can you please stop the time again? And this is the last time I'm gonna do this. I need you to please stay on the item. I understand that you have ideas about what we should be discussing when we have these meetings, but that's not really appropriate to the motion that we're talking about. It's whether or not you agree with the superintendent delivering the status reports updates, the workshop having a 1 month time frame for the first 3 months and then quarterly, and the website repository. Thank you.
I think it's a wonderful idea as long as you keep in mind to our own culpability, including the boards and the superintendents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none. Any additional colleague comment on the motion? Okay. And official school board records, are you good with the motion? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion as stated by Ms. Bartleman, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that the line for
At this time, we're going to go to the CC items. And I'm going to take CC2 first because I don't have any comments on that one. So all those in favor of, I'm sorry. May I have a motion and a second on item CC2? Indicate by.
moved.
Yes, thank you. Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on item CC2? Seeing none. Colleague input on item CC2? All those in favor of item CC2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item CC1?
So moved.
Second?
Actually, we can take all three. Item CC1, 3, and 4.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items CC1, 3, and 4. Okay, I have comments.
No. I don't have comments.
My glasses on. And do any of my colleagues have comments? I was the only one that had marked
Yeah,
anything down.
just you.
Okay, just me. And I'm looking at the wrong paper. All right. Item CC1 was just a simple thing, and I'm sure it was just a Scrivener error. In the second paragraph where it says February 3rd, 2018, I think that you might mean on the 2019. Yes. Yes, okay.
Yes.
All right, so that's, we don't need to make any motion or do anything about that. I just wanted to verify that that was the case. And then on CC3 and CC4, my question is similar. How long have the two positions been vacant? And in both cases, it is two positions. So for CC3 and CC4.
Roger Riddle-Moser with Environmental Health and Safety. We do have one of the Safety Specialist 1 position that has actually been open for probably a good 6 months to a year as a result of a issue that we had with the previous occupant of that position.
Is that for CC3?
That would actually be for the EH&S Specialist 1 position.
Okay, that's
Yes.
CC3.
And
That's
then,
one of the two that's indicated in the executive summary?
yes, and then the other positions are new positions. That would be new people coming into those positions, yes.
Okay, I
That
thought
are currently vacant.
that I read in the executive summary that there were, it says, there are currently 3 board-approved positions associated with this job description, 2 of which are currently vacant. That's in the cost paragraph, I'm sorry, on the bottom of page 1, in the exhibit 1. Okay, it's my fault, I'm all over.
There's 4 altogether.
There are 4
Four altogether. 3 are new positions that are new people that are coming right into those that have not been occupied before.
So there are.
Sure. Basically, we did have that one position, the Safety Specialist 1, that we actually did have someone in there. The other 3 positions are actually new positions that we will be having there within the environmental health and safety operation that have in the past not been filled.
Okay, so I guess I'm still confused, because it's not what the executive summary says on the last paragraph. It says that there are currently 3 board-approved positions associated with this job description, 2 of which are currently vacant. So you're telling me there are 4 positions and 1 of them is vacant?
No, we actually do have one position that was occupied, but we actually have 3 others that were not occupied in the past that are vacant right now.
So there are
That-
3 vacant positions.
4 vacant positions altogether.
Okay.
We actually have, we actually have 1 vacant environmental health and safety specialist 2 position.
That's a
in the
different item, though.
environmental-
I think that's where the confusion is.
Oh, I
That's a
gotcha.
different item. There's 2 different items. One of them, CC3, is for the Safety Specialist 1 position, and then CC4 is the Safety Specialist 2 position. And in the executive summary of the item number CC3 for Safety Specialist 1 position, it says there are currently 3 board-approved positions associated with this job description, 2 of which are currently vacant.
You have 4 altogether.
So that would be a Scribner's error on my part. There are 4 positions, of which,
We actually have 2 that are the safety specialist 2 positions and 2 that are safety specialist 1 position.
Okay, so 2 separate items, right? CC3 and CC4. So I just need to have an understanding for Safety Specialist 1, how many board-approved Safety Specialist 1 positions do we have currently?
And I'm not sure what you mean by board approved. I know that
I think that typically when it says that in the executive summary, it's to signal to the board that the positions already exist and they're already budgeted.
and that, as far as I know, that is true.
Okay, Ms. Marte is making a signal from the back that she would like to respond, so we're going to let her come up and make a response. Let the record reflect that Ms. Marte is making a motion. She wants to come forward.
Good afternoon, through the chair. They are budgeted. It would indicate they were not, if that was the case. They are budgeted positions.
Okay, and I know this is not really a question for you, but for the Safety Specialist 1, there are 3 approved positions associated with this job description, 2 of which are currently vacant. Is that correct, or is that not correct for Safety Specialist 1?
That is correct for Safety Specialist 1. We have 2 positions
That are
that are
open?
vacant, yes.
Okay. And that this, with the first, because the requested action of us today is approve the proposed new job description for the Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 1 position. Approval is requested to advertise for the position after the first reading. This is the first reading. So there are 2 positions that are currently in the budget, that are currently vacant, that will be advertised after this first reading. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, for the EH&S Specialist 1.
I guess I'm having a level of concern at the ability to answer the question. And this is not directed to you. This is like across the people that are sitting there. There are 4 people sitting there, and somebody should be able to answer this question. And I know that we have a very rigorous APG process, and so I know that these questions are often asked during that process. That's what I hear anyway. So I just don't know how we get to today, and I'm asking the questions, and there seems to be, if you don't know and you need to get back to us, we can table the item and you can come back and you can share the information with us. But I have the same questions about CC4 and what's relayed in the executive summary, and I just have questions about how long the positions have been vacant and whether or not they have previously been funded by this board.
If you will allow us to get back to you on that, let's table it, and we'll get that information for you. And
Okay. I think Ms. Levinson has an additional question so that we can get all the questions answered before you come back to us. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
And whether these are essential positions to be filled.
That was going to be my next question. So I'm going to need one of my colleagues to make a motion to table items CC3 and 4. Actually, we have to separate out CC1 because we moved them all together, and we'll vote.
Motion to separate?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Good, seconded by Dr. Osgood to separate out CC1. All in favor of item CC1 indicate, do I have to take audience input on separating out item CC1? Any colleague input on separating CC1? All those in favor of item CC1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item CC1 passes unanimously, and the separated items were, as requested by staff, that we table them to later in the meeting. We need a motion. Motion by by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn, to table items CC3 and CC4 to later in the meeting. All in favor? Audience input on tabling the items CC3 and CC4, and please come to the mic. Seeing none. Any conversation on tabling from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of items CC3 and CC4 being tabled to later in the meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
The items have been tabled to later in the meeting. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to do all the EE items that don't have comments. I'm sorry, Ms. Good, did you have a question? Okay. May I have a motion and a second on items EE 2, 4, 5, and 8?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items EE 2, 4, 5, and 8. Seeing none, colleague input on items EE 2, 4, 5, and 8. Seeing none, all those in favor of items EE 2, 4, 5, and 8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE 2, 4, 5, and 8 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 1?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Horn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item EE 1? Seeing none. Colleague input on item EE 1? Yes, I have Ms. Levinson and Ms. Rupert.
Yes, I'll just make it quick since it's very late. I just want to thank once again the school-based people who have worked so hard on these grants, as well as our district staff for applying for these grants. We know this takes a lot of extra time, and these resources are very important to the district. And I want to thank the companies as well who offer these grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Mine were positive. I just wanted to congratulate Atlantic Tech College on the grant from the DART Foundation for $98,700. And moving fast here. Also, the Jim Moran Foundation awarded $10,000 to Deerfield Beach Middle School, so congratulations to everyone there. and the Target field trip grants for, that'll be utilized by Bright Horizon in the amount of $700. And it's going to be used to take students to the Bednar's Farm, where they get a chance to learn about life, plant life, ecosystems, and how food is grown. So thank you to all those.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert, and as always, the board congratulates all those who, and appreciates the efforts of all those who put in requests for grants on behalf of serving our students. So all those in favor of item EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on item EE3? Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert and myself.
Okay. You want to go? Oh, I
Oh,
go.
go ahead.
Yes. You want to go? No.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I had two questions. I think I put them to my secretary, and she should have shared them with you guys. Did you get them?
We got them. You get them?
Okay.
Yes.
One sec. I got to pull it up on the computer. Okay. So mine were very simple, and I wanted to give staff an opportunity to really talk about that aspect. Whenever we have an item that is hopefully successful, especially in this department, you want to be able to look back for some measurables or some deliverables. And I didn't notice any, and we are going to take the expending authority, which was $200,000, and then we're going to increase it to $627,500. So obviously, we're going to be implementing it in more places. So my question was, what were the end results that were achieved by this platform? And next time when you guys bring something, just a little sentence that says that. That just makes it a lot easier for us. And I know that we do surveys with some of our other contracts, and I thought since this is really almost, I guess it's tripling what you started as, that you would be able to give me some information on that.
I'll take that, Mr.
Good afternoon, David Watkins, Director of Equity and Diversity. One of the things that we were able to do is, particularly with this course, we had 300 equity liaisons who took this course, and part of the course completion was to complete a survey on their experience with the class.
Right.
And so we have about a 19-page document that shows the success of the course, the feedback from the teachers that took the course,
Right.
With a lot of positive information that we can share with the board. In addition to that, we've also made a lot of adjustments to how we support the mandates that we are required to provide, as well as some of the coursework and professional development that we've done for our teachers.
Right. I mean, and you guys do great work. It's not the amount of work, it's just the amount of the contract. And for me, there needed to be a nexus as to, we did this with $200,000 and these were the effects. And look, we need to triple it because the demand was high. We saw culture changes, conversations were being had, whatever that, the conclusion of those people taking the classes. So I'm supporting the item. I just wanted to come in the future, or anything like this, you should just let us know. And if you especially when you have the data already, bring something that says 85% of people, give it 5 stars for being able to talk peer-to-peer afterwards, or teach something like that. All right, and I appreciate all your effort. It's a wonderful program, wonderful staff that you guys have, but I wanted to give you that opportunity and the idea to kind of give us a little bit more info when they come next time. Okay.
Thank you for the
Thank
feedback.
you.
Yes, I have several people who want to speak, so just one second. Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Moore.
Ms. Rupert, thank you for that question. I had similar concerns with this work and this whole platform, and I was fortunate enough to go to the Equity Summit. And listening at the dialogue and the reporting out of many of the teachers and persons that had the training, it really made me feel comfortable with the monies that we were spending, that it was actually being utilized, because my concern is because it is an 8-week course, and looking at staff and the teachers and how their time is already allocated. But I was literally blown away to see the number of people that had taken the course and some of the feedback. So my recommendation as these things come forward, I know we do the surveys and it gives us a lot of quantitative analysis, but sometimes with these kinds of things, it's good to have qualitative, where we have a few people come in and talk about it. And I'm close by saying I'm supporting this item, but I do have an issue, because since that equity training, I've been asking to get the information so that I could take this 8-week course, and I don't have it yet, Mr. Watkins. So I need you guys to help me with that.
Just so you know, that's included in the item for today.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Ms. Korn?
I'm on here? Okay. Oh, so we needed money for me to take it? That was it, okay. I approve it.
Thank you. So my question is really to the budget. This was already, I know this is a spend authority request. Was this already considered in the budget?
It is,
Hi.
it's part of the grant. So the funds are coming from the Title IV Part A grant.
But in our budgets, we still identify our grants within the budget. So what I'm asking is, was this already, because grants, you can spend grant money in lots of different areas. I want to make sure that there were available funds in the grant specifically for this. Does that make sense? In other words, I'm not asking if it's coming out of grant money. What I'm saying is it identified in the budget already? Or, so so the answer to that question is?
Yes.
Yes.
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
But I also think what you're asking is, if you look at the budget you adopted in September, will you see Title IV with this amount of money?
Right.
And my answer is I have to go check. So
Okay.
there's a process with grants, right? It's in the budget as adopted, and then additional grants come in every month under EE1, and you all approve those. And then when we do our first grant amendment in February, any nexus between what was adopted then and all of those actions will be codified and accumulated there. But for them to bring that item, it would have had to be in the grant application and in the original grant, so the answer is yes, before they could go ahead and do that.
Okay. So, and it's in the budget that we already approved, this was already assumed that this spend authority was going to be there? Because most of the time, you don't budget beyond what you have your contracts for anticipated, and this is a spend authority increase. So that's why I wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson also has a question?
Yes, first I want to say that I know I've spoken about cultural competency repeatedly, and so to me, we need more licenses than this across the district, so I wholeheartedly support this. My question is the on-site client support piece. What is that?
So the on-site client support piece is part of the online course. And what happens is that as we enroll teachers into them, they're in a cohort of about 30 teachers, and that that cohort receives weekly feedback on the participation in the course. So they're really the online facilitators that support our cohorts as we establish them.
Okay, so it's not really on-site. They're not coming out to the site at all.
It's through an online platform.
Okay, so it's online support, so it probably should have read that way, because it seems like someone's going out to the schools. Okay, so that's this online support.
The district has equity liaisons in the equity and diversity department and in the former DPI department. And those district liaisons are the on-ground support. And then there's the online support as well.
Okay.
Our staff goes out to the schools to provide support.
Okay, so this is all part of that large Title IV grant, correct? We have so many wonderful things that are coming out of this grant in the district that we all believe in, and we have the money to do a lot of these things now. How are we going to sustain these things?
So part of that work is around the professional development that we are providing to all the teachers. And so we rolled out the awareness by initially having an equity liaison for each school. Now we are not only increasing the number of new equity liaisons, but part of that professional development was to build capacity so that now we're doing a train-the-trainer model. So our goal is to have the teachers lead this effort through not only getting the awareness and getting the training, but now facilitating the training. So what you're seeing now in many of our schools is that those equity liaisons are working with our district staff who have been trained, and they're now getting the training, and now they're co-facilitating with entire faculties. And as we continue to build, we're going to come to a point where we won't need this platform moving forward. We'll have enough trainers that can facilitate, that are district school teachers that are doing that work.
Which is terrific. That's the model we speak about often, and I'm happy to hear that that's what we're trying to build. And that was the idea of the equity liaisons to begin with, was to be able to build this capacity.
And they're also going through the micro-credentialing as well. So we're making sure that not only do they have good content knowledge, not as part of this initiative, but as part of the collaboration with our other departments in our work, is to ensure that not only can they facilitate the content, but they also are following a district model on how we deliver quality professional development.
Okay. And it's very exciting, because if you have attended any of, like the movie, The Hate You Give, where we had the equity liaisons, the excitement that they're bringing to this new role that they have is really going to benefit the district. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I had some of the same questions that Ms. Levinson had. So it's an additional 500 license for a total of, site licenses for a total of 800. Is it an additional 800 people, or those 300 people still utilizing their site license from the year before?
So the original 300 are continuing to have access to the resources, the materials. So they, even after they've completed the course, they still have the use of those materials that continue to train. So now they're becoming the trainers, and so they're still accessing those resources and working with the new equity liaisons that are going through the process.
Right, so I'm pretty familiar with how site licenses work, and so one of my questions was along the lines of what Ms. Levinson asked with regard to at what point does it become self-sustaining? Are they always going to have access through a site license to the materials, or at some point will the district be able to wean itself from the site licenses so that?
So part of the exciting thing about having a Title IV grant and not only meeting the state mandates that we're required to have and complying with the CCC agreement is we have begun to build our own wealth of materials. A lot of the work and a lot of the information that we were getting through the platform, we're also purchasing for our teachers. So now our teachers are identifying what their needs are, and they're able to purchase materials for the Holocaust, for African American history, for women's studies, for Hispanic heritage, and the other pieces, and now they'll have those in their own schools. So this was a way of really kind of getting the ball rolling, incentivizing it so that we would sort of test the waters, and it's been such a huge hit. Now our teachers are running with it independently. And so hopefully, we'll be able to do this without funding from the grant.
Okay, and then I had a similar question with regard to what is noted in both the contract and in the executive summary as on-site client support. So I guess why it would say on-site when it's really online is a question. I don't know if that really matters, but how many people?
So the on-site, what I meant by that, because I wrote the executive summary, right? The on-site support, what I meant was that as we're providing both online support from PCG, our district equity liaisons are providing online support. And we do that in a number of ways. We also have periodic meetings with our equity liaisons where we have courageous conversation workshops. We do trainings for courageous conversation. So there's various ways, and like, for example, one of the great things that came about last year from our equity liaison training was that now our schools have equity plans. And we're providing this year tremendous support to our schools to implement those plans. So the Courageous Conversations is the baseline that we're trying to use in establishing common language, common protocols, so that we're all using the same vocabulary when we're engaging in this conversation and this kind of work.
Okay, I get that we're excited about what's happening. My question is with regard to the contract and what it says, what we're contracting for, because it says that we're contracting for on-site client support, and let's make sure that I'm reading from not the executive summary, but from the contract. Yes, I am. On-site client support and weekly project management updates for 12 weeks at the cost of $130,000.
So with the increase in the amount of participants, as well as the existing, we're just increasing the number of people that are providing that support.
But that's from the company that we're contracting with, and what we do with our staff is separate and apart from that, or is that not what am I understanding that wrong?
So what we're doing with that group, so we have our senior leaders and our other groups that we are providing direct support to at the school site.
No, I don't. Ms. Pope is come to the microphone, so I think maybe she understands
Yes,
what I'm
okay.
asking. Because I think we're confusing the two things,
Right.
and I just want to make sure that what is in the contract is what we are getting.
Right. What we are paying for in a contract is really on-site support with us, with the department leaders. We do regularly meet with the organization who's providing us input on how many of our teachers are moving along in the coursework, the evaluation and the collection and evaluation of the data that is ongoing, and guidance around how we move forward throughout the district with our plan. So the on-site support is with us, not with the schools or the teachers, but with us as leadership.
Okay, so then my question to you is, how many people come for 12 weeks for $130,000 for on-site support? And do they physically come here?
They physically come. At our last meeting, which was in October, November, there were three people from the organization that came and met with myself and my team.
And what's the frequency of their on-site support?
This past year, I don't know how many times.
Mr. Watkins needs his mic turned on, please.
Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I would say probably at least 10 times, and we have broken up, cohorts. So we have a variety of cohorts in which we have the groups working with the various cohorts of equity liaisons. So part of following up with us, that they are coming and then they're working with cohorts of equity liaison staff.
And we make that determination as to who they're meeting with, when they're coming down. At the last month, there was an equity liaison meeting where PCG was down here, our superintendent was there. So it's throughout the year as we determine, and that's the on-site support that we're paying for.
Right, so the difficulty for me is that it indicates 12 weeks within the contract. So it seems to me like it's a finite amount of time that we're receiving this on-site support, and it's very specific to the amount that we're paying and the number of weeks that we're paying, but it's not very specific into the quantity of people that are providing on-site support. For us as a board, it's really important for fidelity of implementation. We say it all the time. If we're gonna have the program and we're gonna pay for the support, then we should be getting the level of support that we are paying for. And I just wanna make sure that there's a clear understanding of what in the contract the expectation is for that on-site support. So if you're telling me it's throughout the year rather than a 12-week period, it doesn't, some contracts come to us and it tells specifically how many people are coming and for what duration. That is my question around this particular piece of the contract. So I'll see if any of my colleagues have any comments about that, and then if they have additional questions as well. Ms. Levinson?
Well, that was actually my question, that the original answer was that it was online. So the question is, this contract is from February 22nd to June 30th. That is 4 months. In that 4-month period, what is the $130,000 being spent on?
So let me,
Which is 12 weeks.
right, so the way it worked, and it's really a replica of what we did last year, plus now we've added an extra 200 people, because last year we did 300, so now we're adding 500. So it's gonna be a total of 800, right? So the way it worked last year, which was very successful, is that we started the course at the beginning of February, and instructors had until May 31st to finish that course. Now, it's an 8-week course, but it's 8 weeks of self-paced recommended course. So basically, what we did was, again, knowing that at the end of the school year, there'd be pressure on teachers and things like that to get the course done, is even though it's recommended you do it in 8-week, we allowed a 12-week window of support for teachers who needed the extra time. So there was pressure to get it done in 8 weeks. And if you look at our final report, which I'm sorry we have here, 94% of our teachers completed it last year.
Okay, but
within the
that-
time. So those extra 4 weeks are support for our teachers who may go beyond the 8 weeks.
But what are we getting for the $130,000? The licenses are for the actual 8-week course. So what is the breakdown for the $130,000?
Yeah,
What
so-
are we receiving?
So what happens is, as Ms. Pope was saying, the district receives a lot of support in the fidelity of the implementation of this. And we're on weekly conference calls with the company, and we review the progress of our instructors going through the course. We also receive updates weekly on who's progressing and where some of our staff need assistance. So that's going on as far as district support and implementation of the program. While that's going on concurrently, there's facilitators. Last year there were 4 that were hired by PCG to do the online facilitation. So each week there's assignments, there's projects, there's actually a midterm and a capstone project that the instructors do, and there's constant feedback from the facilitators on the submission that the teachers are submitting each week. In addition, this is called Courageous Conversations About Race. So in order for this to be a very successful course, we need to have conversations. So in addition to that, on the platform, there's a component that allows for the people who are taking the course to speak to each other online. And those groups are also facilitated by the PCG staff to allow for that conversation that's taking place in the course to happen in those online groups as well.
And then what
Ma'am?
on-site will be
That's-
added?
May I?
Yes, please.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I think your question is about the on-site. When are they here? What we can do as a follow-up is provide you the dates and times that they have been here this past year, and then plan out for dates and times until the end of the contract, where there is on-site support, not only for us as leadership, but when they are touching bases face-to-face with the equity liaisons and with the schools.
Okay,
And
because
so we
the
outlined
pa-
that specifically
The
for you.
past is already done, we've already paid for that, but it'd be informational for
Right.
us to receive that.
So that you know
But
when
I'm
it is
really
on-site.
interested in what is in this contract and what we're receiving.
Very good.
And then when will we be able to get online and do it?
As soon as the board approves it. And this is an opportunity which, during this 500 group, we're extending it, just so you're aware, to all departments and schools that did not have an equity liaison or replaced their equity liaison. We're also extending it to all of our future administrators, so those are our Propel and our LEAD. We're extending it to our administrators, and we're also extending it to our 3 behavioral centers. And as part of our plan, we're also extending it to senior leadership and the board.
And could we also, after the fact, get a report on how many administrators took advantage of it? Because to me, that's really important that the leader of the school is also in on these conversations.
And administrators have taken, we have administrators that did take the course in the first round as well.
Any additional questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE3 passes unanimously. It has come to my attention that in our zeal to get back to the agenda after presentations, that there was a member of the audience for G4 that wanted to speak on the item, and Ms. Rupert had pulled it, and then she said she didn't have a question, and then we voted on it very quickly before he had the opportunity to identify himself. So in order to bring the item for him.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Good has moved to bring the item back. Ms. Korn has seconded, so the item is now back before us, G4, and at this time I will take audience input on item G4.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Alejandro Cuellar. I was directly affected by the vote on G4, and I just want to elaborate on some of the things that, have brought concern to me as a longtime educator, 12 years, 7 years with Broward and 5 with Dade. I don't want to name anybody by name.
Please don't.
They're not here to defend themselves. I'm not going to do that.
Please start the time.
What I am going to do is I'm going to shed light on what you guys are doing in some of your schools. At MLK Elementary, you guys are using things like iReady data, Accoletics data, in order to terminate people. That is unjust. As someone who's been in the classroom and produced 7 years of steady learning gains, high learning gains, and was considered one of the best employees and teachers in their department year after year, to be terminated based on iReady data is ridiculous. It's not what it was designed for. It's not what it's intended for. It is not an indicator of FSA scores. It is a supplemental tool used by students to study. At that school, I saw a person fired within 2 weeks of employment. This was a woman with 3 kids. When did Broward start doing this? I never seen this in my 7 years teaching in Broward. You terminate somebody in 2 weeks? You don't send somebody in there to mentor them, coach them? I've been on the opposite end. I've been the mentor who's gone in and worked with struggling teachers. Some of them made it, some of them didn't. But to dismiss somebody based on iReady data within 2 weeks and then turn around and do the same to me and not have the decency to tell me why, then elaborate on future dates in front of the staff on why I was terminated, you can't give me a reason or look me in the eye when you do it. That's another thing. You know it's wrong when you can't even look the person in the eye or give them a reason. But then you find it professionally acceptable to call a staff meeting and try to convince the staff who knows that the termination was unjust and was personal in nature. You tell them why you terminated an employee? I sent a detailed letter to all of you, 7 pages long. Not one of you had the decency to respond, with the exception of the superintendent. And I will give him the credit he deserves for responding to my inquiry. This is ridiculous. When I started teaching, the probationary period was 90 days. It is now a year. When I started teaching, insurance was effective immediately. Today, you have to wait 3 months. We are going backwards. You are not going to attract quality candidates who can be fired within a year based on a fallacy such as iReady data. We have a teacher shortage. I'm certified in high-level mathematics. Any school would love to have me. High school math, middle school math, PE, elementary ed, and ESOL certified. 7 years of high student data in Broward County. To be terminated based on iReady data. I came back from a leave. Why did I lose my professional service contract?
Thank you. It has come to my attention while the gentleman was speaking, and I apologize to my colleagues because I was first informed that this person's name was under item G4. However, Mr. Chisholm did come up and notify Mr. Mogwin that it is under G2, not G4.
Oh, I was just going to say.
Yes, so that was an error on our part. Thank you for coming to speak before us. Now, I think, Ms. Myrick, in order to make sure that we are following proper procedure, we're going to go ahead and revote on item G4 and then bring back item G2 for a moment if there's any,
Yes, you would need to
because if there's
vote.
discussion, we can't have it on G4.
You would need to vote on G4 because it's on the floor, and then you would need to bring back G2 in case there needs to be discussion or any type of vote change.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item G4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item G4 passes unanimously. Mr. Chisholm, can you double check and make sure that the gentleman's name is on item G2 before we bring it back, please? Okay. So in order to have an opportunity, if there is, and I'll remind my colleagues that we don't try these employee cases here on the dais, and it's an opportunity for us to have due process for the employee, but I do want to make sure that we have the right item before us in case there is any comment that needs to be made. So I need one of my colleagues, Ms. Good has moved to bring G2 back to the floor, seconded by Ms. Rupert. We've already had the audience input on item from the gentleman speaking, and I would now ask my colleagues, Ms. Bartleman and Ms. Levinson have indicated they have comments. Ms. Bartleman?
I know the gentleman, I'm not supposed to try the case, but what I do want to bring up is every time we get G2, there are people who are released during the probationary period. There is a teacher shortage, and just because someone doesn't fit at one school doesn't mean they don't fit at another school. And there have been stories where someone is released from one school and then they go to another school and they're amazing, whether it's personality or whatever. So I really hope that we're cognizant of that, Dr. Wanza, and we're working to make that happen. And I really hope that we're not firing people based on iReady. Okay. You can comment.
Dr. Wanza needs a microphone turned on, please. She's sitting in Mr. Moquin's seat. There you go.
Good afternoon, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So, Ms. Brodeman, to the comments that you made, the superintendent did forward his response to Mr. Cuellar to me and Ms. Rockelman, and we will look into it and we will take the appropriate action based on what we find.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I wanted to thank Mr. Cuellar for coming forward. I did read your entire email. The reason I did not respond was that the superintendent responded that it was going to be looked into and actually had a follow-up conversation with him about it. So I thank you for coming here today, and Dr. Wanza, I look forward to you looking into this issue.
Any additional comments from my colleagues? Yes, as the chair, I would like to say thank you for sending the email that you send, lengthy email that was read, I would assume, by all of my colleagues in its entirety. And as you indicated, the superintendent did respond. And so, Dr. Wanza, as a board, I think collectively we're looking for some follow-up on what it actually occurred here.
Understood.
Thank you. All those in favor of item G2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G2 passes unanimously. Okay. I have a motion and a second on item EE6.
Second.
I'm sorry, it was moved by who? Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Good. Audience input on item EE6. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good listed as having comments on item EE6.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, anyone else? All in favor of item EE6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE6 passes unanimously. I have a motion on a second on item EE7.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item EE7. Seeing none. I have Mrs. Aladuff and myself.
I have a question on EE7. As recommended in the MSD Commission Report, page 230, school districts and law enforcement agencies should strive for radio interoperability. Will our new radios have this type of ability?
Who's going to do it?
So can you, so Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. Good afternoon, board members. We just need a little bit more clarification around radio operability. In what capacity?
So will we have the ability of public safety personnel to communicate by radio with users from other agencies or departments?
Repeat.
The current plan for the radios at the school-based radios is to not have direct communication with public safety personnel at this point.
So we're spending all this money and it does not meet the recommendation by the MSD Commission Report?
The current plan is to have the school-based radios be able to be provided to staff at schools to communicate effectively on that campus. The other plan is to be able to bridge those to other channels in case of an emergency, but normal operations are such today that school-based personnel will not speak directly with first responders.
Can I,
Something's not
just to expand on that answer, you mind? So, but you just answered it in two different ways. You said, one, you talked about what the protocol is going to be, and I think Ms. Olive is talking about the capacity of what we're purchasing. Does it have that capacity?
Yes, the capacity of what we're purchasing has the technical capabilities for bridging those two networks together.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else have a question? Because I do have a question. Dr. Osgood?
Yeah, I was just going to add, it was my understanding that some of the processes is that we need to be off of the line consistently with the first responders and only access it during emergencies, that we have a clear way of communicating ourselves on campuses, not being on a frequency per se with the first responders that interfere with their ability to communicate, but having the capacity to merge the two if there was an emergency. So I needed to understand it in that way too, but it's clear that what's being recommended is that we need to have a way internally to better communicate, and then we need to have a way when necessary to communicate with the first responders and not have it all going on all the time at one time.
Thank you. So I had a question just in the revised item, in the way that the funding was explained. And I just wanted to confirm that the dollars that we're talking about here were already approved by the board and that this is not additional capital funds. That's my understanding, and I just want to make sure. Ms. Marta, you're shaking your head. You don't need to come up to the microphone. Mr. Runcie, if you just want to give a confirmation into the mic.
Confirmed.
Okay, and then, okay, that's the end of my questions on this particular item. Ms. Good?
Yes, I just need Mr. Runcie to clarify something, because to Ms. Olive's point, I mean, the issue of the radio systems and the capability to communicate via, you know, with Broward County, I know that we've been in conversations with them. Is this part of that conversation? I mean, I don't want it to be left out there that we're spending these dollars.
Right, so there are two things. So one is to enhance the level of communication within schools to make sure that all staff, even those that aren't in areas, for example, where there are intercoms or you could be on a playground, wherever it may be, that they have the radios.
Check.
There's a whole nother separate initiative that's going on that's supposed to go live, or the capability will go live starting in March of this year, to move the district's transportation unit off of the county's system, because we've got over 1,000 buses on the road and a lot of other communications. And given what happened on February 14th and the challenge they saw with the communication system, we've been asked by the county and everyone to move to a different channel. And so that work is going on. But that's a whole separate piece that involves buses and those radios. And so we're spending money as part of the radio project to outfit our buses with different radios as well. And then after we do that work, whatever funds are left over, we're going to actually buy radios for schools.
So in this, well, and it was just important to get that in, because although it's a different item, if you just hear the response in isolation, I didn't want the takeaway to be from those in the audience that we're spending dollars on devices that we're going to end up with the same difficulty in communicating.
No, in fact,
the
we're
devices
yeah.
this item speaks to are the ability for staff to have further radios, because we don't have sufficient right now. But there is a reference in the summary explanation that speaks to the requirements about Broward County government's proposed radio system.
Correct.
So can you explain then why
Yeah,
that's...
so that radio system, again, that's related to the buses, and we are buying new radios to be able to work.
Oh, I see. So it's twofold.
Yeah, there are two different radio type projects. There's one for the whole transportation piece, and then there's one just to put radios in schools for administrators and other staff.
And that's, both of those are in this item.
Correct, and it's because we're adding all those components that we now need to expand the size of the contract.
So through the chair.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Ms. Good, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make one slight correction. There is a related item to this, item EE8, which specifically has the mobile radios for the buses.
Okay,
So
but-
I just want to make sure that they're not all in one item, there's two separate items. I just want to be clear on
But
that.
so that's why I'm confused.
But they're related.
Because there's reference to Broward County government radio system in this item, and so that's why I'm trying to understand. Yes. Under the summary explanation, it says, we're gonna buy additional radios and repeaters to enhance reliability and meet the Communications Commission's digital requirements and Broward County government's proposed radio system. So we're not gonna be communicating with them. Why would that reference be in there?
So,
We're using, it's a piggyback. It's a piggyback that we're using that belongs to our county government.
so the items are related, and we're using a piggyback that relates to Broward County government. So what we've basically done for that section of the executive summary is we pretty much copied and pasted or lifted the same comments because it's a piggyback for both of the items. They are related, but technically, to your point, we probably should have went in and pulled out the items that weren't specific to EE7 as it relates to this summary.
Okay, and just, it's important that the takeaway is that with this item and the other item, when we get to it, there will be enhanced capabilities of communications.
Absolutely, that's
And
correct.
I think that's what's the important communication that needs to get out. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any additional comments from my colleagues? All in favor of item EE7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE9?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Horn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item EE9? Seeing none. Colleague input on item EE9, I have Ms. Murray, and then I had comments myself.
This is an issue that we had spoken to last year in regards to the GPS system, and I just want to reconfirm the value of this system. It's a tracking system that allows Transportation Department to track each and every bus at all times. And it's also a great tool when parents call and want to know where their child is. And quite honestly, this has become a real plus for us in reestablishing the confidence and trust that parents have in transportation. And I think it's very clear that we don't get the phone calls like we used to. So again, this is an important piece of equipment that's needed. And we had, like I said, we had a big discussion because of the value amount. But I think when we talk about safety and the well-being of our children, this is money well spent.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Just double checking, for those of you that sit on the front row and keep tabs on me, I did ask for audience input on this item, didn't I? It was very quick, but I'll do it again, just in case. Audience input on item EE9? Okay. And I'm sorry, do any of my colleagues have additional comment before I make a comment? All right, so my question is, what, if any, functionality still remains unused in this product?
You want to take it? Yeah. That's a great question. I actually had that question over the weekend.
Thank you for
And
complimenting
they
my
responded.
question.
So just give me a second to find it in my notes, though.
Certainly, no problem.
Do you know off the top of your head? I got it right here. Okay. So there are two functionalities. It's in my notes.
That are not currently being used.
Yeah, that's correct. Student tracking. And that's the item where we've discussed this with the board in previous conversations. We've had some challenges with managing the use of IDs being required to leverage that feature. So we've made some decisions around the risk posed to the district in using that. We just didn't feel comfortable in turning that feature on. We have since gotten another feature that compensates for that, which I'll come back to in a minute. The other feature is what we call our EduTracker software, and it's our ability to link the GPS data, the actual data in the GPS system, to our planned routing data. That functionality hasn't been turned on as well.
Okay, and so my follow-up question, is that the reason for the spend authority remaining in the contract?
Yeah, that's the reason for us having available budget to cover the spend authority that's in the contract. Yes.
Okay, because if you look at what we approved earlier and what was remaining, there was a sizable amount, and I was just wondering if there was functionality that we weren't using, if that was the reason why, because we're not paying for functionality that we're not using?
That's correct, and that's been for the last 2 times that we brought the item forward.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're not paying for functionalities that we're not using. I have no additional questions. Any other questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE9 passes unanimously. Thank you very much. May I have a motion and a second on item II1? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item II1. Seeing none. Colleague input on item II1. I have Mrs. Aladeff, Ms. Good, and Ms. Gordon.
Mr. Runcie, you have anything to say about this item?
Yes, so I had a conversation with our new sheriff last night, and what we agreed to is to move this item forward, just so we can actually get the work done of, making the connections and providing the access. He did indicate that there were some modifications that they would like to this agreement, and so we will be bringing in short order, once we get those items from them, we will come back to this board with some amendments to this particular contract agreement. But for now, we need to have this item move forward so that we can get the work going. So that's the status.
Okay, so that's not the message I received. I was told that you were gonna pull this item today.
So again, I had that conversation last night about 10 o'clock at night, and this is what we thought made sense. They had been reviewing it, but yeah, there's some changes they want, and I agree we should seriously consider those, but to move this work forward and begin to, at a minimum, establish the relationship and the capabilities to provide that kind of access, we need to move forward with this agreement. We can always come back at any moment in time and make the changes, but this allows us to make progress on a very important matter, and he didn't want us to hold that up, and I agree with that.
Okay, so that's not the conversation I had with BSO. I think that it's important that Sheriff Gregory Tony and his staff, as the new sheriff, since he did not sign this document, that he has an opportunity to look at it appropriately. So I am going to move that we postpone this to the next meeting and to give our new sheriff, Gregory Tony, the opportunity to look at it and make any adjustments and addendums to it. And I know that this is very important, but I think that we are setting a precedent in this, and it's very important that Sheriff Gregory Tony has the opportunity to vet this out appropriately.
I believe Ms. Myrick has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, my office has been involved with the superintendent and with the sheriff's office. Yesterday, we tried to verify with the attorney for the sheriff's office that bringing this forth today, that even though it had Sheriff Israel's signature on it, that it still was a valid contract, that they agreed was a valid contract, and they agreed. And then it was not long after that that the sheriff requested that the item be pulled because he had been reviewing it, the new sheriff, and he had some minor changes that he wanted to look at. I brought that to Mr. Runcie, and that's when Mr. Runcie reached out to the sheriff, and they've discussed it. So it's not that the new sheriff or the new sheriff's staff has not seen this. His upper level administrators all were involved in the writing of it and in agreeing to what are the parameters in it. So I would encourage you to pass this so that we can get started and having the this connection with our IT department begin to do that with the cameras.
Okay, I have Ms. Good, then Ms. Korn, then Ms. Bartleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess the greater conversation is having that remote access to our video cameras and how critical that is. I think that's an excellent component to add, and now that we have the ability to do that with our cameras, I know that's something that law enforcement has asked for. Again, I know this agreement is also going to be considered by other agencies, and through those conversations, Mr. Runcie, it's my understanding, because again, BSO only deals with certain municipalities, not all. In fact, in my district, they're municipal, not BSO. So I just want to understand moving forward, again, this agreement is going to be used as a pilot. Your intent is to reach out to all the municipalities?
Yes, that's correct. We have a meeting with one of the law enforcement agencies tomorrow, and we plan to go throughout the county and meet with the various agencies. I've also recently spoke to Fort Lauderdale as well to provide the same level of access and capability to all law enforcement agencies across the county. So this template will be very helpful in establishing that kind of capability throughout law enforcement agencies across the county.
And I appreciate you reaching out to the sheriff and getting his feedback, and of course I appreciate my colleague as well. I think that there's an opportunity, even if this isn't tabled for a long period of time, I think it's urgent that we get this going and functioning. We've tabled items before to the next workshop or to the to the next meeting. So when would be the quickest time frame that we can get this tabled to? What would be the next appropriate meeting? Mr. Moquin?
Mr. Moquin.
When would be the next quickest meeting that we could table item II-12?
The next board meeting is February 5th. We do have a workshop on January 22nd. We have another APS agenda planning session and workshop on the 29th, so we could notice a special school board meeting for either of those 2 days.
Okay. This is, again, I'd like it to be, out of respect for my colleague, I think we should table it, but I don't want it tabled to next month. I would like it tabled sooner. I personally would prefer, although it's a binding document, as our attorney said, I think moving forward, we should have the sheriff, the current sheriff's signature on this document. I just think it makes better sense. I want to make sure he has 100% buy-in and there's no confusion moving forward. And tabling this a couple of weeks, I don't believe will be detrimental. Understanding that I think we all want to make sure that this remote video access is approved as quickly as possible. So I will allow my colleague to make the appropriate motion at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Ms. Korn, I'm sorry, I don't remember now if it was Dr. Osgood or Ms. Korn first. Ms. Korn, I didn't number, I'm sorry.
So with the motion, we need to identify if it's going to be the January 22nd or the January 29th. And so I guess we would probably ask for legal to let us know if you have any idea of what the extent of those comments are. If we can get it done by the 22nd, I would think that's the preference, but at the same time, we don't want to table it and table it again.
Yeah, I would certainly recommend the 29th,
Okay.
just to make sure.
Okay. And I want it to be crystal clear that it is one of our board members, based on the conversation, she has indicated a specific request for us to delay this action. Because I was personally involved in making sure this got on the agenda as quickly as possible. So the fact that this is not happening today is because there has been a request through conversations with the sheriff that were outside of, I guess, Mr. Runcie's conversations, because he's indicating at 10 p.m. last night the sheriff asked us to move on it, but that there is not a delay by this board to move forward with this action. There is a delay by this board only to be able to speak to what Ms. Aladef has specifically stated, and make sure that everybody is on the same page as we take these next steps. It is critically important, and it's also the first step in us being able to do this with the other cities. So this delay is one that's impacting us moving forward with the other cities. So all of those things need to potentially, well, I guess that would be a question. Would this then delay us, or is this something we're immediately going to send?
Not necessarily. I mean, we're starting those conversations. They will have to go through a similar process where they review it with their legal departments and their structure. So I don't think it creates any significant delay at all.
Perfect. So we can still move forward with the other cities? Okay. Because this is important. It's something we identified as a board a long time ago, and so I was looking forward to moving on this today. Certainly the delay is understandable. And then I think if you would, or do as a friendly amendment, the January 29th, that will be on table two. Oh, you didn't actually make the motion yet? Okay, sorry, yes.
I move that
Wait, can you wait just a minute, because some of our colleagues wanted to make comments as well. Dr. Osgood, you had a comment, then Ms. Bartleman, followed by Ms. Murray.
Some of my comments was similar to what Ms. Corn was saying, because I know that we've had conversations and we've had other requests to get this done immediately, and I know I've been very diligent in communicating with Mr. Runcie about responding to these types of things. So if we have a situation tomorrow and we haven't started this process, I'm just going on record, and whatever the sheriff's input is that's drastically different from what's here, I think it's important to know that in writing, because then we still have to make a decision whether to agree or disagree. Because as we check with all the municipalities, I don't expect all of these to be cookie cutters, and we may agree or not agree with some of the things that they're asking. But I know the camera situation, going back to the videos and looking at what happened on the actual day of February 14th, was very, very critical in being able to have access and do things in live time and being able to have remote access. I was very nervous about that at first, but we went through the whole conversation. I had a conversation about how, from the sheriff's perspective, a law enforcement perspective, it would be limited individuals that would actually be able to have access. So all of that has been thought through, but I am really nervous because we just spent a long, long time talking about being urgent and getting things done in an aggressive manner, timelines and those things. And now we're saying for this, pause. So it is very confusing to me. I want to respect Ms. Alladap's wishes, but I also have to think about the climate and the context. So it's going to be okay for us to pause on certain things because certain individuals ask. So from a consistency perspective, I don't want to set the precedent going forward that when we get to this point with other municipalities and other entities as we're dealing with other parts of this, that we start having these pauses. I understand this particular situation because of the transition and the changes. So I'm certainly amenable to that and want the input. But I do have grave concern, moving forward at the precedent that this is setting. Some other chiefs could change in municipalities. I'm just concerned. I'm very pressed right now because we just spent a lot of time speaking about getting this done, being responsive, and moving these things forward. And now we're throwing this flag on play, and we don't know if it's going to march us backwards or forward. The new sheriff may make some recommendations that we don't necessarily agree with. So for me, it's a very difficult place to be at when it comes to this particular issue with these cameras and starting this process so this remote access can happen as soon as it can happen. So I don't know if, and I apologize, I wasn't in Ms. Al-Hadef's conversation. And I get what Ms. Good is saying about having the appropriate signature. If the new recommendations are so different, I'm just trying to, I guess I don't have enough information to really be comfortable right here. Mr.
Let me just say,
seem to be totally different from what Ms. Al-Hadef's conversation. So they have some
areas where they would like to make some changes. So we had that conversation. I think there are things that we could work through. I think they also understand the urgency of trying to get this done, which is why the suggestion and agreement that we move forward with it and then do the corrections later. Before this week's out, it is my understanding that we'll have feedback on what the proposed changes will be. So I don't foresee any issues in making the 29th, getting the feedback from the sheriff and his staff in short order, and being able to work with our legal department and their legal department to modify the contract. I mean, I think one of the areas is, expanding the access, just given how the actual sheriff's department works and taking that into account. I think it's a reasonable ask, and I think there are a couple other things. So I think we can work these things out and move this item along.
Just want to be sure.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Bartleman, followed by Ms. Murray, followed by Ms. Levinson.
I was going to suggest that we table it to the end of the meeting to see if, to verify that he hasn't, that what he wants us to do, the sheriff, we can make a phone call to him if he wants us to go forward or stop. But based on Mr. Runcie's comments, it seems like it's a moot point because you're okay waiting till the 29th, right?
Yes, I mean, I don't think that's going to
Okay.
create a significant
Okay, then that's fine.
issue.
Ms. Murray?
This is a question for legal, because this has been a hot issue, and it was part of some of the criticism of the way we conducted releasing of information with law enforcement over the tragedy at MSD. If a situation arose, would the superintendent have the power to release based on the information we have in this contract, with or without board action? I mean,
Currently, right now, you mean?
yes.
Well, this action is to allow, we're going to give, and I'm the person that doesn't know how to turn on a computer, so we're going to give the communications center at the sheriff an access, an IP access or something like that. There you go, Teresa's shaking her head. So that they can go in from the communications center. And they can only go in for those specific issues that you see listed there. Because the only way we really can allow this is through the emergency, the health safety emergency under FERPA. And so all of those things will allow them to go in for emergencies, whether we call the emergency, they call the emergency, a 911, a third party calls the emergency. We covered all those things. So if in fact something happened tomorrow, certainly an SRO on a campus, can be looking at the live video and can be radioing some, but it wouldn't go to a central dispatch because that line of communication has not been set up.
Okay. But it wouldn't hinder law enforcement from knowing what they need to know?
No.
Just that few seconds of transmittal? Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Levinson?
Thank you. I respect what Ms. Aladeff has to say, but we are accused of not being urgent enough. I can't, in good conscience, delay this 2 more weeks. The superintendent had a conversation that the sheriff would work with him after it was approved. I want access as soon as possible into our schools. I don't understand what the upside is of delaying 2 weeks. Everything is always that we delay. So I don't know why in this case we would do that, especially when he has indicated to pass it as it is, and then any changes can be made. So I need to move forward. I think it should have been done already, and I can't rationalize any more time without the sheriff's office having access.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
So I guess in light of the conflicting information, I mean, obviously conversations were had with a couple of people. We do this all the time. I'd ask that, we table it to the end of the meeting and ask staff to follow up with the sheriff via email just to get clear confirmation from him that he has no objection to us approving the item today as written, with the understanding that further negotiations will occur. I mean, we do it all the time with last-minute changes. I think this is a unique situation. I mean, my preference is that he signed the document. I don't want to hear after the fact that because I didn't sign the document, I'm somehow don't have buy-in. That's my concern. A lot of things are said via telephone. A lot of information could be misinterpreted. Clearly, we have, differences here being stated. A change of mind may have occurred through the day. So I would rather have it in writing. If we can get it in writing today, then we can move forward. If we can't, then, I'm all about urgency with this item. I totally agree. But I also recognize that I don't want to have conflicting issues moving forward. I want us to have total buy-in so that things run smoothly and we can ensure that we have proper remote access at all our schools. That's my suggestion. So when appropriate, I'd like to move that we table the item. I'll leave it to my colleague because she had suggested that she wanted to table the item. Thank you.
Before I, do any of my other colleagues have a comment before I recognize? I'm going to say something and then I'm going to recognize Mrs. Aladef. So I too am concerned about not moving forward with the item, but I'm equally concerned that we have conflicting information being presented to us here at the dais. My additional concern is along the lines of what Ms. Levinson and I think Dr. Osgood mentioned, is that if we don't approve this item today and then they come back with their changes and then we have to have more conversation about that, we could be in an extensive delay where we could be moving forward with the operationality of it and then changing, because I think the discussion is mostly about access, is what I'm guessing. And that's probably a bigger conversation for this entity. And I think that my fear is that we would be further down the road than what we anticipate, possibly longer than the 2 weeks. So I'm not sure, Mrs. Aladef, how you feel after hearing all of our conversation with regard to an action to table the item. So I'd like to hear from you now.
We can let it go through, and Sheriff can make the amendments later with Superintendent and Council.
But they would come back before us. The item would be brought back for any changes that would require our signature as well as a board.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so you're okay with?
Yes.
Okay. So,
She's going to withdraw her motion.
There's no motion
didn't,
on
no,
the
there was
floor.
never a motion made.
There was never a motion.
Nope, there was just talk of a motion.
But
And
we haven't asked for any public comments.
yes, I could have sworn I did that. Did somebody mark it down? Because I almost said, please mark it down that I asked for public comment.
That was
Nobody
the
marked
last
it
one.
down? No, it was this one, because I looked at the item and I
Yeah.
specifically said it, but I'll say it again. Is there any audience input on this item?
I thought I wasn't going to make it today. I have been, I've been sick.
Please state your name for the record and make sure that you speak to the item.
Yes,
Thank
Ronald B. Barish. The reason for me coming down here is to support the 17 families, but with II1, I am going to say this: get that document signed. The reason is that document must be signed from Scott Israel Stat to keep 270,000 students, 14,000 teachers and staff safe and secure for 2019. And that's the reason why I would say, get it done now. Don't wait until something happens. Jeff, February 14th is not far away. And I'm just telling you, everything has to be done. This has to be done now. Don't delay it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barish. Any additional audience input on item II1? Please state your name for the record and make sure you keep your comments to item II1.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Harrington. I'm a teacher down at Attucks Middle School. My comment is in relation to the camera system being used and referenced by the board. I have here the email that we all received in reference to this. It says, the district is aware of a recent article in Sun Sentinel suggesting surveillance camera system at MSD was operating on a delay. The information contained in the article does not accurately reflect the capability of the surveillance system. But my understanding is that all of the reporting is consistent in the fact that, in fact, this does accurately reflect the capabilities of the camera system. So,
Sir, I just want to clarify that the item that we're discussing right now is an agreement between the School Board of Broward County and the Sheriff's
right,
Office.
and I'll get to
Excuse
that.
me for just a second. I just want to make sure you're very clear about what the item is. Make sure you stopped his time. Did you stop his time? That it's for the Sheriff's Office, for law enforcement that is under the umbrella of the Sheriff's Office to have access, real-time access to the cameras at the schools in the event of an emergency.
Right, and so my
I'm
question...
sorry, just a second. Remote access.
Mm-hmm. And so my question is twofold. First of all, I'll comment that the problem at MSD was that the officers did not know that they were looking at delayed footage. So my question is, why does this email say otherwise when that's contrary to the facts? And secondly, I'll just add, we as teachers and staff should all be trained in the use of these cameras so that we can assist law enforcement in the event of an emergency. That's all.
Thank you. Any additional audience input on item II1? Seeing none. Any further conversation from my colleagues on item II1? Yes, Ms. Good.
Yes, Mr. Runcie, I know that a comment was made that there was an issue with the camera at MSD, and since we're talking about cameras, the fact of the matter, the cameras are live cameras, correct? The issue that was expressed is a different problem that dealt with law enforcement.
Yeah, they would have to be live. How would they get the original footage, right? So they are live, but they also have the capability to actually go back in time.
Correct.
So the challenge there was that at the moment that some individuals were actually looking at it, they didn't realize that it was actually
They had
a different
rewound
time.
the
That's
video
correct,
footage.
yes.
Thank you, sir.
And that's what the report says if you read the report.
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you. Any additional colleague comment on item II1? All those in favor of item II1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item II1 passes unanimously. We are now at the time in the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speaker concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker. Yes. Public speaking was scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. However, we were in the middle of discussing an item, so it is now beginning at 5:21. And I will call the first speaker, Ronald B. Barish.
Good afternoon, school board members, Mr. Runcie, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here this afternoon to represent 17 families whose loved ones were shot down in cold blood. And I'm also going to tell you, I'm recommending, there was a recommendation by Lori Aldahef, and I concur. We should have bulletproof, not backpacks, but shields in each backpack for every high school and middle school student. I also say that we also agreed to have metal detector wands in each school, high school and middle. There is something else I want to tell you about, but my phone went on the blink. But I will tell you, in the state of Indiana, for $4,000, and that includes installation, you could have a metal detector right in the high school of Stoneman Douglas High. I have the phone numbers, I have the website, but I don't have it on me because my phone is on the blink. I will, however, make sure all of you get all that information. And when you do, I hope you will call them and try to get this metal detector. It's $4,000. That's all it is. And it's used in the state of Indiana right now in a high school in the state of Indiana. Okay? And it's can be installed right after the office of the right after the administration offices, the office there. And all they have to do is all the students can go through. They go through there, no problem. Okay, if there's anything detected, they'll know. And you can put it for metal detecting only. If there's any metal in there, they'll know. So that's what I wanted to tell you. I will reiterate one more time. Make sure that that document must be signed by Scott Israel, so every student, or all the students, the 270,000 students, 14,000 teachers and staff will be safe and secure for 2019. We don't want this to happen again, ever. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Get the security and safety for these schools. You don't have it yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Fonseca. Okay. And then our next speaker is Michael Cerbola.
Yes, hello, Mike Cerbola speaking. If you would hold the clock just one moment for my electronics to catch up. Thank you. This is the tipping point moment. This is an opportunity to see a real change happen. I hope you take it as that, please. Long before the MSD shooting, the superintendent and all of the school board members were well aware of the complete lack of record keeping and reporting. And I and others communicated just this, and I and others have heard the superintendent express with our own ears, with great frustration on his part, this is a direct quote, "None of the schools keep any records. There's just nothing there when records are requested." I've heard a principal with my own ears tell an SRO, SIU officer, and the complaining mom that the officer would have to wait to contact the district attorney before allowing the officer to report a possible sexual related act by a teacher involving students. No record of this or many other such meetings exist in any file. And the way this has happened is because we have been employing a strategy not made public, brought here by the Broward Foundation Billionaire's Plan. That's where the superintendent was trained to become a superintendent and his main support base. And this was implemented in Broward to charterize our public schools to be laissez-faire and as free of any government oversight as are our unregulated Florida charter schools. The Broward Master Plan for Los Angeles, for example, was recently revealed, and I hope the plan for here will be as well. The Broward strategy has been accomplished by, number one, ignoring state and federal regulations to the greatest extent possible, and two, by grossly underfunding administrative oversight of ignored regulations, while at the same time bragging of the financial savings and simultaneously using said underfunding as the excuse for said underreporting and failures. Most damaging, however, and most effective has been the primary Broward Foundation strategy of giving principals full autonomy as if each were a hands-off charter school. This directly resulted in none to few records being kept centrally and spotty record keeping at best at individual schools. This is why no one knew when or where crews attended, least of all the superintendent, and this is the real reason for the district's and superintendent's initial confusion, incorrect and false early statements to investigators and saying that it was fake news to the news media. There's a toxic situation here. Again, long before the MSD shooting, the superintendent and all of the school board members were well aware of the complete lack of record keeping and reporting. This, however, is our opportunity to step up. Leadership is when you sacrifice your own individual good for the greater good. And this is a stump, and I know you all have the knowledge to step forward here and to address real issues. The children have called on us not to just be reactive, but to pull in the best resources possible. The ACES Connection movement is here and ready to help. There's a number of people out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbola. The next speaker is Ms. Christina Brazil.
Christina Brazil, and emotion that I feel, I'm sure cannot compare to others that are in this room. But I wanted to talk to you about a time that I came before you prior to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, when we had our chief SIU giving a report about how we were going to move forward in this district and how the records of investigations and information were going to be processed. I believe the system that they're using is called the Guardian system. I just verified that with the new acting chief today. It's very important to me as to how records are being kept, because I have been coming to you for a long time because of a personal situation that happened to me and my family, having to do with principal autonomy, having to do with staff taking it on their own to make a decision when they should have called in law enforcement. And it's extremely important when we talk about safety and security that we talk about how we process when a child or when an adult comes forward. We say they can see it, they can say it. Well, once they do, what does staff do with it? What are your policies for that? How are you going to implement those things? Now, going back to this meeting with the SIU chief, and when he was speaking, he was giving a list. There were different situations that were in the hopper that maybe had been lost before that. So I wanted to know where on this list of information and investigative reports was my case. I was shut down by the school board at the time and wasn't really able to finish asking that question. But I want to know to this day, where did we fall? Twice, I understand that there was an investigation done from the SIU level. I spoke with the superintendent and there was going to be a third investigation. In the investigation basically came back telling me that the two prior investigations where they asked the principal that was involved if he asked the teacher that had pornography on his phone that my daughter was exposed to, had presented it, and he was told that I'm so sorry. He was told that he did not ask for the phone and that the teacher said it didn't happen, and that was all that was done. I've since found out, there's things that should be reported. It should be reported to law enforcement. SIU is not supposed to be in charge of that kind of investigation unless they're doing an investigation on 4.9 due process for an employee. We need changes.
Thank you, Ms. Brazil. Julie Gannis is the next public speaker.
My name is Julie Gannis, and I would like to yield my time to John Daly.
Hold on one second. Wait 1 second. I'm sorry. Hold on. We need to follow the protocol, so I need you to hold on just 1 second, please. Because you're not, typically when you yield time, then that person gets the time when their name is on the list. Currently, Mr. Daly's not going to make it to the list, so do you still want to yield your time?
Why is that? What's the reason?
because we take 10 speakers at public speaking at 5 p.m.
She yielded her time to me, ma'am.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please don't scream. Proper decorum in the boardroom. I'm asking for you to please not to have loud outbursts. And what I'm saying to you is, this is how the protocol works. We take the speakers in order that they are listed. Please don't yell out, and let me finish the explanation of what happens. The speakers come in the order that they are listed on the speakers list. When you yield time to a speaker, that person gets your time when it is their time to speak. So the next person on the list is Lisa Olson after Julie Gannis. That doesn't mean that you wouldn't have her 3 minutes if we get to your name, but right now you're not the next person on the list. That's the way it works. It always has, and that's the way it works.
Right, you're saying he can speak
The-
later, correct?
This is what's going to happen now. I'm going to call the next person on the list, unless Julie Gannis wants to use her time. If she still wants to yield the time to you, that is fine, but it is not your opportunity to speak till I get to your name on the list. The next person on the list is Lisa Olson.
Can I speak later?
If you are within the 10 speakers today, yes.
Excuse me. Just let me understand this. If 10 speakers who are listed on the agenda do not speak, if 8 speakers speak, then do I get to speak?
If you come on the waiting list right now, let me tell you how many speakers we have had. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I would have been done by now.
I'm going to ask that the audience please stop speaking back and forth. We're going to follow the protocol,
No,
and we will follow the protocol to let him speak.
excuse me, no, please, that's not, I understand that
Thank you.
if there are only 8 people speaking, then
You're-
I will get the opportunity to speak. That's fine with me.
Right now, you are the 3rd person on the waiting list, and 2 people have not shown up. So if one more person does not speak, you will be on the list.
She relinquished the time.
Let me just make this very clear. Relinquishing the time allows you to have her 3 minutes. If she's choosing not to speak today, that is a different story. I'm going to ask Julie Gannis a question, if you could just let her come up to the podium. Are you giving him your 3 minutes so that he has a total of 6 minutes, or are
Yes.
you not speaking today?
I am giving my minutes to him.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker on the list is Lisa Olson. Okay, I'm sorry. One of my colleagues has a question for clarification. Do you want me to ask that question, so we're very clear?
If she's giving her time, then you still have to get to that individual.
I understand that,
She
and
would
that's
need
why.
to actually say she's not speaking to get to his name
Okay.
at this point.
So let's have Julie Gannis come back up to the podium so we're very, very clear. It's very important that we follow the same protocol, and I just want to be fair.
I'm choosing not to speak tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay. Let me make sure I mark it. All right, Lisa Olson. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Olson. My son William was shot and survived the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas massacre. It is long past time for the district and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas to discuss their failures, tell us what is being done to stop the next disaster, and embrace those students most affected by this trauma. Senator Rick Scott was able to pass school safety legislation a month after the murders. Governor DeSantis began taking action and holding people accountable just days after taking office. The Broward School District, ground zero for this tragedy, continues to deflect any responsibility for enabling this murderer. Yesterday was 11 months since the shooting. We see more deputies at schools, student ID badges, and code drills. But what has been done to repair the largest gap that allowed the murderer to carry out this violent rampage? The gap to this day allows student behavior issues to go unreported, misreported, or just ignored. What specific oversight has this board enacted regarding desperately needed changes to the discipline reporting process? What administrator is held accountable for discipline mismanagement? While the district and BSO are claiming low juvenile crime rates, promising new and improved diversion programs, 34 students and teachers were getting shot at Stoneman Douglas. The culture in Broward schools, and supported by the recently suspended Broward sheriff, encourages student misbehavior and even student criminal acts to go undocumented or even deleted from records. Please don't misunderstand me. The person ultimately responsible for this this horrible rampage sits in the Broward County Jail. However, I am requesting actionable changes to the discipline reporting procedures and accountability for failures or lack of administrative follow-through. I ask you to be responsible, do the hard work, and please challenge the politically inspired culture that is plaguing Broward schools. Additionally, will someone please take true leadership action for the suffering and pain going on daily at MSD? Between the district, MSD, and PR firms, how is it that no one has any forward-thinking skills? Why is it that victims' families had to initiate services for injured students? How is it that organized support meetings were only created by district staff after negative media reporting? Why has MSD administration not thought to personally contact each and every student and staff member who was in the 1200 building that day? Students and staff are struggling, and MSD administration is completely disconnected from these struggles. No one from the school ever checked up on the students who witnessed this tragedy. This district could be doing so much better at serving the students at MSD. Yes, there is a wellness center at the school and a resiliency center at the park, but those feel like a district checklist put in place by the legal department. I believe the district and MSD want these children to heal, but need to stop focusing on due diligence and just extend your hand and open your heart. And on a very personal and hurtful side note, I was saddened and angered after Superintendent Runcie chose to publicly share private details of services my son was receiving while recovering from his trauma. I was shocked to find a Facebook post of an email from Mr. Runcie sent to a local parent. Mr. Runcie disclosed personal information relating to my son's healing. I have been a loyal and proud teacher in Broward County for 25 years, and I have never been as disappointed in my employer as the day I read a misleading email from the superintendent posted for all to see on social media. Honesty, leadership, and compassion have been thrown aside and replaced with self-preservation and political posturing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes, Mr. Runcie? I'm going to ask again, please, that we have proper decorum in the boardroom. I don't want to have to ask anyone to leave, so I'd ask for you to please be quiet so we can hold the meeting and listen to public speakers. Okay. Mr. Ronnie Flournoy?
I'd like to yield my time to Doug Green.
Okay. So the next person, that's fine. The next person on the list is Trudy Jurmanovich. Thank you. Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich. Okay. Doug Green, you had 3 additional minutes yielded by Mr. Flournoy, so please have the timer reflect 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Superintendent Runcie and board members. For the record, my name is Douglas Green. I'm the husband of a 27-year veteran teacher whose annual salary is roughly $15,000 less than what it should be due to past salary and step freezes. A teacher who has been loyally teaching for 27 years, whose base salary is only $19,000 more than a starting teacher. A teacher whose combined reduced salary, reduced retirement pension benefits, and reduced Social Security benefits will exceed well over $300,000 due to past salary and step freezes. In just 6 days, we will be observing Martin Luther King Day to honor and show gratitude to a heroic man who was righteous, courageous, and inspirational. By sheer coincidence, today marks exactly 90 years ago that Dr. Martin Luther King was born, January 15th, 1929. A great man who championed civil rights, equal rights, voting rights, workers' rights, and unions. As a nation and as a community, we must always remember and honor Dr. King's message by standing strong for equality, human rights, collective bargaining rights, and also for what is right. One of my favorite Dr. King quotes is, "The time is always right to do what is right." Dr. King also understood the importance of education, stating, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically." I'm quite sure that if Dr. King were alive today, among many things, he would recognize and honor our hardworking, dedicated, underpaid, and undervalued teachers who are on the front line every day educating and nurturing our children, despite the many challenges, distractions, expectations, and obstacles that teachers face. As I stated in my speech last year, it remains quite apparent to me year after year that the Broward County School District continues to be notorious for having significantly lower percentage of highly effective teachers. For the 16-17 school year, Broward County rated only 20% of its teachers highly effective, compared with neighboring counties averaging 49% and the statewide average of 52%. The 20% rated highly effective is certainly an improvement from the ridiculous 5% rated highly effective for the 13-14 school year. However, currently only having 1 out of every 5 teachers rated highly effective results in Broward County being ranked a dismal 61st out of 67 Florida counties, or in other words, ranked in the bottom 10%. The first thing that comes to mind is the unusual disparity and possible complicity. It continues to be my opinion that the school district manipulates its annual budget by deliberately adversely evaluating its teachers, resulting in disproportionate salary raises for pay-for-performance teachers. I look forward to analyzing the impending 17-18 school year teacher performance evaluations with the hope that Broward County's percentage of highly effective teachers is comparable to Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County, and statewide averages. According to a recent Sun Sentinel article, Florida's high school students are graduating at record rates, hitting a 15-year high in the last school year at 86%, according to the Florida Department of Education. Broward County improved its standing to 84%, up from 81% the previous year. Quite an impressive graduation rate of 84% for Broward County, considering that only 20% of its teachers were rated highly effective. This makes no correlation sense. High graduation rate, yet an inequitable low rate of highly effective teachers. Why in the world would anyone want to teach in Broward County? And why would parents want to send their kids to Broward County schools, considering the low percentage of highly effective teachers compared with other Florida counties that apparently have superior teachers compared to Broward County? I continue to believe that extensive and irreparable damage has been caused to the teaching profession of Broward County. The current and future teacher shortage should come as no surprise to anyone considering this misevaluation, mismanagement, mistreatment, mistrust, and misunderstanding of our teachers. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, the Consumer Price Index for Miami-Dade County increased roughly 20% since 2009. Based on an analysis of salary data obtained from the Florida Department of Education, the average Broward teacher's salary increased roughly 10% for the same period. These percentages illustrate the cost of living in South Florida increased twice that of salary increase for teachers over the same 10-year period. How do we expect for our college-educated, professionally licensed teachers and their families to survive on the salaries being paid by the district? Bottom line, teachers continue to be grossly underpaid and undervalued. Please pay our hardworking teachers a livable wage. If you neglect to do so and continue to unfavorably assess teacher performance based on very subjective factors and unnecessary directives, then expect the teacher shortage crisis to worsen and the quality of education of Broward County to be adversely affected. We are now halfway through the 18-19 school year, yet salary negotiations remain ongoing. Please do the right thing. Negotiate in good faith and pay our teachers higher salaries before the school year ends. Give them the raises that they deserve and desperately need. The time is always right to do what is right. Do right by paying our teachers higher wages. As the only non-educator serving on the BTU contract negotiations team for the past 2 years, I find it disingenuous that the school district historically begins negotiations by saying there's little or no money for teacher raises. Yet, after many hours of negotiations and posturing, the district seems to miraculously find money during the final hours of negotiations that really should have been fairly offered earlier in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'm going to remind the audience again so we can get through the list. The next speaker is Maria Garcia.
Good afternoon, school board members. My name is Maria Garcia, and I'm the music teacher at Coral Cove Elementary. My colleagues and I have come to this meeting because we know Coral Cove has been in the spotlight of negativity. Today, we would like to share some positive things that have been implemented at Coral Cove since our principal has come to our school. Here are some of the things we are proud of. For the upcoming 2019-2020 school year, we will be implementing Path to Success. This is an innovative program that was written by our principal and teachers that incorporates the arts into our daily schedule. 3 years ago, Coral Cove Elementary became part of the dual language bilingual program. Each year, we add a grade level to this program. Our dismissal protocol has been changed to benefit the safety of every student at Coral Cove Elementary with an organized carpool line where all teachers, ESPs, and support staff promote safety first among all students. Due to this new dismissal, there's no transitional time and instructional time is bell to bell. Prior to the arrival of our principal, our autism cluster classes were isolated in one area in the school. Presently, these classrooms have been combined, sharing the same hallways as the general education classroom. We have a Pelican Paw program which meets twice a month and combines our autism students with students in our general education classrooms. Currently, there are general education kids waiting to be a part of this program that Coral Cove promotes. Our school has implemented Hispanic heritage as well as Black History celebration, including research, music, dance, art. These shows highlight our school's diverse culture and are greatly supported by our community. Each week, our principal enhances school morale by spotlighting a staff member who makes a positive impact for our students, faculty, and community on a day-to-day basis. As you can see, our principal has greatly impacted Coral Cove Elementary in a positive manner. Our current principal has shown to be an incredible asset to our students, staff, and community at Coral Cove Elementary. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Please, that was very nice, thank you. Ms. Preuss, Terry Preuss? Okay, John Daly? There we go. No, he doesn't have 6 minutes because Ms. Ganis decided
3
not
is
to
fine.
speak. Thank you.
3 is fine.
Thank you.
My name is John Daly from Coral Springs, Florida. I represent the 7,000, well, now 7,500 Change.org signers, the 3,000 members of our group, concerned citizens of Broward County, and thousands of Broward County residents who voted for change in the 2018 school board elections. We respectfully petition the Broward County School Board to begin a discussion to rescind Superintendent Robert Runce's contract. Leading up to the MSD tragedy,
Thank you.
the Runce administration was negligent in its failure to adequately assess and mitigate the threat Nicholas Cruz posed, disregarding numerous warnings from teachers, students, and staff. It was also negligent in its failure to establish uniform code red protocols and train staff in the execution of those protocols. Even with prior knowledge of potential gun violence on school campuses, namely Columbine and Sandy Hook, there was no priority and insufficient action taken by this administration to assure that a violent offender didn't walk into one of our schools and start shooting people. Just recently, a 9-year-old walked into a classroom with a loaded handgun and waved it around. You can imagine what could have happened. Also, there was no district oversight to assure that gates and school entries were locked. The district also paid little regard to warnings from security professionals whose assessments identified numerous security flaws in Broward County schools. Security negligence is defined as having prior knowledge of potential danger and not taking preventative action to avoid injury or death. Make no mistake, the negligence on the part of this administration was a contributing factor to the death of 17 people at Stoneman Douglas High. Also, the failure to complete in a timely manner security projects that were the centerpiece of an $800 million bond referendum has also put our students and school personnel at risk. This failure of this administration to fulfill a fiduciary responsibility to Broward County taxpayers borders on malfeasance. The taxpayer losses are estimated to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. This is what is commonly known as a boondoggle. Representing the voices in this community that cry out for change, we ask the board to rescind Robert Runce's contract. We have had enough. Let me remind this board that a voter mandate is not a license to support misfeasance and neglect. In a society where checks and balances assure that every voice can be heard, we will continue to explore every means necessary to protect the students and school personnel of Broward County. It is our hope that the members of this board will find the courage to take the necessary actions to hold this administration accountable and put this school district on a better path. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. I remind you again, please, so we can get to all of the speakers, Judith McLeod. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Al Freed. I'm sorry, you can't bring anything up with you unless it's, that's, thank you.
I was going to bring some notes.
You can bring notes, that's fine, just not your bag, thank you. Thank you. Please make sure you state your name for the record.
My name is Alan Freed, for the record. The topic I want to discuss today is Runcie's contract. Runcie, there's an old Yiddish expression that says, if 3 people tell you you're drunk, go to sleep. If 17 victims' loved ones all tell you you are partially responsible for the death of their loved one, you should probably resign. You make more than the president and the vice president combined. Your salary is Marco Rubio's and Rick Scott's combined. It is twice a congressman's salary, and congressmen already get paid way too much. Your mishandling of the $800 million bond was unacceptable. There was a fire alarm system that could have saved 6 kids' lives had it been installed 4 years ago, as was according to plan. That money disappeared. Why are you still here? I would like to put pressure on the rest of the school board. Do not sink on this sinking ship. Abandon ship. That's it.
Thank you. The next speaker, and this is the 10th speaker that I'll be calling today, Christian Rowell, or Roll. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening, board. My name is Christian Rowell. I'm a 16-year-old student at Atlantic Technical College in Coconut Creek. I just wanted to echo what Mr. Daly said. I'm here as a student advocate for the entire school district. I just want the board to at least take a look at the contract. Whether that you mean, the discussing him being fired or whatnot. I mean, if you look at the countless reports, not only from the Sun Sentinel, from the Miami Herald, New York Times, it's evident that something went wrong with the school board. And I think at the very least, we should at least look at the leadership, what went wrong, what we could have done better, and what Superintendent Runcie could have done better. At least just look at his contract and make it an agenda item and talk about it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. At this time, as I read in the comments, the chair at the discretion will ask the superintendent if he or anyone on his cabinet would like to address any of the comments that were made during public speakers. So at this time, Mr. Runcie, if there is someone on staff that you would like to have, I know there were some things that we've cleared up in the past as far as information that was shared in the public that is not accurate. I don't know if that's one of the things that you'd like to have cabinet address.
Yeah, there are a number of things that were said that weren't quite accurate, but let me just address one of them, which is a very serious one that continues to come up. I'll ask our chief fire official to come up and clarify what the status is on fire alarms. We've had workshops, we put out information to folks, but yet people come up and we still hear information. So we'll take this opportunity to provide some facts around that particular issue.
So Dr. Mary Ann May, Chief Fire Official for the district. I do want to remind everybody that as part of the bond, the positive alarm sequence that everybody keeps wanting to talk about, having a delayed fire alarm component, was not considered for the bond. It was not part of the bond. Typically, positive alarm sequence is used in large-scale hotels. You would see it out in Vegas in the casinos. You would have that option in hospitals, and you would use it in theaters for special effects such as fog and different things that they want to use on stage. Was not originally intended in the bond. There is no school district in the state of Florida that is currently using positive alarm sequence for their fire alarm systems. The bond was put in place to replace the old systems, the conventional systems that we have that are getting more outdated, that we could not get parts for. That was the purpose of the bond with the fire alarm systems. It was not to provide a delayed fire alarm system or component into the schools.
Thank you. Was there anything else, or was that? All right, thank you. Excuse me, we're not going to take any shouting from the audience. That's not how we run the board meeting. So at this time, according to what I have, we still have 9 items left in our regular meeting, and we have a closed door session today. I just want to make sure my colleagues understand. We have 2 items that have been tabled. I don't know if staff is ready to bring those 2 CC items back, or if you'd like us to proceed with the JJ items and then come back to the CC items. Mr. Runcie, do you want to see if staff is ready for CC items? Okay, indication that they are. So we'll go ahead, and if I could get a motion and a second on items CC 3 and 4.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC 3 and CC 4. Seeing none, I think we'll let staff get back to the questions with regard to the positions, which ones are vacant, and so on.
Rose Hall, Director, Compensation and HR Support Services. Just to circle back, there was a question about the number of positions associated with items CC3 and CC4. There are a total of 5. There are 3 positions associated with the Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 1 position. Of those 3 positions, 1 is filled, 2 are vacant. There are 2 positions associated with the Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 2 positions. Both of those positions are currently vacant. So the executive summary, the listing of vacancies and position counts on the executive summary was correct.
Okay, and so my question was first with regard to how long have those positions been vacant? So were you able to get that information during the time this was tabled?
Yes. For the Environmental Health and Safety 1 position, one of the vacant positions have been vacant since December of 2017, and the other since December of last year, December of 2018. For the 2 vacancies with the Environmental Health and Safety Specialist 2 positions, both of those positions have been vacant since December of 18, December of last year.
So a few months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then my colleague asked a follow-up question with regard to the need, I forget the word that you used, Ms. Levinson.
Whether the positions were essential.
Essential was the word, sorry.
Yes, Craig Nichols, Chief Human Resources and Equity Officer. Yeah, they have been deemed essential. I'll add to that there have been other positions in this department too that have been approved in our recently implemented review process with Cabinet. That in essence, as there are positions that they're budgeted, we have the job description, before they can have a declaration of vacancy, which you've approved the budget and everything, it's going through one last screening with the Cabinet before that vacancy is declared so it can go forward for recruiting. So again, anything that you approve today or anything you've approved in the past in the budget, we're scrutinizing it as a last minute before it does go out for recruiting. And there have been other key positions. This department's critically needed, I think, as everybody has said. And the same, some of these positions that are being approved and are vacant are not out for a vacancy yet, but they will be reviewed by the Cabinet. I just wanted you to know that process step will occur. So whatever you approve today has one more final hurdle to clear.
Okay.
So,
yes, go ahead.
Does that mean, has Ms. Marte reviewed these positions?
Ms. Marte is making her way to the podium.
So I'm going to restate what Mr. Nichols said. So
These positions are approved in the budget currently. The process, because of the board's instruction to have a hiring freeze, is that every week, the budget office prepares a list of requests to advertise. So when a cabinet member meets with his staff and they agree at their level that the cabinet member wants to proffer it to the entire cabinet and Mr. Runcie for consideration, those few go forward to the cabinet. So we've got 3 lists: a list of all the vacancies, a list of vacancies that went to cabinet, and collectively cabinet said, sorry, colleague, you didn't make a good enough argument. We're going to ask you to hold that at this point and wait. And then the 3rd list is those that were considered and moved forward. So once the action happens here today, a request to advertise will go to budget. It will be put on that list, assuming that the cabinet member who has those positions actually signs off and moves it forward. Then it goes to the entire cabinet where they've got to plead their case.
Okay, I thought that the process was, in the past, that it only came to us if it was essential, that you had already reviewed the positions.
Well, through the chair, the actual hiring of the position will only come to you if it's gone through all those processes.
That's correct. So, through the chair?
Yes.
So, Ms. Levinson, that's absolutely correct. We go through the process that Ms. Marte identified. In fact, I think to date, since we've gotten that directive from the board, there's over 70 positions that we have held off on, and I know we do some on a weekly basis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So you're very close, Mr. Runcie. Through the chair, I just got an update from Oleg yesterday. Actually, the whole cabinet did. We have 81 general fund positions that cabinet has not moved forward to even ask to advertise. They don't feel they can justify them. These are all district level positions. None of these are school positions.
Okay, so these are just the job descriptions?
Yes.
And not
Yes.
the request to
Yes.
advertise?
We
There
have
was a
81
statement
that we've
made
never-
about advertising.
81 we have not asked to advertise that are approved budgeted positions. We have 11 that cabinet said, you didn't make a good enough argument to advertise them. And I can get you the number we actually put through, but it is very small.
Is it possible in the future, Mr. Runcie, to, when the job description comes through, that it's already been discussed and we know whether we're hiring at the time? That was my original understanding when I had spoken about a hiring freeze, that when it came forward, the job description, we would be told whether it was going to be filled or not.
All right.
So I'm asking if we could maybe
Yeah,
simultaneously.
we'll make sure that isn't, and Ms. Brinkworth also pointed additional information out. There's a sentence on these that says, approval is requested to advertise for the position after the first reading. I'd like the board to strike that until we go through our process of determining its critical nature. And on future board items, I'm requesting the HR department to take that sentence out because that's not consistent with the process that we've been utilizing.
And could the approval come forward with the job description, whether, not the approval, the indication of whether you are going to fill that position or not? Instead of, because what happens is then we will not find out later whether the positions were filled or not.
Yes, you will.
I know, but it's post, it would make more sense, I'm suggesting.
I agree. We will do that.
Yeah, that's easy to do. I think it's implied that if we're bringing a job description forward now, it's important and we're intending to fill it. But be very clear for the board, that's an easy step to put in the process.
Okay.
The sequence.
Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, these positions, are you requesting to advertise them after this first reading? Or I understand Ms. Marte explained there was a process that would occur, but because the item says that, I don't know, Mr. Runcie's suggestion was that we strike it from these 2 items.
Yeah, I mean, we are requesting that, but if you want to strike it, then of course, we'll come back with.
So let me, again, reiterate, I don't want any positions coming in front of the board that do not go through our process to determine how critical it is. We have been very clear in our understanding and direction from this board that we got to find every penny we can so that we can cobble together funds for teacher pay raises.
Okay, are you done, Ms. Levinson? Oh,
So
don't make a motion
Does
yet,
there
Ms.
need,
somebody else.
so I can make a motion after?
Yes, Ms.
everyone
Rupert has a
speaks?
comment, and then I'll come back to you. Ms. Rupert?
Yes, I wanted to know if the job description went through the TSP, the Vice President of TSP.
Yes, we had a very in-depth conversation.
That's what I want to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
It's a very standard part of our process.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion on CC3 and CC4 that we strike approval is requested to advertise for the position after the first reading.
It's been moved by Ms. Levinson to strike this second sentence of the requested action on both CC3 and CC4, and it has been seconded by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on the motion to strike that sentence? Seeing none, any colleague input on that motion? All those in favor of the motion to strike the sentence indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
So the item is now amended, and the second sentence has been removed. I don't remember if I took audience input on the first time. CC3, I'm just going to take all kinds of it today. CC3 and 4, any audience input? Seeing none, any additional colleague input on the item as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of CC3 and CC4 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC3 and 4 pass as amended. May I have a motion and a second on items JJ 1, 2, 5, and 6? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items JJ 1, 2, 5, and 6? Seeing none. Colleague input on JJ items that I called?
JJ 1, 2, 5, and 6.
I'm trying not to keep repeating it over and over again.
Sorry.
Seeing none. All those in favor of items JJ 1, 2, 5, and 6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ 1, 2, 5, and 6 pass unanimously. May I have a, well, Dr. Osgood, do you need them separately, or can they be pulled together?
They can be together.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second on items JJ 3 and 4, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Gordon, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items JJ 3 and 4. Seeing none. Dr. Osgood.
Certainly, and thank you. And I have some comments, and I've mentioned this before. When I look at item JJ3, and I can go through some others, so I'm just going to make a comment. We decided to hard bid these projects to focus on costs. So I was not expecting to have them come, and then we're adding to the cost. Because if we're going to do that, we chose not to do the CM at risk process because we wanted to hard bid to save money and because of cost. And by direct bidding all of these projects, it makes it less likely, or it creates a less opportunity for minority businesses to participate in the solicitation process. So now we are hard bidding these jobs, and then they're coming back to us to ask us to add more money to them. So if we're going to be doing that, I would like to see us consider using the CM at risk process, which would give all of these bidders an opportunity to apply to the solicitation, but it will give a greater opportunity as we had intended and laid out from the board for those small and minority businesses. A couple of meetings ago, I talked about, as we're in a haste now to get projects moving, that we don't want to find ourselves at the end of the bond going backwards when it comes to meeting the needs of our disparity study, that we spent so many resources and we spent so much time discussing and laying out an intent and a platform for it. Also, I'm going to be requesting from staff, because I need to better understand how we are choosing the vendors. It's my understanding that sometimes we bring 3 forward for a presentation, sometimes we bring 4 forward for a presentation. Whatever we're doing, I need us to be consistent with it. And then I also need to better understand, and I'll put all of this in an email, but I need to get it on record. I need to better understand if we've identified or approved a list of vendors that we could assign jobs or that are available for work up to a certain amount. And we have that list of, say, whoever those 5 vendors are. then when the work come up and it's within that scope or that amount, whether it's $1 million or less or whatever, how we've laid it out, 1 million to 2 million or whatever, why do we still go back out for a hard bid instead of giving opportunities to those individuals that we've already kind of shortlisted or created those opportunities for? And again, I will follow up an email to ask these questions. I had a very intense meeting yesterday where I got asked a lot of questions and exposed to a lot of information that I haven't had the opportunity to share with you guys. And my understanding actually is more procurement issues than what we have here. I also requested some information that I think was shared with my colleagues around our structure, Mr. Runcie, and how we have our Office of Supply and Diversity reporting to procurement, and why were we structured in that way. And I received a response back saying that that's how most organizations are structured, and I think all of you were copied on that information. When I made some phone calls last week, I found that not to be the case. I'm not able to understand if I'm monitoring a department that I got to report to, that's certainly going to make my monitoring less effective because that department is then giving oversight of me. So I would like to see us have some serious conversations, Mr. Runcie, about that at some point. And then I do need to kind of understand before I feel comfortable with, and I'll just use JJ3 as an example, and I don't know if it's your question or procurement, but we chose to direct or hard bid these jobs to focus on costs to save us money. That's why we use that process instead of CMR or construction management at risk. So then why is it that we come back, and I mean, I have like a whole stack of these, kind of done a little homework, where we see where we're being asked to add more money to it, because that, to me, that defeats the purpose of doing the direct bid or the hard bid.
Danny Jardine.
My mic on?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
your mic's up. Danny Jardine, CBR Erie. Early on into the process, we looked at different delivery methods in order to deliver the scope of the projects. The decision was made, several of the bigger projects would definitely go CM at risk because you get more direct involvement. It gives us more opportunity to bring more people into it. The traditional hard bid process has been in place for many, many, many years. It's worked very successfully. The pricing we're getting right now is very competitive. It is the price that's the fair market value. When you look at our bids that we're getting, they're all very competitive. We've had bids, on multi-million-dollar jobs separated by $3,000 and $4,000, which is less than 0.1%. So the market drives the pricing. We're continually looking at how do we get more involvement from the SWMBE community. We meet with those groups, we talk with those groups, we're gathering input from them, but not every job is a good CM at risk project. Most of these are small. We know they're roofing, there's a little bit of heat and air conditioning, there's a little bit of electrical. So most of these are not good candidates to be a CM at risk projects. We have our list of continuing services contracts, and we certainly try to use those guys as much as we can, but there are limits. They can't go over $2 million.
So let me try to help staff a little bit on this. I think that the board and maybe the public generally can benefit from a workshop that lays out what the process is that we utilize to engage, source, encourage small women-owned and minority businesses to participate, so that you can get some sense of what that is. Would that make sense to the board to do that, or do you not feel that there's too much value and you understand it already? Because I think some of the questions that are asked seem to suggest that there's a need for that. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be fine.
And I was looking over Dr. Osgood to see.
Well, we can certainly do that, but I need to understand today This says that this contract was given to this company in this amount, and then it comes back and say that here is recommending that we add additional funding, an amount that's almost to the tune of $1 million.
So this is a construction, this isn't an existing project that had started. You're doing this based on the design specs and everything that have been.
Results of the bid opening, that is
Right,
correct.
so that's a result, so Dr. Osgood, so there are design specs that were completed, so we have a sense of what the scope is in detail, so we can get accurate, competitive bids. It goes out to the marketplace, the bids come back. To establish a budget, we see that the bids are above what the estimate may have been. I think that's the estimate. If staff could confirm, those are the estimates that were actually put together by Atkins and
Yes.
everyone. So in this particular case, the market has said that it's higher than what we estimated. And there's always a possibility that's the case. Sometimes it has come back less. Most of the time, it's kind of around that range. That's why we're coming back to the board, not because it was awarded to someone and now we're coming back to get more funds. It's just that we went out to the marketplace. The bids that have come in, the marketplace is telling us that it's higher. We haven't awarded the work to anyone yet.
So when we did the bid, all of the 5 bidders that responded to this, what they gave us in their proposal is why you're asking for the additional $1
It
million.
exceeds the current budget amount, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, but when I read this, that's not what I concluded from that, and that's why I'm asking this question, because
Okay.
if we're going to add an extra $1 million, then there has to be an understanding. And I clearly understand if all of their proposals are telling us that this is the amount that it's gonna take, and we have something very different budgeted, that we need a realistic figure so that we don't have a bunch of work orders and have them coming back. So I do understand that, and then I will put in an email my other questions about the process that we use, whether we have 3 organizations come in for proposals or whether we have 4. And the reason why that's important is because if we're using 3, let's just say on this job at Pompano Beach, we allow 3 we take the top 3 to come in to make a presentation. Then on the next job, say Plantation, we take the top 4. If I'm the 4th organization on that first ordeal, then I'm seeing us as being inconsistent because we're taking 4 on one opportunity and 3 on the other. So that's what I need to be clear on, and I'll send an email so I can get the detailed answer for it.
Okay, and we'll send that answer to all the board members.
Okay? Yes, thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I wanted to add something to your idea about the workshop. Are we currently evaluating our companies that are in the process as they get on to get more, possibly that they're bidding more and see where they're going? And where are we in the evaluation process with this company and as it comes to their current construction projects? Because I hope that we're looking at them, and we've had this conversation, where they work done and how well they've done on it, and that's supposed to shake out as well as other projects that they could bid and be successful on.
Frank Girardi, task assigned Executive Director. We're evaluating architects, we're evaluating contractors. This one contractor that is on JJ3 has done a lot of our work, and I'll let Mr. Jardine add some more to that, but so far they've been doing a very good job. We haven't had any issues with them.
I was actually going to give a plug too. Not only being an MWBE company, but they quickly and beautifully did Coconut Creek Elementary's roofing.
Yes, and they hadn't done work for us prior to this, so they're a good catch here.
Good.
And to echo Frank's comments, they have done a very, very good job. They were the ones that did Manatee Bay, our first project, that finished early ahead of schedule. That's when we closed out last month. And they've got a great working relationship with all the members of our teams on all of our projects. We're very pleased with their performance. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of items JJ 3 and 4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ 3 and 4 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item LL1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, seconded by Ms. Horn. Audience input on item LL1. Seeing none, colleague input on item LL1. All those in favor of item LL1 indicate by, I'm sorry, I did public input, yes, thank you, that's okay. All those in favor of item LL1 indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Item LL1 passes unanimously. I would like to take just a quick moment, because I glanced at the speakers list and I saw that the one person who was on the waiting list that didn't get to speak today happens to be the class president of class 2021, and his comment was with regard to the Inclusion Empowerment Walk at Fort Lauderdale High School. And since we don't have another school board meeting before this event will occur, I'm going to make an announcement about what the event is and where you can find more information on it. So the event will be February 2nd. It is Make a Friend, Be a Friend Empowerment Inclusion Walk in downtown Fort Lauderdale from 9 to 1. You can visit flhs2021.com/walk to learn more, or you can DM him. See, I'm using this lingo I'm not really that familiar with. At FLH, I know what it means. I'm just not, I don't usually say DM me. DM Jonathan at FLHS_2021. Yes, she wants to say FLHS over and over because she wants me to say it because I'm a dragon. All right, so having, let me just double check with my people. No other business to come before this board, is that correct? I'm sorry. We're doing Lauderdale. I know. Do I have any other business that needs to come before the board? Wait. Hold on just a second. Mr. Moquin?
Just want to confirm, because there was some, I show that you have disposed of the entire agenda. There was some question on whether E1 was pulled or passed on consent. I show it passing on consent.
I have it passing on consent.
I just want to make sure that no board member had any intent or had pulled that.
Nope.
All right,
All
then we're
right,
done.
so no further business to come before this board today. I now call this meeting adjourned, and we have a closed door, I understand? Is that occurring here?